to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Grab a mug and play in proudly. Happy Tuesday. Play in Tuesday, everybody. Do you know where your play-in game is? We do. It's at Chase Center at 7 o'clock tonight. I would advise the Warriors, if they want to play well in this thing, just have the Giants come play the game for them, because the Giants won't lose to anybody these days. So it should be a fun Tuesday. We got Giants baseball at 3:45. We got Warrior playing at 7. We got some fun stuff to talk about from yesterday. We got Marcus looking crisp in his white tee.
Yup, in my white tee.
How you doing, buddy? Good morning.
I'm doing fantastic. Looking forward to the show on a Tuesday morning, because Tuesday night I will be down at Chase Center for the play-in matchup tonight. I've got my hard hat ready to go. I got the finger guns locked and loaded, RPGs and grenades ready to go for John Morant tonight.
Positive message. Who are you, Kellen Winslow Jr.?
I'm ready for war, Murph. Yeah. I'm ready for war.
Do you remember that famous Kellen Winslow? He got in big trouble because he named like every weapon in the booth. He named all the weapons, the Uzis and the guns and everything. Everybody's like, yo, bro, relax, man. So.
Well, get ready, because that's the arsenal that John Morant is bringing to Chase Center tonight.
Yeah, but you said hard hat. Does that mean Larry Smith's going to show up?
That means I'm going to work.
The Larry Smith fan club, which used to wear hard hats in the upper deck at the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum Arena. They could use Larry Smith tonight, somebody to neutralize Jaren Jackson, who I was just reading about before coming in. So, yeah, Warriors are favored by 6.5. Everybody, all the experts on the websites and the Athletics are taking the Warriors, everything. And I'm just saying, they've never won a play-in game in their franchise history. I know. It was years ago, different rosters. I get it, but still. You just hate this whole one-and-done thing. I think I was reading Marcus Thompson, and he was like, yeah, you know, these one-game things send Warrior fans' hearts palpitating with the possibility of late turnovers, going cold from 3, and over-reliance on Steph Curry. And I was like, yeah, you can stop now, bro, because you're making my heart freak out a little bit.
I don't need you to put that into the universe.
He put it in the universe.
I don't even want to think about it.
I know.
And now it feels like the universe is almost overlooking this game. I mean, we had Mark Spears on the show yesterday, and almost the entire interview, he just kept on giving us answers about the Houston Rockets series. I'm like, Mark, let's pump this back a little bit. Before you get to Houston, you got to take care of business on Tuesday against the Memphis Grizzlies. Because if you don't, next thing you know, you're playing in a second playing game against either our friends up in the 916, the Sacramento Kings, or Klay Thompson and Anthony Davis.
Gosh.
With your season on the line, I don't even want to start sweating about those potential matchups. So take care of business tonight, and you're in the playoffs.
Just take care of business tonight. Just do it, and then if you win, if you don't know your schedule, if you win, you're the 7th seed. You take on the Houston Rockets, who have never done it. This current group has never really done it, so you have the experience advantage over Houston, and you won't play till Sunday, so you have some days to rest, or if you're Jimmy Butler, some days to play dominoes and drink coffee. And he'll be a big factor tonight. We'll see how that thigh is. He's a pro. He's going to go out and play hurt, even if he's hurt. Steph Curry, he's a pro. He's got a banged-up thumb. He's going to go out and play hurt, even if he's hurt. And we'll see what they do with Johnny Kuminga.
That's the question.
Who knows?
Will Jonathan Kuminga get a single minute tonight?
Wow. I would imagine he will.
I wonder what his over-under is going to be today.
Well, aren't you the guy with the gambling?
I would say I'd put it at 6.5 minutes today.
Ooh.
Does he play 7 or more minutes tonight?
I'll take the over.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think so, but I guess the question is, because what we saw last game when Jonathan Kuminga didn't log a single minute against the Clippers, I was trying to think, it's like, was there really anybody that was getting more minutes over him? Now, we mentioned Quentin Post and Kevon Looney, but obviously they play a different position. And we saw that Guy Santos also did not log any minutes, which basically summed it down to the fact that Jimmy Butler never came off the court. And we heard Steve Kerr's comments last week about how Jonathan Kuminga cannot play with Jimmy Butler and with Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Well, that's the issue. If Jimmy's never coming off the court, then Jonathan Kuminga's never going to step on the court.
Well, as long as Draymond's off the court. He can play with Jimmy if Draymond's not there. He said it was Draymond, the 3 he didn't want on the court together. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, he was supposed to unlock Kuminga, and instead he said he locked him up and put him on the
I'm not
bench.
even sure what's the better pairing between the 2 out of 3. Would you rather have Kuminga playing with Jimmy or Kuminga playing with Draymond?
Oof.
I would think Draymond, because of the more experience the two have playing together.
Yeah, that
versus
makes sense.
Jimmy and Jonathan Kuminga really not playing at all. I mean, it's one of the factors that we talked about. with Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler not really coexisting. Yeah. The fact that Kuminga was hurt when Jimmy Butler was traded to the team.
When the Warriors beat them Saturday, January 4th. Now, he didn't play last time because of the pelvic contusion, because there was contusion.
There was contusion.
As Jason Kidd would say. But back in the dark days in January 4th, when the Warriors were rolling out lineups that included Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Trace Jack, and Lindy Waters III got 28 minutes.
That's crazy.
Kuminga got 15 minutes in that game off the bench, 4 out of 6 from the field, scored 13 points. So he did play on the January game, but again, that was a different deal. You know who didn't? Let's see. Guy Santos did not play. Moses Moody only played 8 minutes. It's been wild. Dude, Schroeder played 36 minutes in that game. Schroeder!
Seems like a different
Warriors
season.
go on a run. He gets a ring, by the way.
Remember when you were out here screaming for Schroeder and talking about those umlauts? Yes. It feels like such a long time ago.
Forever Warrior.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder.
Feels like forever ago.
Speaking of forever, man, forever winning San Francisco Giants baseball. Be honest now. How are y'all feeling in the first inning when Landon Roop was getting smacked around?
Not great.
No.
Yeah.
I'm to the point where I walked in taking the dogs out, was listening on the radio, come home to find my 17-year-old calling for Landon Roop to be demoted from the rotation.
No. All right, calm down.
Wanted Birdsong in, Roop out.
Demoted from the rotation.
One inning.
No. Who does this guy think he is? Farhan Zaidi?
Hey, that's that. Did you see Tyler Fitzgerald's comments? Yes. Tyler Fitzgerald said after the game, we're jumping ahead of ourselves here because the Giants were down 3-0. The Giants come back and win the game, which we'll call in just a minute. But Tyler Fitzgerald has a monster day, 3 for 4, hits a bomb, 3 RBIs, 9 total bases, homer, triple, and double. And said after the game that his slow start was a little worrisome. And he said, and I feel like if this was last year, I'd have been gone. How about that? So we're seeing all these things that are coming out. I tell you, man, don't ever get fired anywhere because all they'll do is talk S about you as soon as you're gone, buddy. But this is the stuff. And Yaz hit homering off a lefty yesterday. No pinch hitter.
No, I mean, this is the difference between the change in regime, and I don't want to pile on too heavy in the first segment, but that Tyler Fitzgerald quote speaks a lot to me because we've talked about this for the past couple of seasons about how player development has been stunted by the constant shuffling, the shuttle going back from Sacramento and San Francisco. And you're seeing it with a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald, who straight up said, last year I probably would have been sent down. You know, kind of what we saw with Luis Matos after winning NL Player of the Week, being sent down to Sacramento a week later.
And your boy, your favorite, who you will be forever linked with, Pirates legend Joey Bart.
Yeah, shout out Joey. Had a nice walk-off knock for the Pirates the other day. He's been batting in the 3-4 hole for the Buccos.
Wow, how about that? Well, we call it in, man. Pat Burrell's keeping that cell phone busy. It ain't official until it goes in the paper. And to go in the paper, you got to call it in. So hitting coach Pat Burrell is our assigned call guy. Calls Rob Manfred again. Manfred said, whoa, wait. You went to Philadelphia. The Phillies banged the ball around the park. Certainly you lost. He said, try again, you empty suit, and put another Giants win in the books. San Francisco Giants 10, Philadelphia Phillies 4.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Ooh, I like it.
I mean, at this pace, if the Giants keep winning like this, dude, we're not going to be able to do segments anymore. The win package might be 15 minutes long.
That's the idea, right? And here we go with the big flies in that hitter's park. It works both ways now. If the Phillies are going to bang the ball around the yard, the Giants get 2-2. So it started with that kid we just talked about who feared being sent down and instead hit his first big fly of the season, Tyler Fitzgerald, number 1.
Big fly. Boom.
And then the next guy in the longest home run drought of his career, 135 at-bats dating back to last year in Milwaukee. And even he said after the game, I wondered, man, have I lost my power? And by the way, that ball would not have been out at Oracle Park.
You don't have to mention
You're
that.
right. I love how they take advantage of these road games. Willie Adames, welcome to the club, number 1.
Big fly. Boom.
His first home run as a Giant.
Kid, Willie.
And then the guy who's just having a year. He's hitting .311, OPS over 1,000, hit it off a lefty yesterday. Come on down, Mike Yastrzemski, number 3.
Big fly. Boom.
So 3 tanks. Landon Roop does what a lot of these starters have done on this trip, which is not be awesome, but grind at least 5 out. And the line wasn't pretty. He winds up getting a win, his first win of the season, even though he gave up 4 earnings in 5 innings and allowed 6 hits and 3 walks, so 9 base runners. But he did what other guys have had to do this year. Logan Webb did this Sunday. Justin Verlander did this too recently. Against
kind of labor through some difficulties early on. I mean, hell, the Phillies have one of the best lineups in baseball, so it's not surprising to see him put up a 3 spot against anybody in the first inning. But the way he bounced back, battled through, that curveball was absolutely filthy once again. I mean, it's the best pitch in his arsenal. 8 strikeouts yesterday. The amount of whiffs that he got. And Murphy got all the way up to 101 pitches, which I believe might be a career high for Landon Roop yesterday.
It was very good. There was a number on the swings and misses. My guy Justice De Los Santos had it out there.
Whiffs.
I think so. That's my guy. Yeah. Let's see here.
I'm a big whiff guy myself.
Well, to me, I got a little problem with your generation saying whiffs.
You don't like the whiff?
Well, because the whiff in my generation meant you finished the job. That's a strikeout. A whiff is a strikeout, not a swing and a miss. So we're gonna have to sort that out.
All right.
We're gonna.
Yeah. I mean, to me, just a whiff has always been a bad swing and a miss.
Right. But it was always the finale of a strikeout.
I understand.
I know what we're gonna have to do. We'll have to do something about this. Anyway, I think he led baseball in swings and misses yesterday, didn't he?
Landon Roop with that Uncle Charlie. Murph.
Yeah. Uncle was in town, and I had a salty Philly fan on a text thread too.
Good.
My guy Schmitty, and he was dude. They get salty early. They turned on Taiwan Walker, who they were calling Saiwan after his first 2 starts.
Yeah, let's slow down a little bit.
Yeah. So I think it was being a little ironic, but he had actually had a really fast start. But the Giants, he had a huge throwing error in that game yesterday. That's make 3 fewer mistakes than the other team, buddy. Here it is. And Justice De Los Santos, like you, calls them whiffs. Landon Roop generated 15 whiffs with his curveball tonight. That's the most whiffs with a curveball by a Giant in the pitch tracking era since 2008.
Now, that's extremely impressive.
And the guy who had the record prior to him is on the IL for the Dodgers right now.
Blake Snell?
14. So you're right. That is extremely impressive.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we're going back to 2008, that, of course, includes Timmy and Mad Bum.
This is with a curveball.
Oh, with the curveball only. Okay, specifically with the curveball.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a filthy
Timmy
curve.
was not a curveball guy.
No.
Yeah, but still, that's it. Congrats, Landon Roop.
I mean, that's phenomenal. I like those stats. Now, let me get your preference. Would you prefer if they just said swings and misses?
It's a little awkward,
not just
right?
whiffs.
I know.
Yeah.
It's easier to say whiff.
Yeah.
I grant you that. I'll adjust.
Swing and
I'll
whiff.
adjust. I can move. I can mix. I can grow and change. I can change.
Yes, you
By the way,
can.
last thing I'll say is, did you guys see Petco last night? Petco Park?
No, I missed it. What happened? They win again?
Forget it. I think they had 47,000 last night. They had a comeback win, and some guys were posting on there like, dude, Petco, as I told you guys, I want to say 3 summers ago,
Yeah, you called it.
Petco is popping, bro. And it is popping on a Monday night, and they beat the Cubs again. And this was in they won again. They beat the Cubs in comeback fashion. And, dude, it was like a freaking playoff game. And there's a player, I guess, is it Andy Sheets? Is that his name? Who got a big hit for them? You guys are fantasy baseball guys. Any of you guys have Sheets?
I do not have Sheets on my team.
Gavin Sheets.
Gavin Sheets.
Who's Andy Sheets?
I don't know.
Did they go to school with them?
Maybe.
I went to school with them. They're chanting Holy Sheets.
Wow.
47,000 were chanting Holy Sheets.
That's clever.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn clever.
It's popping. It's freaking popping down there. Come on, Oracle. You got to answer with Marvelous Day in the BAY. You got to take care of your Sheets. Their DH last night went 2 for 4. Gavin Sheets. Just want to get that out there. Let everybody know. It's time to take on the Padres. Forget the Dodgers. Giants, Padres, NL West showdown. All right. Long first segment. Good first segment. We enjoyed it. Play-in drama tonight, 7 o'clock. Giant Baseball 345. Justin Verlander trying to join Landon Roop in the first win club, going against Jesus Luzardo, former Oakland A, doing his thing. So we'll get into it. We'll say good morning to young Tony on the other side, get our guest list. Happy Tuesday, everybody, on the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on June 22nd at Levi Stadium. Today, we want you to stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now a swing. There's a shot. High and deep to left field. Way back there. Goodbye! A 3-run homer into the bleachers in straightaway left field. Adames hit a single to left field, but then he got picked off in the first inning. Now he swings to the E. It's a high drive. Deep right center field. Way back there. Still going. Adios! Pelota! And there is his first home run as a Giant.
Love hearing those boos in Philadelphia. I was trying to explain to my kids last night about 2010. So one of you wasn't born. The other one was 2.5 at the time. But think about how hostile that place can be. It's a very hostile place. And Tim Lincecum's game 1 there in 2010 when they were wolf whistling at him. And he said, I don't know, maybe they think I have a nice butt. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the Braves reporter should go get Timmy's number.
Hey now.
That's
now,
inside
Murph.
joke. We'll tell later.
Yeah.
Who are we hearing here, by the way, young Tony?
Oh, this, of course, is Kendrick Lamar. Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
Okay.
Peekaboo.
His tribute to U.S. Olympic skier Peekaboo Street.
No, I don't think it's a tribute to anything, but I know young Tony heard this with a keen ear that the Giants were bumping this in the clubhouse yesterday after the win.
Nice. Very good. Say good morning to young Tone. Young Tone, you heard that with your keen ear. Good morning.
Good. Yes, indeed. Good morning. This Squabble Up, also by Kendrick, and then the John Summit song that we've been hearing the whole season. What is it called? Light Years, John Summit.
So those are their go-tos?
Dude, someone's just playing the same song. I mean, listen, it's working.
We need to find out who the new Brandon Crawford is.
Yeah, who's got the aux cord?
Yeah.
Or I guess people don't use aux cords anymore, huh?
It's all streamed now.
Who's got the Bluetooth power?
Yeah, who's got the blue? Who's connecting their Bluetooth
Who's
device?
got the Bluetooth?
Yeah. Well, I can loan them my Gucci box if they need it.
Yeah, Murph with the Gucci box with his Gucci flip flops.
That's Gucci, bro. Right. But if it isn't, that's not Gucci, bro. There you go, buddy. There you go.
But the Giants right now,
that's Gucci, bro. Yes, they are.
They definitely are Gucci.
Very much. We'll see if the Warriors are Gucci tonight, too.
The Gucci Giants.
Young Tony, you going to go out to the Warrior game tonight, buddy?
Dude, I wish I could.
Yeah.
Raymond Ritter just doesn't like me, I guess. I didn't get the full season
Do you
credentials.
not have a press pass?
I didn't get the full season. They left me off the list.
Yeah.
You'll be down there, right?
Yeah, I'm down there.
Yeah.
I've got a full season credential. Sorry, young Tony, I don't speak broke.
You know, I'm going to be at the legendary, iconic, American freaking immortal Michael Zagaris' 80th birthday party.
The Z-Man is throwing a party tonight?
Well, he's having a party thrown for him by those who love him. He's turning 80. Guy looks like, he's got the mind and attitude of a 21-year-old. And it's going to be at the Gotham Club. I shouldn't even be telling this stuff. It's a private party.
It's a private
Actually,
event.
it'd be cool if we had people trying to crash it.
That's
make it look cooler.
People outside. I need young Tony outside with your Gucci boombox, like playing tunes, trying to get into the party.
He's a rock and roll guy, so he likes rock and roll behaviors, and rock and roll would be to crash the party.
That's it.
But anyway, so I'll have to balance a little bit. But we'll be at Gotham Club, so I imagine the Giants game will be on TV in there, and then the Warriors will be at 7. But I'll have to go and get into my jammies with the feet in them before I do that.
Your little footsie jammies.
A little footsie jammies. So, but by the way, my kids are like into this. They're wearing these full length blankets now. What is it? Slanky?
It's like a Snuggie?
Kind of, I guess.
I didn't even know Snuggies were still a thing.
I don't know. It's like a blanket you put on.
I have a Raider Snuggie.
Okay.
I got one.
But it doesn't cover your feet.
No, not all the way. It's basically just a blanket with like arms in it. And you can wear it. My sister bought it for me for Christmas.
Have you ever used it?
Yeah, I use it all the time. Like when I'm playing video games or something, it's like just one of the few blankets
Your
I have.
generation, you guys like to be comfortable.
Well, especially like a bachelor like me. Like I don't have a lot of blankets at my house, so it's one of the few that I actually have.
Slide into your Raider Snuggie and play some MLB The Show.
Yeah, exactly. You can wear it forward or you can wear it backwards. But yeah, there you are with your hands out.
Oh, man, that's good. I like it.
Easy access, Mark.
I guess I got to get one. Well, I'm going to put on the Snuggie and watch the Warriors tonight.
Get your Warrior Snuggie ready.
That'll be really fun.
Just in time for Steph Curry to say night-night to John Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies.
If he doesn't do that shoulder shimmy at 111-107 against the Clippers and then wind up losing the game. So we'll see how that goes for sure. So, all right, Tony, let's go guest list on a Tuesday, April 15, 2025. And by the way, the text line has spoken loud and clear. They say a whiff is a swing and a miss, and they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I guess it's one of those weird things in my brain.
Yeah.
I got a lot of those, by the way. I got a lot
I'm
of
with
those.
the text line on that one. A whiff has just always been a swing and a miss to me.
You win this one resoundingly on the text line. Okay. It was just, for me, it always meant it was strike 3. And there was a swing and a miss, and then a whiff.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like this take is one big whiff.
Yeah, it is boom, big whiff. All right, buddy, what do we got today, bud?
I'm with Marcus, by the way. Swing and a miss is what I associate whiff with.
I mean, I get that. I don't think you guys are, I get where you guys are coming from, but at least in I don't know where it happened. Some people are saying they're near my age and they think I'm crazy too. So again, something this might have been, it was always, has to be strike 3 for the whiff. I don't know. Again.
See, like when
one of
like
those odd
a
things.
strike 3 situation comes up, like I would yell, throw him a chair, which you can always only do with 2 strikes because you're throwing him a seat on the bench. And so that is specific to a strike 3 call, but not a whiff in my opinion.
Throw him a chair. Yeah, well, you'll
Throw him
hear
a chair.
Dwayne Kuiper will say on a strike 3, and he'll close out a strike 3 with a whiff, but he won't say that on a strike 1 or a strike 2. We can actually talk to Kuiper about that today,
That's it,
right?
last-
I think.
Say less. So Rob Fisher, Memphis Grizzlies sideline reporter, also pre- and post-game host for FanDuel Sports Network. He's going to join the show, get us ready for this Memphis Warriors game tonight. I don't think it's going to be close. I think Warriors win by a couple, maybe let's just throw it out 20 points.
Wow.
I don't think it's close. Yeah.
Look at young Tony with the hot takes
They want
this
the
morning.
rest. Yeah, we need to just get this out of the way.
20-point blowout.
What do they do about John Morant?
Well, they're going to stop him.
What do they do about Jaren Jackson?
They're going to prevent the weapons from being thrown into
What do they do about Desmond Bane?
Dude, they're going to be fine, man. They should have won against the Clippers. They're going to come out hot. They're going to come out with a fire under their belly or whatever you say. I think they win by 20.
I like
that's neither here nor there. Rob Fisher going to join the show at 6:50.
Sounds like it is here or there.
Dwayne Kuiper
Sorry,
at
go ahead,
7:30.
Tony.
No, you're good. You're good. Dwayne Kuiper 7:30. Back-to-back weeks with Dwayne Kuiper after a win. Let's not get that twisted. That's a big deal.
That's right.
Last year it was always after losses.
This is a very good point, buddy.
Yes,
Very good
back-to-back
point,
weeks
yes.
with a win. Dwayne Kuiper 7:30, big hit at 7:50, cooler content at 8:30, and then a friend of the program, our favorite Danny Emmerman, going to get us set for this Warriors game tonight, 9:15.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
That's the kid. That's the kid who experienced. Look what it launched him to. He's now at the SF Standard, getting paid big bucks, man. Now his avatar, he's like wearing a sport coat in the avatar. That was
he's a
not the
stud
case
now, yeah.
That was not the case when he was hanging out at the shuffleboard with Loader and that crew.
You know, I'm glad that the SF Standard is getting all of these big name writers, your David Lombardis, your Tim Kawakami's, John Shea, Danny Emmerman, because for the longest time I did not know the distinction between the SF Standard and SF Gate.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
But now I know the distinction.
Very good.
Now I know it.
Very good. All right, guys. Hey, Tyler Fitzgerald, some interesting things to say after yesterday's game about getting sent down and Barry Bonds. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now a swing. There's a shot. High and deep to left field. Way back there. Goodbye! A 3-run homer. And that's the first home run of the year for Tyler Fitzgerald.
Swings and drives this one out to deep right field. Castellanos on the track. He leaps. It's over his head and off the fence. Fitzgerald can fly, rounding second, on his way to third, and he'll make it without a throw.
He tries again, and there's a shot. Back into his left goes Kepler. He can't get to it. It bounces up against the wall. It's a double for Tyler Fitzgerald, his third extra base hit of the game.
Tyler Fitzgerald's 9 total bases, all called by John Miller there. 4 for the homer, 3 for the triple, 2 for the double. 4 plus 3 plus 2. Marcus, I can do that. That's 9.
Ooh.
Perhaps I'm inspired by the John Summit EDM we're hearing right here.
Good math.
Young Tony's
good
very
math.
excited. The Giants have embraced John Summit EDM light years. You'll hear this after games, Tone, right? In the clubhouse?
You'll hear this after the games. You're going to hear this in the clips that we're about to play from Tyler Fitzgerald. They were bumping this heavy yesterday.
We'll have to, when we get some players on, we'll try to get some players this week. Usually on an East Coast road trip, we can get a player. Hopefully we can get one Thursday before the day game. We'll ask them. Let's remember to ask.
Yeah, we got to get a breakdown of who's controlling the boombox these days. And it's something that just popped into my head, Murph, because Young Tony is our residential EDM head on this show. Where do your kids come down with EDM music?
It's a good question. I'm not totally sure. I think definitely the older one, 17-year-old I think he's cool with it. But I think he's also open to all kinds of music. Unfortunately for you, he's open to Drake.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
He's also in the Larry June and the Russell.
That's correct. Yeah, so I think he's okay. Let me get the final answer for you on that one, though. I'll do some digging.
All right.
As soon as they figure out to tell me how to find StatCast's daily leaderboard, that's my new thing. I've dropped the whiff thing, and I'm onto the StatCast daily leaderboard. By the way, thanks to everybody who texted in support. Once I announced that the whiff discussion, now here came a raft of texts supporting me, citing Dan Patrick's heavily influential run as a SportsCenter anchor. Whenever a strike 3 was shown on a highlight, Dan Patrick would say, "With the whiff," is what he would say. And so we were all kind of trained on that.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't know we were going to have whiff wars this morning.
Whiff wars, I like
whiff
that.
wars.
By the way, here's a guy, 707 says, I was listening to the game on my way home yesterday. After the bottom half of the first inning, I thought to myself, for the first time all season, no big deal. We'll get those runs back. Feels good to be a Giants fan again. I mean, honestly, I was walking around the house saying the gritty Giants, right? The gritty Giants. 408 says, next text, it was amazing how low my stress level was last night after being down 3 runs in the first inning. The last few years, that was never the case.
Yep.
Did you feel that way?
Absolutely.
Okay.
First inning ended, and I said, damn. A lot of baseball left.
A lot of baseball left.
Like Taijuan Walker is not like some ace, even though they were calling him Cyan Walker. I guess Philadelphia Phillies fans were. Taijuan Walker. Yeah, I'm not buying into that. Like, he's a decent pitcher. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, 3 runs with this Giants team. But to the texter's point, how many times have we said the last 2-3 years? Giants go down 2, they go down 3. They're out there with their platoon lineups. There's no chance in hell they're going to come back in this game.
The gritty Giants. And the gritty Giants were personified by Tyler Fitzgerald, who has not been off to the best start possible. But boy, did he help his StatCast leaderboard with his 9 total bases yesterday, homer, triple, and double. But he actually said 2 interesting things yesterday. Number 1 was about how he feels like the Giants sticking with him is a sign that things are changing in the organization.
Maybe if this happened last year, kind of a slow start and slow spring training, I probably wouldn't be here right now. So just a lot of props to my teammates and my coaches for hanging in there with me.
All right, we tried.
It was a little muddy.
There's a big debate off air about whether or not the sound would work. We're like, we'll give it a try. And here's what the try sounded like.
I thought you could.
I don't know what Fitz is saying, but I know what John Summit's saying.
I can squeeze out a few words by Fitz in between John Summit dropping bars left and right.
He did say,
bars,
just to give you guys the official.
Yeah, give us the quote, Murph.
The official statement from last night was that. Let me get it for you guys. I got to call it up here first. But that was pretty funny. But that is the song, Tony. You are correct.
Yeah, so Tyler Fitzgerald talked to Alex Pavlovich and the beat writers after the game yesterday. And when he was asked about his slow start, Murph, he said, last year I probably would have been gone. It was just a shorter leash at times. I did enough last year to the point where I was able to stick around, but it's definitely a confidence boost for sure. So that's Tyler Fitzgerald talking about the change in regime last year, about how possibly if he had these struggles last year, he would have been sent down. Meanwhile, Zach Manassian and Buster Posey haven't made a single move on this roster.
Not a single move. And as Manassian told us last week, he goes, well, at the time they were 9-3. He goes, well, we're 9-3. He goes, if we had made a move, you guys would be killing us. Now they're 12-4. And if it wasn't for the freaking 47,000 people at Petco Park on a Monday night in April, the Giants would be in first place. But they are popping down at Petco doing their thing. The second cut we hope is better. I told you guys he mentioned Barry Bonds. How about this? Barry Bonds around the... Remember he did this with Jock Peterson a couple years ago. Remember Jock famously was almost late for the start of the game because they were in Mike Murphy's office. Jock Peterson and Barry Bonds are breaking it down. So Barry will come by. He called Tyler Fitzgerald, or he kind of put a note in Tyler Fitzgerald's locker, so to speak. He said, hey, come see me later. Come see me later. And they did. And Bonds started talking to him about a drill he wanted him to do to create more barrel. And it's a drill Barry did, I think, with Christian Yelich, too. And it's where you're trying to hit down on the ball. Trying to hit down on the ball. And Barry's theory is that by doing this, you're bringing the barrel in. It's Barry. He's smarter than I am. Here's Fitz on that.
Really, ever since we've gone to New York, I've been doing a lot of like high tee and stuff to try and kind of swing downward. And Barry actually helped me with that a little bit at the last homestand now. Just trying to get on top of the ball, and as you can see with just that thought, able to backspin balls a little bit better. So try and stay with it and get rid of some of those bad habits that I had and call out some of the miss that I had before.
Yeah, so we got to work on Tyler Fitzgerald's announce. Tyler Fitzgerald's he and Logan Webb need to go to the projection school. They need to project their voice.
We need DC to bump up that audio a little bit.
We need like a Willie Adamas lesson or something like that.
Yeah, but I think there is like nuggets and things to pull away from these quotes. Like when we're talking about Barry Bonds explaining to young hitters about swinging down on the ball and creating backswing. Like, I don't know if it sounds like a foreign language to some of these hitters, but like that's how you used to be taught to hit a ball. And it's funny, like you look at like the day and age of the launch angle where everybody's trying to get underneath the ball. Yeah. Barry Bonds was trying to get on top of the ball to create backswing. Of course,
you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Backspin off the ball so that it carries farther. Like Bonds was launching balls into the cove and was not solely focused on launch angle and trying to create the perfect degree of launch.
So there are different theories in hitting. Obviously like the Walt Riniak, Charlie Lau. I go by Ted Williams, which was not swinging down on the ball. I never really liked that whole deal, but it certainly works for Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Excuse me. He said, according to Fitz, this is without the muddy sound from Philadelphia, and we thank the Giants for trying to get us that sound. It's just that Fitz needs to talk louder. So he says, Bonds took Fitzgerald aside, and he said he saw him dropping his barrel. So he says if this drill will help him not drop his barrel, keeping the barrel through the zone longer as opposed to dropping the barrel. So anyway, it's a high tee drill. He did it with Christian Yelich, and Fitzgerald's telling us right there, it must have worked.
Yeah. Well, it definitely worked yesterday with his 3 extra base hits. And then even going back to the first muddy audio that we played about him just having a longer leash this year. Think about the fact that we are talking about guys like Christian Koss or Spencer Bivens even making the roster out of spring training and still being on the roster at this point of the season. And what it means for some of these younger guys to help them develop. Again, we don't got to go through the track records of Roberto Perez getting the opening day start over Joey Bart and what that did for his development. Or starting Wilmer Flores over David Villar after you pulled David Villar from playing in the Futures game so that he could be a backup first baseman for a week in the big leagues. Like that kind of stuff to me stunts your growth. And we're talking about Tyler Fitzgerald, who's 27 years old. Yeah. He doesn't want to have it in the back of his head while he's trying to learn a new position. Switching over from shortstop, where the year before he was playing outfield. Now he's playing second base. First week of the season, he was the first guy to make an error on this defense. Right. So he's kicking balls around. You don't want to carry that to the batter's box. And also, you don't want the thought in the back of your head. It's like, damn, if I don't hit soon, if I don't start making more plays, they're going to send me down to Sacramento.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what we're seeing, man. This is why we all wanted, Buster's a winner, bro, said our buddy Nick Turturro. Some Willie Adamas sound before we get talking into some Warriors Grizzlies. On the other side with the Memphis play-by-play, or the sideline reporter. Some Willie Adamas sound after the game. Adamas finally hits his first homer as a Giant. And to those people who texted in, 408 and 707, saying down 3-0, I was not freaking out. Adamas talked about the resilience.
Yeah, I think that's been the mentality, throughout this, 15 games that we have so far. I think the mentality has been, to like be resilient and, to never give up. just to, we just try to give the confidence to the pitchers to stay in the game and, to give us an opportunity that we're going to, come back and put some runs for them. And that's what they've been doing, I feel like you got to give credit to the pitching staff that we have because they keep us in the game, they keep us within a possibility to make a comeback. And that's what has been making us to be good and, to give us a possibility and to keep that hope that we're going to do it.
There it is. That's Willie Adames on KNBR after the game, too. And so that's what we're talking about, the gritty Giants, right?
Yes.
The gritty Giants. Again, it was not great to see Landon Roop cough up 3 in the first inning, but get back to the dugout and see what you can do.
Yeah, and the fact that he was able to labor through 5 innings with 20 whiffs, 8 strikeouts on the day, threw over 100 pitches.
Wait a minute. He struck out 20 guys? That's a record.
No,
that ties Kerry Wood and Roger Clemens.
20 swings and misses. Let me make sure to clarify for our audience.
See, that is, honest to goodness, I'm joking, and we're kind of half joking and joking about this whole whiff thing, but that's where it trips up guys like me who think of a whiff as a strikeout. So when you say Landon Roop had 20 whiffs last night, holy Kerry Wood, ladies and gentlemen.
20 swings and misses, to make sure I clarify, but 8 strikeouts on the day, 8 whiffs, if you want to call them that, Murph.
There you go, buddy.
But look at the way that the bullpen extended this game. Randy Rodriguez, Eric Miller, Tyler Rogers, even Camilo Duvall with a clean inning in the 9th last night also. And shout out Patrick Bailey with the frame job of all frame jobs.
Oh, yeah.
JT Realmuto, that slider on the outside. He was hot after damn near leaving the ballpark a pitch before. But that's Patty frame jobs for you. He will steal you a strike.
Patty frame job should be on the back of the jersey. That was... my buddy Schmidt, he said, you guys send Randazzo a Christmas card. I gave him the Steve Mariucci bummer, but that was an incredible fame job because that thing was well outside the zone.
That's what he does. He's the Hamburglar stealing strikes.
Those are big moments. Now it's bases loaded, the crowd's getting into it and all that, and that long foul home run, too.
Oh, man.
It was terrifying.
That was scary.
It would have been 8-7, but still would have been a little gnarly. More Willie Adames on building confidence, and he speaks about Fitzgerald here.
Yeah, of course. I feel like, to every player, when you have a night like this, it's going to help you to build that confidence, and to go out there and have some fun. And I think that, he needed that, and we needed him to have that. We need him to have that confidence, going forward. And he came up, he came up clutch tonight and got some big hits for us. And I'm happy for him. I want him to continue to perform like that because, the more guys we have performing like that, the better we're going to be, huh?
There it is, man. Good stuff. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, I love the fact that they're finding different ways to do it and with different players to do it with. They scored 10 runs yesterday with Jung-Hoo Lee going 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
0 for 5?
Excuse me, 0 for 5.
Dude,
when 3 strikeouts
I'm going to go ahead and make a call right now. That's the only game all year he strikes out 3 times.
Yeah, hardly ever.
That's a bold call by me, but we'll see here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But, that's the point. When we just got done talking yesterday and praising Jung-Hoo Lee for putting the Giants on his back for that series out in New York, here they were yesterday without Jung-Hoo Lee, still putting up 10 runs, still finding a way to get the job done. Even when guys like Matt Chapman, Elliot Ramos, and Willie Adames have been slumping, they're 12-4 on the season.
We have a hater on the text line. 925 says, you guys are celebrating the April Heroes so Bush League. You're peaking in April. I like that. Very good. 650 says, JT, Bailey stole a strike on JT earlier in the count, too. Mm-hmm. And 707 says, if you get sent down to Sacramento, do you get to choose to play for the River Cats or the A's?
Hey, now.
And there you go.
Or maybe you go play for the Gold Diggers. You guys see that story?
Yeah, I saw that story, too.
They're not around no more.
415 says, I've seen nothing so far this season to budge me from the sincere conviction that Farhan was a Dodger plant the entire time. All right. There you go. And 916 says, is Barry going to find his own niche around the team to take Willie Mays' place? That would be amazing. I brought that up when Willie Mays died. And then 530 says, there's no way Justin Verlander's loving an EDM locker room. I don't know about that.
Hey,
Verlander's he's only 42.
Yeah, maybe Kate Upton likes a little EDM.
Yeah.
She's right around my age.
Yeah. And 408 says, Giants are really good, and if they can get one more shutdown pitcher, they can be dangerous. So Verlander today goes for his first win, 345 against Jesus Luzardo. Giants hot, 3-1 on the road trip. We'll talk to Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30, but there's something else that's hotter. Chase Center tonight at 7 o'clock. Let's get into the Warriors and the Grizzlies with Rob Fisher. He's the Memphis Grizzlies sideline and pre- and post-game host for FanDuel Sports Network. And so we will get some Memphis Grizzlies, some Ja Morant grenade throws coming our way next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Excited to talk some Memphis Grizzlies Warriors basketball, but do want to remind you guys we are giving away those Metallica tickets in the 7 a.m. hour today, so stay tuned on that. All right, well, here we go. The words you did not want to hear when the Warriors made the Jimmy Butler trade, the play-in game. The entire point was to avoid the darn play-in game, but then again, the Memphis Grizzlies saying the same thing. A month ago, they were the 2 seed. They wake up this morning in San Francisco as the 8 seed, so both teams not happy to be here. Let's talk about it with Rob Fisher, the Memphis Grizzlies sidelines and pre- and post-game host for FanDuel Sports Network. You can follow him on Twitter at TheFishNation. So, Rob, welcome to San Francisco. Nobody's happy to be here. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, Rob.
Yeah, now that you put it that way, real excited about tonight's game. But you're right. I mean, 2 teams that certainly did not want to be here, did not want to be in the play-in. And, the winner tonight gets the Houston Rockets, which is no easy test. But the loser tonight has a chance to face Oklahoma City, and that certainly is worse. So get to win tonight and move on from here, but it's going to be a tough task for the Grizzlies for sure.
So, Rob, take a temperature. Now, these teams just played 2 weeks ago today, and there was a crazy game. Steph scored 52 down in Memphis. Ja scored 36. There was the incident with the finger guns and Buddy Hield and John Moran and all that stuff. But just kind of wanted to take a temperature of the Grizzlies in the last 2 weeks. So I mentioned they went from the 2 seed to the 8 seed. We all know about the Taylor Jenkins firing. You tell me, a temperature check on these Memphis Grizzlies team that wound up 48-34 tied with the Warriors. Is this team heading in the wrong direction, or is there a belief that they can somehow be the team they want to be?
There's a belief in the locker room. They say the right things that they believe. They say the right things that they're a confident group. They say the right thing that they feel like they have found something. But it's all going to come down to whether or not they can execute. I mean, the bottom line for the Grizzlies right now has been fourth quarter execution has been miserable. The defense has been leaking since the All-Star break. And those are 2 areas of concern heading into this game for sure. Now, can they just flip the switch? I don't know if they're good enough to just flip the switch. There are some real problems with this team. I think the inconsistency, I think their inability to beat good teams this year. They got to the 2 seed because they beat up on a lot of teams from the East, and they beat up a lot of teams that are at the bottom of the standings. And that's how they were able to get there. And all their deficiencies were masked because they were playing weaker teams in their schedule. And then all of a sudden they start playing some good teams, and they've beaten one team over 500 in the last 2 months. And that was the Detroit Pistons. Wow. They haven't beaten a team over 500 in the West since before the All-Star break. So I mean that temperature right there is very, very warm. I guess it hasn't been a good run. I think the team, at least, it sounds like they have more confidence than I think the people that follow this team.
Rob, Murph mentioned Steph Curry's 52-point performance the last time he matched up against Memphis, and that was with Jalen Wells on the court. He's out for tonight's game with a wrist injury. So what is Memphis's game plan to slow down Steph Curry tonight?
Well, I think it's difficult. The first 2 games, Steph played 3 games against the Grizzlies this year. He had 52 in the one. He had 2 points in the game prior to that, and he had just 13 in the game prior to that. So the Grizzlies did a great job, and a lot of that was because of Jalen Wells. So with him out, it's going to be very difficult. Vince Williams Jr. will get the start. Now, Vince was a guy that I think they penciled in before the season to be that guy that would play at the 2 position and be your primary defender, but he went through a lot of injuries this year. I don't know if he's even 100% healthy just yet. At least his numbers this season don't show that he's 100% healthy, but he'll get the first crack at it. And then I think another guy that's going to get a crack at it, who's going to get a lot of time on him, is Scottie Pippen Jr. He's really played well here recently for the Grizzlies. He's one of their best defensive players. And with no Jalen Wells on the floor, Jaren Jackson Jr. has got to take the load defensively for the Grizzlies. So I think Scottie Pippen will be a guy that'll get a lot of time on Steph, and they'll give him a crack at it as well after, we start the game and see how Vince is doing on Steph. You don't want to let him get going early. We do on our broadcast, we do a 3-leg parlay before every game, and brought to you by FanDuel. And I had Steph Curry on the under last game, and he hit the over by halftime. So that was not a good pick by me. But I think you'll have a couple of guys. Vince Williams and Scottie Pippen will be those 2 guys. I think the primary guys that will try and slow stuff down.
We're talking to Rob Fisher, who's in town for the Memphis Grizzlies, the sidelines pre- and post-game host for FanDuel Sports Network as the Memphis Grizzlies take on the Golden State Warriors tonight at 7 o'clock. Warriors 6.5-point favorites from Vegas, but as we know, the Warriors have never won a play-in game in their history. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I don't even know if this will be a factor, so if it's not, you can blow off the question, but the firing of Taylor Jenkins and the hiring of, and I had to do some boning up on my man from Finland, Thomas Iasalo. I hope I'm saying his name right. Is he playing any factor in this?
It's Tomas Isalo.
Okay, there you go. I feel like, wait a minute. All of a sudden, we're covering our hockey game, Rob. There we go. So.
Yeah, the first Finnish coach. We got more Finnish coaches in the NBA than we do in hockey, which is unbelievable.
That's a great stat.
Yeah, he, his take every day is just for the team to get better day by day, and I think the team's responding to him. I think they're playing hard. It's really come down to just execution, especially late game execution, and how much of that's on the players. So I think it's been okay. It hasn't been as awkward and as crazy of a transition as maybe you would have thought at that point of the season. I think they're playing hard for him. I think they listen to him. I'm in the huddle for every time out, and it seems like there's good communication back and forth. They have changed a little bit with what they do. Zach Edey's a little bit more involved in pick and rolls. John Morant's become the primary scorer, which I think he should be. So there are a couple of tweaks that we've seen offensively, and I think those will benefit the Grizzlies. It's just a matter of, he's had such little time to really change anything. It's just tweaks here and there. So I don't think you'll see much of a difference in the Grizzlies than what we saw in that last time these 2 teams met.
Rob, we have to ask you about the Ja Morant antics, the finger guns, the grenade celebrations. I mean, it seems like Ja Morant has really embraced being the bad guy now, and it seems like it maybe boosted up his confidence level a little bit. What are you seeing from Ja right now?
He's playing his best stretch of the season right now. To finish the season, he's playing his best basketball of the year. Now, part of that is he's playing every day, and I think that's a huge part of it. He hasn't been out with any lingering soreness or anything like that. He's playing every day, and that's made a huge difference. But I think Ja likes to have his any sort of motivation for Ja. I think he'll use it. He was a guy that wasn't heavily recruited. I mean, going all the way back to college, so it wasn't heavily recruited, and I think he used that as motivation. It wasn't believed he'd be the number 2 pick in the draft. He used that as motivation, and now I think he's using the league against him as motivation, and whatever is going to motivate him, fine with me. And heck, we find it pretty entertaining. I mean, the finger gun thing was so silly, and then he comes back, and it's not a grenade, just to make it clear.
Okay.
It's not a grenade. He's throwing his words into the crowd, and then he's covering his ears to hide from the noise.
Boy, I mean, he's like a translator out there. It's like a bad mime. Oh, my God.
So I think that was the lesson that he gave for kids out there who want to use this celebration that they can tell their parents. It's just shutting down the noise from the outsiders.
It's
so that's the explanation that we've gotten, and we're going with it.
That's a pretty that's a wild one, I'll tell you that. A couple more minutes here with Rob Fisher, who covers the Memphis Grizzlies sidelines at pre and post game host for FanDuel Sports Network at the Fish Nation on Twitter. We haven't mentioned Jaren Jackson. I mean, is he, I don't know, maybe the best player on the team. I mean, with all due respect to John Moran, Jaren Jackson could be, given that he does it on both sides of the court, the best player on the team, playing well. I don't know. Maybe also, the Warriors seem to think Draymond Green has a chance to win Defensive Player of the Year. So does Jaren Jackson, from what I read. You tell me, I guess. And then Draymond actually might have helped him out by telling him, hey, buddy, you got to watch your foul trouble. Maybe Jaren uses that advice tonight and stays on the floor. I don't know. You tell me your take on Jaren Jackson and those comments from Draymond about him staying out of foul trouble.
Well, Jaren was the MVP of the team this year. I mean, he was consistently great night in and night out. He was on the floor all season long. Just missed a handful of games, including the first 2 of the season, and then he went on a stretch where he played every night. So he was there for the Grizzlies. Now, the key for the Grizzlies is, and Draymond's right. I mean, for how much we don't like Draymond in Memphis. He was right with what he said about Jaren Jackson Jr. Jaren can't take stupid fouls. The Grizzlies' success in tonight's game could be based on whether or not Jaren Jackson Jr. can remain on the floor. In the game where Steph scored 52 and the Warriors win that game and they had a good fourth quarter to win that game, well, Jaren Jackson Jr. wasn't on the floor in the fourth quarter. He fouled out of that game. So, I think a lot of the Grizzlies' success hinges on Jaren being able to stay on the floor. If he gets 2 early fouls, the Grizzlies are in trouble. If he can stay on the floor, the Grizzlies are fine because he's the anchor of their defense and he's such a mismatch for anybody offensively as well. So they need Jaren on the floor. That's going to be a key for the Grizzlies tonight. And like I said, what Draymond said, I think was absolutely right. I think Grizzlies fans looked at it and said, yeah, he makes a lot of sense there. And maybe that'll motivate Jaren a little bit. I don't think Jaren's one of those guys that looks at other people's words as motivation. So I don't think that'll be much of a factor, but Jaren's just got to do it himself, and he does have to stay on the floor.
Rob, last question for me is just about Draymond Green's interaction with the Memphis Grizzlies team overall. We've seen him go back and forth with guys like Zach Edey earlier this season. I know you mentioned him earlier on in this interview. Do you think maybe Memphis will try to use his size tonight against the Warriors, and how do you think that matchup's going to play with Draymond Green maybe matching up against Zach Edey?
Well, I think last time, what happened was Zach's going to let Draymond wander out to the three-point line. Mm-hmm. And Draymond's wide open for 3. In the last meeting in Memphis, Draymond knocked down 2 threes early in that game because Zach left him open. I don't think that's a problem. I think you let Draymond take that 3, and if he's going to beat you, he's going to beat you. But I think that they'll allow him to take those shots. Now, Edey's going to be important because his size. One thing the Grizzlies have been really poor on has been giving up second chance points. Well, Edey's got to be able to get the defensive rebounds. And then offensively, the Grizzlies, he needs to create more possessions for the Grizzlies as well. So with his size, it should be an advantage for the Grizzlies, and it should be a big advantage. And I think he's going to be a real key part to this game tonight because of that matchup. And I think Zach Edey, maybe more so than Jaren, takes Draymond's words from early in the season and uses them as motivation and wants to stick it to him. So I would expect Zach to have a big impact on the game tonight, whether good or bad. I think his impact to be huge because of the size difference that we have. And that matchup with Draymond on the defensive end, if you're going to you just stay by the basket and let Draymond go out there, and if he wants to shoot, he can shoot.
Good stuff, Rob. And like we said at the start, 2 teams that didn't want to be here, but they're going to have to play their best tonight, and we'll see what happens in terms of one game. It's it's not win or die. It's win or be in a bad spot. So we appreciate your thoughts and appreciate your coverage, and thanks for hopping on. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
Guys, anytime, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good luck.
That's fun. Yeah, that's Rob Fisher from the Memphis Grizzlies sidelines, pre and post game host for FanDuel Sports Network. I mean, he said that the Grizzlies haven't beaten a good team pretty much all year. I mean, that's the one thing. And I told you, they've gone from the 2 seed to the 8 seed in the span of a month.
They have fallen off a cliff.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Vegas likes the Warriors. There's a lot of reasons. The only thing I'm saying, I got a text from my buddy, Winnie, who said that there's too many tickets available for tonight. Warriors.com, by the way, Raymond Ritter. I just wonder, will Chase be? I mean, play-in, let's be honest, play-in energy is not like what fans are looking for. Like,
Well,
nobody's like, hey, man, I became a Warriors fan to go to the play-in game.
Well, I think most Warriors fans also went into the final stretch and final week of the season thinking that they were not going to be in the play-in bracket.
Yeah.
So, of course, they lose on Sunday, and they've got a day or two to sell tickets. I mean, tickets went on sale yesterday at noon.
Yeah.
Shout out Raymond Ritter. So, yeah, maybe there are tickets available, but, hey, I'll be down at Chase Center tonight, boots on the ground to report back tomorrow morning.
It is going to be hard to create kind of, energy for this because you're right. Expectations are so much higher. They were good on Sunday. They didn't work. James Harden and Kawhi Leonard were impervious to the energy that Chase was trying to create. And the Warriors turned the freaking ball over too many times. How hard is it, guys? Draymond says we're not senior citizens. I'm like, well, you're also professional basketball players. Take care of the basketball. Hey, as we like to say in 7th grade CYO, fake a pass to make a pass.
Ooh.
We like to say that, young tone. Fake a pass.
We need to get that advice to Steph Curry.
So, I mean,
hey, Steph, fake a pass.
I mean, just, guys, just treat it, it's a conscious thing. It really is.
Well, I don't think Steph's trying to turn the ball over.
Well, I know, but
right?
I think it's like, how do you coach not turning the ball over? It's kind of a thing. Like, don't turn the ball over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm coaching you, okay? Don't turn but it is, I think you just have to, it's like the same thing as situational hitting. Yeah. It has to be a conscious, concentrated thing in your brain.
There has to be an approach of Steph Curry driving to the basket, knowing that he's going to get double teamed, and already anticipating the pass before he gets doubled.
It almost like it has to sort of enter into your brain. It's like, okay, I'm taking care of it. I'm not going to make that. Even if that clouds your instincts, it's more important that you protect the basketball. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's just my thought. Yeah. You have thoughts too.
And this Murph advice to Steph Curry is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org.
All right, good Warriors stuff. We'll do some more later in the show with Danny Emmerman at 9:15, and we can kind of weave in and out all day. But the other story, of course, Giants, as young Tony said when I walked in early this morning, to find the coffee machine not working.
Uh-oh.
To find John Joe Curley. It's your handyman. I can see what Hannah Joe fell in love with. He's a handyman. Because let's be honest, he's not the sexiest guy around.
No, but have you seen those hands?
but he'll fix something for you.
Yeah, he's a fixer-upper.
So I said, Curls, coffee machine. He goes, I got you. Mm-hmm. He fixed it.
Taken care of.
But I was waiting for the machine to get fixed, and young Tony said to me, the Giants are a wagon. He said a wagon.
Oh, choo-choo.
Isn't that used? That's using modern slang.
Yeah, time to jump on the wagon.
So what did Bob Melvin have to say about that on the other side? And hey, it's Jackie Robinson Day today. Everybody should know that. Everybody, it's April 15th, so everybody's going to be wearing 42. It's Jackie Robinson Day. It's a special day. Just don't tell the press. We'll listen to the Giants, what they had to say after the game next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's not a grenade. He's throwing his words into the crowd.
Bro.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, today's the day, April 15th. It is tax day. That's why we want to hear from our guy, Steve Moskowitz, live on the line. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to people about, well, pretty profound problem. What to do if you can't pay your taxes?
This is people's panic, where they just got their tax returns and say, oh my God, they can't pay their taxes. Or sometimes people are angry or defiant. Well, I can pay it, and that's bad. It's not that. But this is like a medical problem. It's fixable. You don't just suffer and die. You go to the doctor, and the doctor oftentimes can fix your problem. And that's what we want to do. If you can't pay your taxes, don't panic. File the return anyway. Pay them what you can. And then call us. And we want to work the deal. There's all kinds of deals. Whether you qualify to just pay part and the government forgives the rest, that's great. Or we ask them to forgive the penalty. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or we get you a monthly payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. Or we shift the blame where it belongs, to the former spouse, former business partner. I could take up your whole show talking about solutions. But the bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll just go ahead and do it for you so you don't have to deal with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, fix this for me.
He's ready to go. Today's the day. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Adames hit a single to left field, but then he got picked off in the first inning. Now he swings to the It's a high drive. Deep right center field. Way back there. Still going. Adios! Pelota! And there is his first home run as a Giant. That was well out into right center field. Right field and right center. That's a porch in this ballpark. But you get deeper into right center. That's where it gets much bigger.
I was just talking to Marcus during the break. I was telling him how Apple Music has a apparently every team's walk-up songs for all the players. And Marcus is like, yeah, that's why you're going to hear this rejoin right now. And I said, Willie Adames? You told me Willie Adames? This is his walk-up, huh?
Yes, he is embracing the Bay Area. Willie Adames so far at Oracle Park, despite the fact that we had a rundown sent to us about the Giants with a different walk-up song listed for Willie Adames, but when I was at the ballpark, Willie walked up to the plate with E40's Yay Area as his walk-up music, and I love it when guys embrace Bay Area local music.
I'm going to come with a hot take here, slight controversy. Is it too early for him to, claim?
Yay Area!
Should he kind of ease into that a little bit?
No,
maybe?
he should not.
Okay.
He should embrace it.
All right.
This is a guy that's looking to be the face of the franchise, the highest paid player in franchise history. He's embracing the Bay Area roots.
So once I get fired here and I go to Memphis to start my radio career, restart my radio career, and all of a sudden I adopt Hustle and Flow, the 3-6 Mafia, Hard Out Here for a Pimp.
That's it, dude.
As my intro music.
You're going to have Glorilla as your show open song.
Well, you have some business to tell us about.
Yeah, because these walk-up songs are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org.
Just taking a good sip of my coffee here. That's all I'm doing here. Yeah, cheers, buddy.
Attitude, cheers. I'll cheers you with my Bigelow tea.
Very good, very good. Well, the Warriors, as young Tony called them, are a wagon. A wagon. And a wagon means, Tony, you want to explain to the old heads out there?
A wagon, just you can jump on the wagon. I mean, it's not like bandwagon. That would be someone that joins the wagon if you're winning a bunch. But yeah, I mean, wagon, they're just winning, man. They don't lose.
I like it. Like a kick-A wagon.
Yeah, now see, I would assume that a wagon would be in reference to a bandwagon. And the bandwagon, the hype train is leaving the station. And if you're not all aboard right now, don't try to get on the bandwagon in August, September as we start talking postseason baseball, if we do get to that step of the season.
Well, I mean, the only thing right now going wrong is the fact that the San Diego Padres are 14-3, and Petco had 47,000 people on a Monday night in April. Were they giving away like cake or something, like chocolate chip cookies?
Was there a Blink-182 concert after the game?
Was it fish taco night? You walk in the door and you get a fish taco?
Oh, it's always fish taco night.
It is, for sure. I hear you, buddy. San Diego, though, is 14-3. The only thing that's clouding this, but the other way you can look at it is, thank God they've gone 12-4 because they haven't let the Padres run away. And the Dodgers are 2 back in the loss column from the Giants, too. But, man, oh, man, it's been awesome. And, again, this was the tough road trip. I called for 5-5. They're 3-1 on the roadie. And, Curly, to answer your question, at this point in time now, 5-5 would be now I'll take 6-4. I'll take 6-4. But even then, at this point, this team doesn't care. And let's talk about this game last night where they fall behind 3-0 in the first inning. Were you questioning Landon Roop? Because I know I had a teenager in my house questioning Landon Roop, and I would be honest. I was getting texts from my buddy Schmitty in Philly, and I said the rookie clearly was not ready for the environment. I'm upset. I was upset. Everybody was upset in the first inning, right? He was getting banged around. You know what's really funny? Ultimately, when the game ends with a Giants win, because I'm on Twitter and I follow WIP in Philadelphia, and they retweet all the angry fans. Dude, Philly fans are furious right now. And they think that the Philly offense stinks because they got shut out twice over the weekend. But here come the Giants, and they score 6 in the second inning. And I was like, there was a part of me that believed that they were going to come back. There was a lot of ball left. But there was also a part of me that thought, man, is Landon Roop in over his head? And look what happens. He winds up grinding out 5 innings. This has now happened with 3 different starts in the last week. Justin Verlander in the crazy comeback game against the Reds on Wednesday afternoon, right? Logan Webb in the slog in the mud, Sunday in New York? Yeah?
Yep.
And now Landon Roop, where guys have been cuffed around early and yet gutted it out. Because I started thinking, well, what do you do if Roop, because that inning could have gone sideways. And I was thinking Spencer Bivens probably was going to be the guy to bring in.
I mean, Bivens or Birdsong in a long relief appearance.
But Birdsong had just pitched 2 the day before.
So you're right.
Anyway,
it probably would have been Bivens.
Your thought on Roop's getting cuffed around in the first inning.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to see your starting pitcher let up 3 runs in the first inning, but to me, it didn't seem like he was getting ripped that hard. I know Justin Turner had that RBI double, but then it was a single and a fielder's choice that put in the second and third runs, actually struck out Bryce Harper in that first inning. So I was like, ooh, the curve is working. It's there today. He just needs to live lower in the zone, which we saw later on through the game, and we saw him kind of get into a groove. later and later as he worked, had 8 strikeouts on the day, 20 swings and misses, so the stuff was working. It's just all about location with Landon Roop, and once he started to really locate that curveball, we saw him lock in and go 5 innings with a career-high 101 pitches.
No, you mentioned the fact that he wasn't getting cuffed around. I don't know. I felt like he was early on. I saw some barrels going there. By the way, he did strike out Bryce Harper in the gender reveal bat. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, with the baby blue bat.
Some texter came in and said they've had it.
Yeah.
They've had it with the gender reveals.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, like, I didn't think he was getting knocked around to the point where like Schwarber's leaving the ballpark, Trey Turner's leaving the ballpark. Like, he wasn't letting up bombs in that first inning. We know the Philadelphia Phillies have one of the best lineups in the league, so no, I'm not too stunned when they throw up a crooked number on.
You know what's funny? I was concerned when they were going to be like trying. I was like, who do you go to? Do you go to Bivens? What do you do? And I was like, God, it feels like they've used the bullpen a lot. That's what I felt like. Bro, I just checked the stats. You know, I know it's April 15th. Happy Jackie Robinson Day, the whole deal. The Giants right now 16th in bullpen innings. They are not. They've only used 58 innings. You know who leads the league in bullpen innings? Leads all of baseball? The freaking Dodgers.
Ooh.
They're wearing out their pen.
I was going to say Padres and Dodgers. I know the Padres have an extremely good bullpen this year, but the Dodgers, with all those starting pitcher injuries, they're running through guys left and right when you got Roki Sasaki crying in the dugout during the second inning.
Oddly enough, Seattle Mariners, with their great starting rotation, are 3rd. But to your point, the Padres are 7th with 63. So the Dodgers have used 77 relief innings. The Giants have only used 58.1. So I don't know. Maybe it's not as the lowest, by the way. Cincinnati Reds. See, I think Hunter Green did it again last night, didn't he?
So that's all he does. What do you want? This guy goes out there and damn near throws a CG damn near every night.
Yeah, it makes me feel better about how the Giants got cuffed around by those guys.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Yeah, very good stuff. So anyway, so then the hits come, and Tyler Fitzgerald winds up being the guy yesterday. And let's be honest now, Giants fans, were you guys losing faith a little bit? Remember Slusser brought up when they switched Casey Schmidt over to second base in a defensive switch the other day. She put her eyes emoji on it saying, keep an eye on that. And, Fitz was a guy who's, I think, like I was texting with Brad Mansion yesterday. He said, I'm not mad at our second baseman today. I think if you had to do like a straw poll of Giants, remember we did the round table at Presidio and I said, who is the most to prove? I said, Tyler Fitzgerald. And he was feeling it a little bit. And he said after the game, well, we can't play the sound for you because it's too muddy. But he said he admitted that he was feeling it, and the thought entered his brain that if this was last year, he would have been sent down.
Yeah.
This is a very significant quote, I think, don't you?
And this is after having success at the big league level last season, and it kind of tells like the mentality of a lot of these younger guys having that thought in the back of their head. If they don't succeed, they're going to be sent down, because we saw with the past regime how many moves they would make. I mean, it's crazy that now we're 16 games into the season, and Zach Manassi and Buster Posey have not made a single move. One, because they're winning games, but also because they trust their lineup. It's something that we've talked about with a guy like Willie Adames. We're not seeing an overreaction where Bob Melvin's dropping him down to the 7 or 8 hole because he's been struggling. He's leaving him in that same spot because he wants to install confidence. To me, you have to give your younger prospects, your younger players, a longer leash so that it does inspire some confidence. And especially for a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald, who went from being an outfielder to playing shortstop last year to now moving to second base, where he's learning a new position on the fly. You brought up the fact that some Giants fans were frustrated early on. I was a little frustrated with him defensively. I don't think he's as good as a defender as a guy like Casey Schmidt. So that's something I'm keeping an eye on also. But I'm not going to give up on Tyler Fitzgerald 16 games into the season after he flashed some home run power last year and some speed on the base pass. He's a valuable weapon to this team, and that's why it's good that he's not being sent down and brought back up constantly to start the season.
I'm telling you guys, is it? I mean, this is crazy. 16 games. So literally 10% of the season, right? If I do my math right, 162, 10%, 16. Did I do that right, Tony?
Yeah, you're the math guy, not me.
Yeah, I did that. Well, remember we tried to name 900 million
Oh,
that
dude,
time?
come on, yeah. I'm telling you, don't ever ask me math questions live on air.
But 10% of the season's in, so it's a decent, it's 10%. It's not 0%, it's 10%. But have the Buster Posey, Zach Manassi, and Bob Melvin Giants pressed a single wrong button yet? I mean, they every decision. Yaz hit a lefty last night, kept him in, didn't pinch hit.
He hit a bomb.
Sticking with Fitzgerald, playing Casey Schmidt occasionally at first where he's made some nice plays, grinding it with the starting pitchers, not giving him the early hook, making the right bullpen decisions at the right time. I mean, the bullpen has been very effective. Sticking with, dude, it's been green light. My buddy used to say, the late great Harmsy, who I had a dream about last night. He visited me in my dream. Anyway, he used to say this when things are going well. He's like, buddy, green lights on Park Presidio to the bridge. If you're ever going north and you're coming around and you see the green lights on Park Presidio, you're like, yeah, let's go.
We're flying.
That's the Giants right now.
Yeah, and I think the only yellow light you would even see is some of the struggles, and we said this in air quotes, of a Willie Adames and Matt Chapman or even Elliot Ramos who would slow down a bit. But think about it. Those are your 2, 3, 4 hitters struggling, and you're still 12-4. And so that to me tells me you are pressing the right buttons with a Wilmer Flores or a Mike Yastrzemski or maybe some of these older veterans coming up at big opportune times. Like, really, the only thing I can think about that Giants fans have really complained about in the first couple weeks of the season has maybe been the usage of Camilo Doval. But I think even that's the case of Bob Melvin and JP Martinez trying to install confidence in Camilo Doval, giving him a couple save opportunities early on the season and still trusting him. And there he was last night working a clean inning.
We're going to go to Kite, but 415 sums it up, says, is it just that they're staying out of Bob Melvin's way and letting him do his thing? Maybe. Good stuff, man. Anyway, fun. 3:45 today, Justin Verlander goes against Jesus Luzardo. And let me tell you, I have a direct line to Philly. They're pissed. They're pissed right now, so this is pretty darn good. Okay, it's Jackie Robinson Day. Kipe next. Warriors playing tonight, 7 o'clock. Danny Emmerman, our buddies, SF Standard at 9:15. We already talked to Rob Fisher from Memphis to get that take, too. We can get back to that. But it's Kipe time. It's a Tuesday. Giants baseball on the Sports Leader.
The Giants. Fun.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, it is sponsored by our show. Murph and Marcus, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There's no way Dwayne made a 7:45 tea time on his Tuesday hit with us. Dwayne, did you make a 7:45 tea time on your Tuesday hit with us? Good morning.
So here's the choice I have to make. Not play golf just because of this show, or to say the hell with this show and make a tea time.
You got to be telling me this is the only tea time available on a Tuesday in April. I'm dubious.
Well, at this course, yes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm not playing a Muni, Murph.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll get you in and out then. Well, here's the good news, is that A, we won't make you miss your tea time, and B, we're now on a roll where you're coming on after wins, my friend. You used to come on after losses. Remember, we all empathized?
Everybody's coming on after wins.
It's Win Tuesday. All right, Dwayne, you tell me. It's been a week since we saw you. They came back against the Reds on Wednesday. They won 2 out of 3 in Yankee Stadium. Jung-Hoo Lee went off. And then last night they fell down 3-0 and came back and won 10-4. What's going on?
Well, it seems like it's a different guy that does something really good, now almost every series, certainly, and sometimes every game. But yet, we're still not hearing a lot from the big guys in the middle of the lineup, the Ramos, Chapman, Thomas hit a home run yesterday. So it's been the other guys, Jung-Hoo Lee last night. It was, Tyler Fitzgerald. Wilmer, of course, is, blowing everybody away. So, really, it's been up and down. It's kind of like, to use the golf, where you play in these scrambles, right? And you ham and egg it, right? Somebody does something different every hole to help you win the hole, and that's what they're doing. And then you combine that with really good starting pitching and a really terrific bullpen, and you got yourself a really nice record in a really, really tough division where nobody seems to be going away except the Rockies. It would be nice if maybe the Padres lost a game, even at home. That would be nice. But I don't want to get ahead of myself and start worrying about other teams. Giants are doing what they have to do, worry about themselves, and just keep playing good baseball.
Yeah, and last night they put up 10 runs against the Phillies with Jung-Hoo Lee going 0 for 5. And it's funny, Kai, because we were talking about this morning, after Jung-Hoo Lee put the team on his back this weekend at Yankee Stadium, they found other ways to get the job done. As you mentioned, Willie Adames with his first home run in a Giants uniform. But what were your thoughts on Jung-Hoo Lee the weekend that he had on that stage out at Yankee Stadium?
Well, if you're going to introduce yourself to the league, and I know he played 35 games last year, but if you're going to reintroduce yourself, then do it in New York. Either do it, against the Mets, but if you really want to do it at Yankee Stadium, and that's what he did. All of a sudden, this guy is now recognized, all over the baseball world, because all you have to do is turn on, ESPN, turn on the MLB Network, turn on here, turn on there, and it's usually about the Yankees first. Well, if you can do some things to beat the Yankees, including knock out 3 home runs, then you're going to get noticed, and he's noticed right now. And look, he goes 0 for 5, but he's still going to do some things, including play defense, that he's going to help you win a game. You can't help but like the guy. He's got a smile all the time. He looks like he's having fun. He looks like he loves the game. He looks like he loves his teammates. And all of that, makes Giants fans extremely happy, because that's what you look for in a player. And Adames is the same way. Fun, smile. Yeah, I'm hitting under 200, but you know what? That's not going to keep me from having a good time. And that's what these guys are doing.
Dwayne Kuiper on the Yuma guest line. Giants 10, Phillies 4. They were down 3-0 in the first inning. Didn't matter. They came back and won. They're 12-4. They go at it today, 3:45. Justin Verlander against Jesus Luzardo. Verlander looking for his first win as a Giant. 2:45 pregame on KNBR. Kipe, not to make this, we're going to try. It's hard. We talk 4 hours a day, so not to bury the Farhan regime. I mean, Farhan did a lot of great things, including not signing Chris Bryant, who's now having a terrible time in Colorado, and finding Mike Yastrzemski and Lamont Wade, all that stuff. All that said, that's a preface to the question that Tyler Fitzgerald went there last night in his quotes. He said, man, I'm just glad these guys stuck with me. I think last year I might have been sent down. We were remarking it was an interesting comment. What did you make of it?
Well, I mean, I think everybody on that roster feels like, for a while, if you didn't perform, they were just going to bring somebody else in. And I think Buster's theory is let's be a little bit more patient before we start, sending guys back and forth. I mean, look, Interstate 80 has been busy between Sacramento and San Francisco. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But what I think Buster's theory is, well, what does it do to the attitude of the player, and what does it do to the attitude of the roster, where they're constantly afraid that they might get sent down? And I think that's probably what has changed the most. Buster's been in that clubhouse. He's watched these young guys that are worried so much about how long am I going to be here? If I have a bad day, am I going to be gone? And I don't think any of those guys now have to worry about that. But I agree with you. I mean, look, Farhan did some good things. I mean, we're talking about Jung-Hoo Lee. It was under him that they signed him. So, I mean, a lot of things that Farhan did I didn't agree with, but there were certainly some good things that he did do.
Yeah, and it looked like the patience paid off yesterday with Tyler Fitzgerald with a home run, a triple, and a double in the 10-4 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. But it is something I did want to ask you about, Kai, being a former second baseman yourself. What you've seen from Tyler Fitzgerald, not just offensively, after we saw him working in the cage last week with Barry Bonds, but also defensively, because I think a lot of fans don't really put into perspective the fact that he has moved from the outfield to shortstop to now playing second base at the big league level.
Well, I mean, I've always said if you can play short and you can play center, then you should be able to play second base. I mean, the only difference in that position is you have shorter throws and your back is to where you're going to throw on a double play. There are some other things that you have to work on, like where do you go on double cutoffs and what's your responsibilities on bunt plays and pickoffs and things like that. And all that you get used to the more you play. I mean, I think he's done a really nice job, and I think he's going to get a lot better. He's had some chances on balls to his left and balls to his right that he just hasn't really looked 100% comfortable with yet. But I think that he definitely is going to get there just because he's an athlete. I mean, watching him run yesterday on that triple was like, my God, I think I used to run like that. It's like, wow, I'm now running through him, and just a beautiful glide and gait, and it almost looked like he took 4 steps and he went, from home to third. So he's got all of those tools in him, and I think the more he plays, the more that position is going to get really, really comfortable for him.
I totally agree. When I saw that ball go off the wall, I was like, all right. And then they cut to him rounding second. I was like, wait, he's rounding second already? Oh, what the heck? He just left the box. Couple more for you before I let you go, Dwayne. Willie Adames breaks the longest homerless drought of his career. Now, obviously that's probably not a homer at home, but it doesn't matter. He wasn't playing at home. So my point is that long drought, just his general, you mentioned that he was in a great mood, even if he wasn't hitting well. For him, that was the longest homerless drought of his career. He has to wake up this morning probably feeling a lot better.
Yeah, look, he's always got a smile on his face, and I don't think any of it's fake. I mean, I think even though he hasn't hit one out of the park, I think he's still very, very happy. But hitting home runs is part of his game, so he definitely wants to check that box, in that stat column. So he's finally got it done, and, you're right. It's probably not a home run in our park, but you know what? They all count. I mean, look at Jung-Hoo Lee's 3 balls that he hit in New York. They're all doubles in our park.
Yeah.
But you know what? Hit them on the road and hit your doubles at home and still win games.
By the way, getting
back to Adames, look, he's hopefully he's off and rolling and he doesn't have to worry about the home runs anymore.
Two last quick ones before you stick a peg in the ground. I said this will be the only game all year Jung-Hoo Lee strikes out 3 times. You with me?
Yeah, I am probably with you. Although, every once in a while, you're going to, run into some guy that's super, super tough.
Yeah.
And whether that was the case yesterday or not, I don't know. But he's not a guy that's going to strike out a lot.
No.
So, yeah, that was a little bit unusual. I might have to agree with you.
He's coming off a pretty good weekend, so we'll give him a pass. And then finally, Kipe, multiple choice question. This one divided the first hour of the show. A huge controversy, burning down the phone lines. I'm going to give you a multiple choice question. The word whiff, WHIFF, whiff in baseball. Is it A, only a swing and a miss at any time in the game, or B, only for strike 3 when you swing and miss to be struck out?
Really good, Murph. Really good question. I hope this isn't keeping you up at night. I think it's probably more used on a strikeout than on the first or second pitch.
That's you know what, Dwayne? You just made this old guy happy.
Yeah, because I came in this morning. I said, Landon Roop had 8 strikeouts and 20 whiffs yesterday. And Murph goes, what? He had 20 strikeouts?
and the room is divided. The text line, people are like, a whiff is a swing and miss at any time, Murph, you're an idiot. And the other half is, Murph, I'm with you. A whiff is a strike 3 finish. And I'm actually influenced by your calls. You only use it when it's strike 3.
Right, and I got another one that really bothers me is when I hear announcers or fans say, a guy got hit, he got beamed.
Correct.
You don't get beamed unless you get hit in the head.
Only in the head, buddy. I'm with you. You and me, Kai.
So I don't want to hear this. Oh, the guy got hit in the knee, he got beamed. No, he didn't.
You are correct.
He got hit in the knee.
He got beat. Yeah, the bean is your bean. It's your head. Right? Use your bean. Use your bean.
Why they call it the bean? Yeah. So anyway, if you got any more, let me know. I feel.
Don't whiff
I feel like I'm the judge and jury on this.
Don't whiff on the first tee today. Because, by the way, I have whiffed on the first tee before.
Well, I have too, but unless it's strike 3 whiff, then it doesn't count.
It only counts as 1, right? So that's a swing and a miss. Swing, because you always say.
I'm playing with Wotus.
Oh, hey. Whoa! All right, good. Don't you usually play with Eck?
Yeah, well, Eck wasn't invited to this one.
No, you got a special deal going. Is it? Yeah, I think.
Please don't tell him.
I know. I will.
I did have coffee with him though yesterday, and your name came up.
Oh, really? How did it?
Yeah.
Was it about whiffs?
I can't tell you. I can't.
I'm a big Eck fan, huge Eck fan. So, my dream is to have coffee with you and Eck. Go hit it. So what you're going to do is take a deep breath on the first tee, swing slowly, and smoke it right down the middle, just like Rory McIlroy, Dwayne.
Just like Lee Hammer.
Hey, do you know what? Lee can drive the golf ball. He can drive the freaking golf ball. He's a fair.
I don't want to hear about it.
He might have the most fairways hit of any guy in San Francisco radio history. I'm going to say he's the best.
I don't want to hear about it.
All right. Have a good one.
I don't want to talk about the Dodgers or Lee Hammer. How about that?
No. Or the Padres these days either.
Add them to the list.
Say hi to Woe for us. Go have a great time.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
I will. Bye.
The great Dwayne Kuiper on KNBR. Oh, the big hit. Were we doing Warriors Grizzlies or are we doing Giants? We're doing Warriors Grizzlies. Warriors Grizzlies. We talked to Rob Fisher. We got some Warriors thoughts. Come on, there's a freaking play-in game tonight at 7 o'clock at Chase Center. Come on, let's go. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you at all worried about this game because of the Warriors' bad history? Or you're like Tony, you're calling for a blowout. Are you worried about Jaren Jackson? By the way, Michigan State Spartan. That's why Draymond was looking out for him. Michigan State boy looking out for another Michigan State
Also one
guy.
of the best defenders in the league.
Yeah, exactly. Are you worried about John Moran and his grenades? And by the way, we have a new spin on that, too. We can play for you on that. 808 KNBR is the phone number. You guys are stuck in traffic, want to talk Warriors basketball, give us a call. Or if you're just thumbing out your texts, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is 415-808-5627. Warriors Grizzlies, how did we get to the play-in? Come on, man, you're killing me. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Lee Hammer says no.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on June 22nd at Levi's Stadium. And we want you to stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
I'll tell you what we won't whiff on, going to River Islands for the good life. All right, River Islands, 10 years, man. 10 years. Why don't we meet out at the boathouse to celebrate? They got the beautiful views of the water. We got some beers and some sandwiches and some burgers and some games and some tunes. And then we'll go out and check out the houses. You will not believe how many new neighborhoods are being built right now in Lathrop, California. Last time I checked, 9 model complexes, which translates to 25 model homes open for touring. They range from 3 to 7 bedrooms. Yeah, I said it. 7 bedrooms. All right. Some of the homes are built alongside lakes. One collection has views out to the San Joaquin River. Other neighborhoods offer great proximity to parks or the newly opened River Islands High School. I had a guy stop me, Prez Darren. He said, "Hey, what are they saying at River Islands? They're saying go Riptide. RIHS. Go Riptide." Hey, Del Webb, a specialist in 55-plus living, offers 3 model complexes of his own. That cough was deliberate, by the way, with 2 to 3 bedrooms for an active adult lifestyle. Do I lead an active adult lifestyle? Is that what I do? More than ever, River Islands has it all. It's all priced from the $600,000. It's just over $1 million. Go to riverislands.com. See for yourself how the good life, the good life, can be your life. I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
There is a sense of urgency. There's been one for the last 2 months for us to even have a chance. So, our history to play in, you kind of just want to feel like what it's like to get through that and get into hopefully a series with Houston.
That's Steph Curry telling you essentially that nothing else matters. That's what he's telling you. And what does that mean? That means you better call John Joe Curley right now for caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR to go see these boys from Metallica. 2 single-day tickets with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. All I wanted was a Pepsi. I read how Pepsi's like trying to remake themselves. They feel like they went into a slump.
Mom, I just want a Pepsi.
All I want is just, I'm okay. Just get out of my room. June 22nd at Levi's Stadium. Single-day tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Just a few months away from the kickoff of M72 2025. Single-day tickets for the no-repeat weekend shows on sale now. Levi's Concerts midfield in the round with a snake pit in the center of the stage. So attendees will have a complete 360-degree view. We'll get into the Warriors in just a second after I tell you. If you are a long listener of our show, you know that the snake pit means something else to me.
Oh.
If you know your trivia there, buddy.
Oh, that I don't think I know.
When my buddy Sully and I got season tickets to the LA Cobras Arena Football League team.
I did not know this.
Haven't heard this one?
No, I don't think I've heard this story.
Superfan, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want to digress too much.
The Cobras, dude.
Well, yeah, he became a Cobras fan. We bought him, ironically, it was the first year of arena football, and they were selling season tickets for like $40. Oh. You got like 4 home games, $40, and if you kicked in like an extra $5, you can be a VIP member at the quote-unquote snake pit. All right? These are the LA Cobras, dude. And
and you know Supervan was VIP.
Well, I'll tell you this. So my buddy Sully and I, dude, we went to the LA Sports Arena now, where they were holding the games. The snake pit was, do you guys know the concrete part of the arena where it leads to the locker rooms, where it's just cinder block walls and concrete?
Yeah.
Dude, they had rolled in like a small mobile table that they called the bar, which they had like just a couple of bottles and some warm beers out, and then they had some folding chairs, and they put up a couple of poles and a blue curtain. So you like pulled back the blue curtain. There was just like a mobile table and some chairs on the. They're like, "Welcome to the snake pit."
Welcome to the snake pit.
So we went to the snake pit. We walked out, and there was Superfan was walking by with his girlfriend. They were doing the interlocking hands on this. And he goes, I won't say her name. I don't want to give it away. And they were wearing brand new Cobras gear.
Damn.
And we were not. We were dressed just like LA guys in the late 80s. He's like, no gear, dude, huh? And then, dude, the Cobras started out like 0-3. They were brutal. So the fourth game, we came with bags on our head. They said, Nobras, where's the venom? Nobras, where's the venom? And, dude, Superfan saw it and was pissed.
Oh, I bet.
No support for the team, dude. He's like, dude, I don't think it's funny, bro.
Disrespecting the colors of the Cobras, dude.
He was very upset. He goes, you guys do this for a laugh, dude.
I will not stand for this disrespect, dude.
You guys do it for a laugh. I'm here for the win, dude.
Wow.
True story. He devoted himself to the Cobras.
I didn't know you were a part of Cobra Nation.
I was. And sadly, one of the wide receivers' parents were sitting near us, and they were kind of bummed that we wore bags. And that day, the Cobras went off and scored like 50, 60, 70 points, something like, because there was arena football. We stood up and we tore our bags up, and our section was roaring as we tore our bags up.
That's hilarious, man.
But yeah, Superfan was devoted, man. He was devoted.
Season tickets
but he
to
did
arena
not.
football.
He did not throw down for the snake pit.
He did not. He did not get into the middle snake pit. Now I'm a little jealous.
He's like, look at you, aristocrats.
I don't think there was a snake pit for the San Jose SaberCats down at the tank.
Well, it would have been a cat pit. Right? Yeah,
get into the cat pit and love someone.
Pit,
I used to love going to San Jose SaberCat games.
Dude, shout out Bob Fitzgerald and Paulie Mack doing pre-games on 1050.
Damn. Let's go.
Dude.
I still to this day have my Barry Wagner bobblehead. Wide receiver for the San Jose SaberCats.
Oh, man. All right. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. You hadn't heard that story? About the Cobras and the
that might have got lost in it, but I definitely don't remember the snake pit.
You never heard that one about the snake pit?
No, never.
I wish I had a better way to describe that rolling table they had that they called a bar. All right, dude. And did again, just folding tables and chairs behind a blue curtain on the concrete cinder blocks of the LA Sports Arena. The Sports Arena, not the Forum. Wow. All right, guys. Here we go. The litter 707 says would be the litter box for the San Jose SaberCats.
Yeah,
okay, so
kitties.
the big hit is the Warriors. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the deal. So how are you feeling about tonight, Warriors fans? I mean, I kind of hate that they're in this freaking play-in game, and Marcus Thompson caused a little anxiety in me. Shout out Dochi.
Somebody's watching me.
Yeah, and by the way, I finally saw that Will Smith thing you were talking about there. Or maybe you showed it to me.
Yeah, the dance moves. Yeah, shout out Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
He said that one-game playoffs can get Warriors fans' hearts palpitating when, in the fourth quarter, they resort to turnovers, going cold from three, and an over-reliance on Steph Curry. And I'm like, dude, I know exactly what you're talking about. When the Warriors are at their worst, like they were down the stretch against the Clippers. Now, why? Somebody convinced me that they won't play like that tonight. They won't turn the freaking ball over. In fact, Draymond Green brought this up after the game. Jimmy Butler had a spectacular game, and they went away from him down the stretch. Like, why? He's like, we got to utilize playoff Jimmy more. So, I don't know. When I say those three boogeymen, the turnovers, going cold from three and over-relying on Steph. Are you buying it? Are you selling it? Where are you at?
I do have a bit of anxiety going to tonight's matchup because we talked to Mark Spears yesterday, and it sounds like he's already looking ahead to the Houston Rockets matchup. We asked Young Tony this morning. He said the Warriors are going to win by 20. I'm not that confident in a single game do-or-die type of situation with the Warriors because they're 0-3 in play in history. Now, one game can change anything, but I'm much more confident in the Warriors and Steph Curry in a 7-game series than in these one-game matchups because I've seen Ja Morant go off and put the team on his back. Hell, back when he was in college at Murray State, winning me money in the NCAA tournament. He's that kind of player. He's a superstar. We can talk about the finger pointing and the grenade launching and all that stuff. Ja Morant is an elite basketball player. You pair him up with Triple J, Jaren Jackson Jr., the block panther himself. Like, he's one of the best defensive players in the league. You throw in Zach Edey. Like, they have good pieces. And then you look at the Warriors' perspective. Murph, I might not remember the snake pit story, but I remember the words you will say to me every single morning after a Warriors game. How did the Warriors shoot for three? And if the Warriors hit their shots tonight, yes, they should win by double digits, damn near 20 points. But we've seen teams go cold before. We've seen the Warriors go cold in these play-in games. I hate to even bring it up. Klay Thompson, in a season where he finished top 5 in the NBA in three-pointers made last year, went 0 for 10 in the play-in game against the Sacramento Kings. So anything can happen in these one-game situations, why it was so important to avoid the play-in and get to the playoffs. So no, I'm not uber confident, even though I think the Warriors will win. There's a scenario where they lose tonight and end up playing against the Sacramento Kings or Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks in a real do-or-die situation.
They need to kind of show us something they haven't really shown us in these, as we've said, they've never won a play-in game. And also down the stretch, they lost to San Antonio, which they shouldn't have. Houston smacked them here about a week ago, and then losing to the Clippers. So they've lost their last 3 home games, and they've never won a play-in game. They're going to actually have to show us something they haven't really shown us, which is this one-game thing. Like you said, 7 games, we bet on them.
Oh, I got confidence in the world with Steph and playoff Jimmy and Draymond.
Because you know what happened after they lost game 1 of the NBA Finals at home to the Boston Celtics?
No, it's fun.
We were like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And guess what? They won the
It was fine.
Yeah, so,
exactly. But we know that experience gives them the benefit in these 7-game series. But in a one-game matchup, when you're playing a team that just fired their coach a couple weeks ago, and we can get into the Memphis Grizzlies record and how they dropped from the 2 spot down to the 8 spot. Yeah. This is still a very talented roster, and who knows if they're playing more fired up or more motivated since the firing of Taylor Jenkins also.
415 says on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, he says, you guys are right, exactly right on Jimmy Butler. It's his game today. 650 says, Marcus, I feel you. It's a trap, and it's not just a trap. It's a bear trap. Grizzlies get it. 925 says, one-game scenarios are scary. Anything can happen. Ja gets on a heater, and you're screwed. And 510 says, I'm not confident. The Warriors have the whiff, to use today's big word, of a team that's running out of gas. Would you go that far? Is that right? I mean, 2 weeks ago, they beat Memphis, and Steph scored 52. But I will say it has slowed down. The Jimmy honeymoon and them playing great. Steve Kerr even said it recently after a game. It was even after the win in Portland on Friday night. Nobody paid attention because it was like midnight on Friday night. You guys were all out partying. I was asleep. But Steve Kerr said, we're not moving the ball we used to because we're not playing as crisply as we were about a month ago. Interesting comment from Kerr on Friday night in Portland.
And when you look at a lot of those first games with Jimmy Butler, when we were turning on our microphones and bragging about the record with Jimmy Butler in the starting lineup, how many times did we turn these mics on and say, if Jimmy's not on the team, they lose that game like they lost a couple months ago before Jimmy Butler arrived. And now down the stretch, you would think that games against the Houston Rockets or even the San Antonio Spurs down the stretch without Wemby, without De'Aaron Fox, those are the type of games you should be closing out with Jimmy Butler added to this roster. But guess what? Harrison Barnes was out here hitting game winners against you, and they didn't close them out. And that's, to me, what kind of scares me the most, because people are kind of penciling in the Warriors saying, look, they're going to get to the playoffs. They have 2 home games to win. Well, they just lost their last 3 home games to teams that are not as good as the Memphis Grizzlies. Of course, the Houston Rockets are, but the other teams we're talking about as well. The Warriors have not played their best basketball down the stretch this last week.
925 says, you guys talk about playoff Jimmy. Is there a play-in Jimmy?
There is.
There is, as we know, from Miami. Very good.
He
Yes,
was a
playing
7 seed with Miami when he made it to the bubble championship against the Lakers.
Draymond Green talked Sunday after the loss to the Clippers about Jimmy Butler in these games.
I mean, we just draw on having Jimmy as a whole. You know, he saw the effort he put out there tonight. That's it. Not necessarily the experience in the play-in or any of that. Just riding our aces. That's it.
Okay, so I mean, again, we got Draymond saying, like, carry us, Jimmy, carry us. You know, so I think they had a second cut too on Draymond on Jimmy. If you can find that one too. 408 asks, will Kuminga see the floor tonight?
Ooh, will Jimmy Butler come off the floor? Because to your point, the amount of minutes that he played on Sunday against the LA Clippers, to me, is the number one reason why Jonathan Kuminga was not on the court for a single minute. Because Steve Kerr said last week he cannot play with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. And if Jimmy's not coming off the court, Draymond's not coming off the court too often, when can you put Kuminga on the court then? That's the question the Warriors need to figure out.
Yeah. That's an angle tonight, man. He played in the January win over them, and he missed the April 1 game because he had the pelvic contusion because there was contusion. But he played in the January game, and he scored like 13 points when they beat. That was back in the Dennis Schroeder days, by the way.
Yeah.
And TJD was starting, too, by the way.
But think about it. That's when a lot of people were looking at Kuminga as the second scoring option. Now he's dropped down on that list. I put him behind Pods when it comes to scoring options for this team right now. And also you factor in the difference between the style that they're playing with Jimmy Butler. Like, you can go back and look at Jonathan Kuminga's best games of the seasons. They all came against the Houston Rockets earlier this year. But last Sunday, when they lost against the Houston Rockets, he wasn't getting any playing time, or a couple Sundays ago. So, like, here's the issue. It's like, if he can't play in these type of matchups, now with Jimmy Butler on the roster once again, when are you going to play Jonathan Kuminga?
Exactly. It's going to be a huge question tonight. We'll see, man. Steve Kerr, he'll do some pregame media. We'll see what he says. But the same 408 guy who says, I don't know if Kuminga will see the floor, he says, but I certainly wouldn't mind it if Buddy Hield didn't see the floor. He's the player who could go 0 for 10. Dude, don't put that in the universe.
Dude, I do not need that out in the universe.
Everybody likes Buddy, except for some fans. Yeah. There we go.
Very entertaining.
415 says, look, the Warriors are going to win tonight. Y'all need to relax.
Look, I agree with the 415. I think the Warriors are going to win, but I just get this feeling that everybody is overlooking Memphis like the Warriors have already won this game. When we've seen them 3 different times. I'm not saying you, but like,
no, but I hear what you're saying.
Tony puffing out with his chest saying the Warriors are going to win by 20 a little bit. I'm not that confident.
Mark Spears yesterday was kind of that way too. I'm not saying they're going to lose. I'm just saying I'm on edge. I am definitely on edge because I've kind of seen this movie. I've seen this freaking movie.
And we need the Warriors on cutting edge, Murph. We need them on cutting edge.
Hey, we got the next generation checking in. Our buddy, Sean in San Rafael, who's, of course, our 8th grade friend. God, we've had him since 6th grade, 7th grade, now 8th grade. Nearing 8th grade graduation.
Wow.
We might even add.
Damn,
Sean, good morning, man. It's playing Tuesday. You're on the bus to school. How you doing, bud?
Hey, morning, Sean.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing good, man. What's on your mind today with the Warriors?
I wanted to talk a little Dubs. You know, I think playoff Curry and playoff Jamie are coming out tonight. I think it's going to be a tough night for Memphis in terms of defense. I think it's going to be a good game, but I think the Warriors are ultimately just going to keep like a 10-point lead throughout the game. Memphis might cut it to 5 in the third quarter, and then Steph will just go on a quick flurry and hit 2 threes, and I think they'll kind of just keep that 10-point lead throughout the whole game.
You're confident, Sean. You know, they've never won a play-in game.
Yeah, my buddy who's a Lakers fan dropped me on that yesterday. But I was, come on, it's Memphis. They've lost like 15 of their last 16 when they played a team over 500.
Ooh, good stat. You get that?
Yes.
You get that from like? Where'd you get that stat, kid?
Got it from my dad.
Smart man.
Very good. All right, so you're feeling good. You just think the Warriors handle their business. Memphis isn't up for it. Steph will make some big shots, and on to the 7th seed and take on Houston Sunday in Game 1.
Yeah, I'll see you in Houston.
All right, Sean. Have a good day at school, buddy.
I love it, dude. We got Nostradamus, where he's like predicting every single play down the stretch. But Sean makes a good point. I think it's going to be tough for Memphis tonight to contain Steph Curry. We saw in the last matchup, he dropped 52 points with 12 three-pointers made, and that's with Jalen Wells on the court. Sonoma State's own Jalen Wells has a wrist injury. He's done for the season. He's their best backcourt, should I say front court defender. So if you don't have Jalen Wells out there, it's going to be an issue for the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a very, very big one. You got to count. Again, Memphis went from the 2 seed to the 8 seed. You have this young tone, some Rob Fisher sound from earlier today. We had the Memphis Grizzlies sidelines and pre- and post-game host on, Rob Fisher, and he was looking at it. You know, every team sees the flaws in their own team. It's not funny, believe it or not. like freaking, I have Dodger fans in my life, believe it or not. I hate that, you know.
man. What are
you
you
probably
doing?
do too.
What are you doing?
They like rip the Dodgers. I'm like, bro, just freaking don't text me ever again, dude. Our team, we suck. But dude, you were freaking Shohei Ohtani. By the way, I tuned in last night, MLB Network. He hit a tank right when I tuned in.
Of course he did.
Yeah, in fact, Rory even called. He's going to hit a home run here, Dad. I go, well, you're on the real app. You must have seen it. He goes, no, my phone's over there.
Oh, no.
And he hit a home run.
It means he must have had action on Shohei to go deep anytime in the game.
Guess what? That's getting a little too real, by the way. What do we got here, Tone? What's the sound here, bud?
This is the first part of his comment on the Grizzlies.
Bottom line for the Grizzlies right now has been fourth quarter execution has been miserable. The defense has been leaking since the All-Star break, and those are two areas of concern heading into this game for sure. Now, you know, can they just flip the switch? I don't know if they're good enough to just flip the switch. There are some real problems with this team. I think the inconsistency, I think their inability to beat good teams this year.
Yeah. In fact, he had the stat right after that where he said, I think they've only beaten one team over 500 in the West. Was that it?
Yeah, I believe that's the stat.
Oh, you have it here?
You know, they got to the 2 seed because they beat up on a lot of teams from the East, and they beat up a lot of teams that are at the bottom of the standings. And that's how they were able to get there. And all their deficiencies were masked because they were playing weaker teams in their schedule. And then all of a sudden they start playing some good teams, and they've beaten one team over 500 in the last 2 months. And that was the Detroit Pistons. They haven't beaten a team over 500 in the West since before the All-Star break. So I mean that temperature right there is very, very warm. I guess it hasn't been a good run. I think the team, at least, it sounds like they have more confidence than I think the people that follow this team.
There it is, Rob Fisher, the Memphis Grizzlies sidelines and pre- and post-game host. Given that classic, when you're close to your team, you see all the flaws. But that stat is pretty damning. And by the way, we said a shiny silver dollar for anybody who can tell me who's coaching the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. It's Tumas Isola, I believe. Isolo?
I think it's Isolo.
Bro, he's from Finland. He's freaking a Finnish Olympian who had spent not a day in the NBA. He's now coaching after they fired Taylor Jenkins 9 games ago. I was like, well, does he play any role tonight? I don't know.
And now he's got to deal with John Morant throwing grenades and pulling out RPGs.
Great Finns in Bay Area sports history. Shout out my guy Teemu Solani.
Wow.
All right, everybody with me on that?
Nice pull.
Can I get an amen?
That's deep.
Is anybody
Amen.
with me?
Amen.
If nobody else got me, I know Teemu got me.
Go Sharks.
Early Sharks knowledge there. All right, guys. 925 says, yeah, I think the Warriors are going to win tonight as well. But I also thought they were going to win when they played the Spurs.
I agree.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
707 says, when Jimmy joined the Warriors, they became unstoppable, and then Kuminga came back, and they started losing.
Ooh.
415 says, sportbooks are certainly confident. Didn't Murph say the line was 6.5? I did. 6.5 is there. And 707 says, Murph, I hope on your very last show you reveal who Superfan is. I think I'm going to the grave with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to the grave with them.
It's too deep.
We'll continue this on the other side. The Big Hit Part 2. And by the way, congrats to Liz in Sacramento who won the Metallica tickets. Nothing else matters than Liz winning the tickets up in Sacramento. We will do it again tomorrow. Metallica tickets for Sunday, June 22nd in Levi's Stadium in the Snake Pit. Not the LA Cobras Snake Pit.
Which, by the way, people were checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line saying that the San Jose SaberCats fan section, VIP section, was actually called the litter box.
We'll have to confirm
That's
that.
insane
Did you go to
knowledge.
SaberCats games?
Yeah, but I was not in the VIP section. I was up in the rafters, like throwing popcorn at
Dude,
people.
literally, it cost us like $5 to be members of the Snake Pit. It's incredible, dude. It's amazing. And it got us nothing. Because once you got into the Snake Pit, you had to pay for your drinks. It got us nothing other than, quote unquote, behind a curtain on the cinder block wall in the concrete floor of the sports arena.
Yeah, but now you got stories about being in the Snake Pit, Murph.
Oh, I see you guys splurged and went for the Snake Pit, dude. That's not me. All right, guys. Continue part 2 of the Big Hit. This Warrior stuff. More Rob Fisher thoughts from Memphis. What did Steph have to say? What do you guys have to say? Seems like the Bay Area might be just a little 50-50 on tonight's game. We'll have to dig a little deeper on this next on The Sports Leader. All right, El Cerrito Honda is the place to go for the best service, selection, savings, and we got our 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid at El Cerrito Honda, and I can't brag about this thing enough. They've really done a nice job. It's funny. It's carpooling a couple 7th graders home from a basketball game. One of the kids in the back, he's one of these precocious kids, he talks like an adult. He's kind of rubbing his hands over the seat. He goes, they're really doing a nice job with these Hondas lately. I said, look at you with your thoughts. I said, yeah, they are, kid, and El Cerrito Honda is the place to go. We just took the car on a road trip down to Southern California, just handled beautifully. I can't recommend it highly enough. And El Cerrito Honda is the place I got it. All right. So we know where it is, right? Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Okay. Once again, don't miss it. El Cerrito, California, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. You will walk onto the lot and you will see an amazing selection. You can start your shopping online at elcerritohonda.com. Once again, elcerritohonda.com. You start seeing the cars, you'll be happy. Take it from me. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants baseball on the radio today. We got Justin Verlander taking the mound against lefty Jesus Luzardo. I got him on my fantasy team, actually. Pre-game coverage starting at 2:45. First pitch at 3:45 this afternoon. You can hear the whole thing on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's completely different. You know, you have a guy who can kind of slow the pace of the game down for us, get us into good things. And, you know, just having that extra added weapon, having another number one next to Steph is different, you know, and so definitely makes us a much better team tonight. We didn't capitalize on this great game, but, you know, it makes us a much more complete team, better team.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, he said it himself. All that good stuff, and they didn't capitalize on it. So, I mean, it's like, it's great to have Jimmy. It's not great to have Jimmy and lose to the Clippers and the Spurs and the Rockets.
Yeah, I think most people did not expect the Warriors to be a play-in team after acquiring Jimmy Butler. But there is a difference between the pre-Jimmy Butler Warriors and the post-Jimmy Butler Warriors that we are seeing, even as they are playing for their playoff lives tonight in this play-in matchup against the Memphis Grizzlies. Because before Jimmy Butler arrived in town, the Warriors were a sub-500 team. And they were battling for the 10 spot in the play-in, where they'd have to win not one but two different matchups just to get into the postseason. So at least they have moved up the rankings, but it is a disappointing end of the season when they were playing so well early on with Jimmy Butler.
We will talk about Kuminga in a second, but 623 brings up, it's hard to get the energy level up for what is essentially a consolation game. I'm worried about it. I told you I had a friend, Winnie sent the StubHub thing saying there's seats. He's got like a formula, like, when certain seats are available, it shows that the arena is not going to be, it's not going to be like Petco popping with 47,000 last night on a Monday night. So come on, Warriors fans. I mean, you know, this is it. We only got Steph Curry for a couple more years, buddy. You got to go treasure this. You got to go out there and support him. So, I mean, I don't know how the energy will be. I would imagine it will not be as crazed as it was Sunday against the Clippers.
Yeah, but maybe the Warriors should advertise it like this, Murph. Come out to Chase Center to see Steph Curry win his first ever play-in game.
You can get like a little medallion.
It's the only thing missing from his resume. People talk about him not being an Olympic champion, not being a finals MVP. If Steph Curry wants to be the GOAT, he's got to win a play-in game.
Get a craw day play-in for Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So Kuminga is the question, right? What's going to happen? Is it better just to keep him on the bench? Well, they kept him on the bench against the Clippers and they lost. They should have won the game. They were up 4 with a minute to go and turned the freaking ball over. Also, James Harden cooked Gary Payton.
Yeah, James Harden was eating down the stretch. Draymond Green smoking that layup to tie it in overtime. Buddy Hield taking the final shot of the game. Pick your poison. There were multiple reasons why they lost against the Clippers.
So here's Curry talking about the Kuminga situation. This is from Sunday after the loss to the Clippers.
Just to be ready. It's the test of a young player in this league, and especially with our team. You never know when your moment it will be there at the brightest and highest of moments. So it wasn't his time tonight. And, you know, against Memphis, it could be a game where he makes his presence felt. So don't let noise outside of the locker room, the attention that might come from it, you know, distract you from your ability to make an impact when your number is called. So we saw this summer, DNPs are all over the place. You got to be able to be ready.
So did he say we saw this summer DNPs all over the way? He's talking about Jason Tatum?
Oh, man.
Is that what he's saying?
No.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Jonathan Kuminga is not Jason Tatum.
There you go.
That goes without saying.
He said, don't let the noise. He's talking about like us. Well, not us. Maybe he's talking about us. He's talking about Twitter, Instagram, whatever, talk radio, podcasts, you name it. You can get caught up in the noise. You can. He's a young man.
Yeah. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga needs to just chill out for a second and maybe
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
It is legal.
Yeah.
We do need him on edge, though.
Yeah, we need him on cutting edge.
I don't know if smoking that doobie will have
Yeah,
him
but I
cutting
just
edge.
want him to be in the right mindset, Murph, because that's what I'm most concerned about. After telling a guy you're not going to play a minute when your playoff lives are on the line in the biggest game of the season, when Jonathan Kuminga went into this year thinking that he would maybe earn a max contract, that entire situation is out the window, in my opinion. And now we're talking about whether or not he'll be a sign and trade candidate and what's going to happen to the future of Jonathan Kuminga. But if the Warriors want to have success in the postseason, you would think that Jonathan Kuminga would need to be a part of it. But mentally, where is he at after being benched on Sunday? Is he going to stay ready so he doesn't have to get ready? Or will the moment be too big if Steve Kerr does decide to give him some minutes?
You're human, man. This happens in every level of sports. If a coach doesn't play you the minutes you want, it affects your brain. It affects your intensity. It affects your confidence.
No doubt. But that's why we've been praising someone like Willie Adames, who has struggled to start the season with the Giants. But look at the attitude. Look at the team first mentality.
Yeah, he did get his contract, though.
Yes, he got paid.
That's a big difference.
So that makes everybody happy.
That's why Jimmy Butler got paid. Yeah,
He's
that's a
happy
big
as well.
difference now.
It's a big key.
Willie got paid. I mean, Willie made his generational wealth that's going to take care of his grandkids, you know? I mean, so that's what Kuminga's worrying. I mean, Kuminga's making a nice salary right now. He's making millions of dollars, but he's looking for that big time deal.
Well, you know how Kuminga can change the narrative and maybe get paid this offseason, whether it's by the Warriors or somebody else. Have a successful postseason. Show up and give a hard 100% effort all the time. Maybe show a little bit of those defense abilities that we saw a couple weeks ago against the Lakers, where I was like, damn, this could be a useful Jonathan Kuminga in the postseason because he's giving you extra effort defensively and especially on the boards. We saw him get out-rebounded by the Clippers on Sunday, going up against Triple J and Zach Edey today. Yeah. Maybe they could use some of that size and athleticism.
I didn't know, by the way, I was looking up my Jaren Jackson. I was boning up on my Jaren Jackson. Did you know one of his nicknames is the Block Panther?
It's a sick nickname,
That's a
right?
pretty good one.
Yeah, former Defensive Player of the Year, the Block Panther.
209 says, the play-in game has the energy of, can I talk to my 10U travel baseball people, the Sunday 8 a.m. game at Twin Creeks. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. I've been there. You're like, you guys go 1-1 on Saturday. Yeah, you got the 8 a.m. game Sunday. You're like, wait, what?
That's rough.
And dude, let me say, that first pitch, it's just like the umpire points and the first pitch gets thrown, ball one. You're like, it's 8:01.
Here we go.
Anyway,
here we go.
209 says, that damn Utah loss. I mean, listen, we could cry, but it's spilled milk now, bro. It's spilled milk now. There's nothing we can do. 925 says, people forget. The 6th seed was supposed to be the absolute ceiling for the Warriors. The play-in was a total expectation until we saw how well they played. So I guess, is he trying to spin positive there?
I guess so, but there was a point where the Warriors could have climbed up to the 6th spot, the 5 spot, even the 4 spot if they would have won out down the stretch of the season.
916 says, name one thing Jonathan Kuminga does better than other players on the team at his position. I agree with the earlier text that said him coming back was what derailed the ride we were on.
Let me think about that. One thing he does better than anybody else, I'd say he's the most athletic guy on the roster. Yeah. He has bunnies. He can get to the rim. But can that athleticism translate into being a successful basketball player? That's always been the issue with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yep. 209
he's just
says,
raw, a lot of raw talent.
209 says, you guys making it sound like he's mentally soft like Andrew Wiggins. Well, we'll see. We'll see how he performs tonight.
Well, we remember a couple years ago when Steph Curry had to yell at the bus before going up to Sacramento for that Game 7. Yeah. A lot of people suggested that Steph was yelling at some of the younger players who were complaining about minutes. And that, of course, involved guys like a Jonathan Kuminga, a Moses Moody. I don't have the confirmation on the sources, but those were always the reports that the younger guys were mad about their rotation minutes. And Steph was saying, look, you got to lock in. You either get on the bus or you're not coming with us to Sacramento.
925 says, look at how Birdie, is that what we're going with now? Birdie on Hayden Birdsong?
Birdie.
Said he was put in the pen instead of starting, but he's shown up. Big-time players show up when it's their time. 707 says, Kuminga's effort is not the problem. It's that he does not know what to do.
Yeah, there's times he just looks a little lost.
He's still a baby.
Yeah,
he's still
young.
Just an absolute
he's raw.
baby.
There's talent. They just got to be able to tap into it.
And 202 says, when has an enigma become no longer an enigma? So he's saying once you're an enigma for life?
For life.
Like Aaron, I don't know about that. I'm thinking about playing for the Steelers. Man, oh man. Well, listen, guys. 916 says, look, spin positive. If they win tonight, which they should, they get the best matchup possible and still have 5 days rest. Sometimes things happen for a reason. Now, that's the positivity you're looking for.
Yeah.
You win tonight, you go play the inexperienced Houston Rockets, who I actually feared a little bit more than the Lakers, believe it or not. But maybe you guys are right. Maybe the Rockets aren't ready for primetime just yet. So just go win the game tonight. And that means possession by possession. That means don't turn the freaking ball over.
Yes.
All right?
The Warriors are playing tonight because of the consequences of their own actions down the stretch. And they need to win tonight because you don't want to get into a do-or-die situation against Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks or even the Sacramento Kings, not only because it could end your season, but because that also puts you on the other side of the bracket, where if you don't win tonight and you get in as an 8 seed, you're taking on OKC instead of Houston. And I've said this multiple times on air. I think Houston is the best first-round matchup for the Dubs. So take care of business today. You'll have a couple days of rest, and then you can go take on H-Town.
They've had major odds on the Rockets until that game 2 weeks ago. That was about a week ago. That was a little alarming. And then 209 says, I'm a Kings fan. I hope the Warriors win. The Kings have no chance of beating the Warriors in San Francisco if that's the case. I would hate to face Curry again. And then he says, light the beam, baby.
Light the beam.
There you go. All right. Well, that was fun. Big hit on the Warriors. We'll get back to it with Danny Emmerman at 9:15. But cooler of content, always the most interesting and fun stuff out there. We got an interesting John Morant translation. And, oh, man, do we have controversy in the world of Major League Baseball stadium reporters and behavior.
Ooh.
Do you support or do you condemn?
Spicy.
Next on the Sports Leader.
Warriors, come out to play!
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, did you add Nick Young? I like that.
Marcus asked me that yesterday, yeah.
Very good.
Slid that in there.
Very good. Keep your eye on that kid, young Tony.
Yeah, we might be onto something with
He's
young
in
Tony.
that rectangle right there, which means he'll point at you right now. There he is. Ladies, he's pointing at you.
sound editor as well.
I'd say
add
ladies,
that to the resume.
I'd say ladies.
Doesn't work hard enough.
Ladies,
add that to the resume.
I'd say ladies, he's pointing at you, but I may be getting into Braves sideline reporter territory, so let's not get in there.
Yeah.
This is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Danny Emmerman's going to join us at 9:15 from SF Standard, talking Warriors, Grizzlies. I'm on the I'm looking at StubHub. You can get into the upper deck for $104. That's the cheapest. It gets a little more expensive in the lower bowl, but considering what tickets are for a regular season game, it doesn't seem that bad, really. So the secondary market might be a little soft. Okay, let's start with some fun in Philly last night. Big moment in the game. Giants are up 8-4, but the Phillies have 2 runners on, and JT Realmuto, who's very, 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 very good, is up facing Eric Miller, who I like. But Miller's not having his best stuff, and Realmuto hits a long, high, would-be 3-run homer. I was in the car. Rizzo played that one out high. It is deep down the left field line. And literally my mood was hinging on the next word. And then he said, foul. And I was like, oh, my gosh. And then the next pitch, 3-2, called strike 3. Well, apparently all the StatCast and all the metrics would show it was not a strike. But the Giants got a little frame job from Patty Barrel, or as you called him, Patty Frame Jobs.
Patty Frame Job.
So let's go. We have video for the YouTube, the Twitch, and the Twitter crowd. And if you're in your car, you can just hear it. The first one is the, who goes up first here? Is this the Philly?
This is our KNBR feed.
Okay, KNBR
if you're listening
feed.
to John on the radio.
It was actually, I think it was Rizzo. I think I was listening.
John was doing the broadcast.
John,
Rizzo was doing the middle innings.
My bad. This is John. Yeah, here we go.
So full count. Runners will get a head start.
It is Rizzo.
2 down. Payoff pitch is strike 3 called. He got him with a high slider, and Realmuto is in disbelief. And arguing with Tony Randazzo as he walks away. Big pitch there from Eric Miller. Realmuto thought it was outside. Instead, it's strike 3, and Miller gets out of it.
Okay, so you see the guy standing behind home plate with his arms wide.
He's hot, too, especially when it's a catcher who gets boned on one of these calls. Like JT Realmuto knows the strike zone. He knows no way in hell that was a strike.
It's incredible. And this goes back to, I think some people still think Ryan Howard didn't strike out on Brian Wilson's final pitch in the 2010 NLCS. But here's Dave Fleming's now TV call on strike 3 to Realmuto, because this was like a big moment in the game. Here you go.
Runners will be off. Let's try to execute your best pitch right here. If you walk him, you got the lefty on deck.
3-2. He walked him. Oh. No, he did not. Strike 3 called. Wow, Realmuto's unhappy, and I don't blame him. That was a gift.
2 gifts in the at-bat, but you will take it if you're Eric Miller. And you're the Giants. Oh, wow.
JT Realmuto shocked by that one. Frankly, so was I. 8-4 Giants.
Look at Flem just calling out Randazzo, my angry buddy in Philly. You better send Randazzo a Christmas card. Finally, here's the Philly broadcast of the Realmuto strikeout.
Runners go. And a strike 3
Oh, my goodness,
call. That
that's
is
an
way
awful
off the
call.
plate.
That is not a good call.
JT does not react like that.
Nope.
And Tony Randazzo, he's missed a couple tonight, but that was as egregious a miss as you will see from a home plate umpire.
Wow.
So when my buddy hit me, I just hit him with the Steve Mariucci. Bummer. But you say that this is an argument, wait for it, for not using robots.
Yes. And this might be a little bit of a controversial take, but last night, baseball Twitter and social media exploded after seeing the replay of this strike that was stolen by Patrick Bailey. And everybody had the same take. This is why we need the ABS system. This is why we need automatic balls and strikes, because umpires are bad. No. This is why Patrick Bailey is good. And this is my argument against the ABS system, because it takes away value from catchers like Patrick Bailey, like Gabby Moreno, like a JT Realmuto, some of the best framers in the league. It is a skill. It is a piece of art. We've seen Patrick Bailey do this his entire career. Hell, on Sunday, he did against Aaron Judge, stealing sliders at the bottom of the zone. This is what makes Patrick Bailey such a valuable piece, and I don't want to take away that value of catchers who do know how to frame pitches and steal strikes and fool the umpire, because, Murph, it's a part of baseball.
So the counter to that is, though, it's not a strike. You know, and it's like flopping. Mm-hmm. So, like, say you flop and draw. Do you support flopping?
No, I don't. I don't support flopping. This is different to me. Like, this is strategic.
Yeah.
This is Patrick Bailey stealing strikes. And again, people will say, well, they should have the automatic ball strike zone. I was like, no, you should have a Gold Glove catcher. You should have a guy like Patrick Bailey behind home plate that gives you that type of advantage.
It is. It's definitely an area that it's a gray area. Mm-hmm. It's a gray area, because I do understand what you're saying, but I also understand the other part. I'm torn on this one, because if you're a Giant who gets rung up, like Wilmer Flores' check swing, you know.
Yeah, then you're complaining.
Yeah, and put the shoe on the other foot, we'd be pissed.
Yeah, well, I say this, of course, with the kind of preference that I'm a former pitcher. Yeah. So I want my catcher to be able to steal strikes anyways. Yeah. And Patrick Bailey is a 25-year-old Gold Glove catcher. When people talk about the future.
You were a hitter, too.
This is true, Murph.
So how do you feel in the box?
But once I got to college, I was a PO, a pitcher only. So I side with the pitchers. I will always side with the pitchers. I think any ball that's touched is an error, and I think any strike that Patrick Bailey can steal deserves to be a strike.
You're like me. I always side with the players. You side with the pitchers.
That's it. I'm half Bolshevik with the pitchers.
Hey, there you go, buddy. Okay, we had Rob Fisher from the Memphis Grizzlies sidelines and pre- and post-game host, and Marcus asked him about John Morant with his crazy grenade celebration. Like, what are we looking at here tonight with this volatile player? He said, no, you're misunderstanding it. Here's the explanation.
I think he's using the league against him as motivation, and whatever is going to motivate him, fine with me. And heck, we find it pretty entertaining. I mean, the finger gun thing was so silly. And then he comes back, and it's not a grenade, just to make it clear.
Okay.
It's not a grenade. He's throwing his words into the crowd, and then he's covering his ears to hide from the noise.
Boy, I mean, he's like a translator out there. Like, he's like a bad mime. Yeah, oh, my God.
So I think that was the lesson that he gave for kids out there who want to use this celebration, that they can tell their parents it's just shutting down the noise from the outsiders.
That one was that's wild. Had you heard that?
No, I've never heard that explanation.
He was throwing his words into the crowd and then covering his ears from the noise.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
I would say that's like a call to the principal's office, you know. You dropped that girl's ponytail in a barrel of ink or something in the old Tom Sawyer days. No, I wasn't. I was reaching for my pencil and I brushed against it by accident. Yes.
Yeah, Murph, when I was getting kicked out of baseball games when I was younger, I wasn't flipping off the referee, wasn't flipping off the umpire. I was telling him, you're number one. You're number one.
That's it right there.
That's the explanation right there. Yeah, Tony, you're number one.
Oh, man. All right. Well, see if Jaw does it tonight. We'll see if he throws it in the crowd. And then finally, this is the one that's really burning up Twitter last night and social media this morning about what is ethical behavior or not ethical behavior? When is having fun not having fun? When is a guy getting a gal's number appropriate or not appropriate? This is where you come down. It's like the same thing on framing a strike. Are you a believer in the ABS or do you believe in framing strikes? Well, this was, at first glance, kind of a silly, fun thing. And then a lot of people started objecting to it, but I'll just shut up and let you guys hear it. It's Braves broadcasters, I believe.
Yeah, I believe they were out in Toronto.
Yeah.
This was a road assignment.
And I got to get you guys the name on this. I thought we had the names here. It's a young guy. He's out and I don't even know why, first of all, why he's even doing this.
Good question.
This hit. Giants don't have
on the road.
NBC, no, they're in Atlanta.
Oh, were they?
They're in Atlanta.
Oh, my apologies.
Why? First of all, the Giants don't have a sideline roamer. It used to be Amy G, right? His name's Willie Ballard.
Now, again, I just want to correct you because I'm looking at our graphic right now, and you can see these videos on Twitch, on YouTube, and the KNBR app. The Braves are wearing gray jerseys,
So it is in Toronto.
That tells me they're in Toronto.
Okay, so what's he doing? But he's talking to Braves fans up there.
He found them.
And why would they travel? They send a sideline reporter on the road?
My guy's on the hunt.
That's crazy.
He's on the creep, as they call it.
Anyway, so yeah, I guess it is in Toronto. That's wild to me that they would send a sideline reporter on the road. But yeah, it is in Toronto. It's in Canada. Maybe all rules change when you're in Canada. I don't know, unless they're subject to the rules of the United States.
Yeah,
based on some people's thinking.
Any terrorists with those phone numbers?
So check it out. If you're on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube, you can see the video. You can hear it here on the radio. This kid's name is Willie Ballard, and he's up in Toronto, up in a little, I don't know, upper deck perch where people are having beers and watching the game.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
Kayla, and you guys hang out at the rooftop lounge often?
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
I'm on it. Come on.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She didn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. You just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
I am speechless.
I got the number. We're good.
Okay. His name's Wiley Ballard, not Willie. Sorry, me. Wiley Ballard. Okay. I first saw this and I thought, well, you know, kids being kids, whatever, they're out there. I got to be honest, I did not think of this in terms of journalism ethics until I started scrolling Twitter and I saw a lot of journalism hardos strenuously objecting to this man's ethical behavior, saying this is the worst thing I've ever. I don't have the exact quotes here. Let me give you some of them. Here's a Chelsea Janes, who I like Chelsea. She's a good writer. Imagine if a female reporter did anything like this. Career over. Pretty brutal to see it glorified by this broadcast. A woman named Tegan Brown says, here's the thing. I don't ever really comment on stuff like this, but glorifying this moment is just not okay. If this were a female reporter, people would call it unprofessional. But it's a male reporter, so people think it's funny. So I was like, okay, I had not anticipated this sort of blowback, and maybe that just shows you that I'm dumb or naive, which is definitely quite possible. Here's another one. Caitlin Urca is her name. Imagine the tone of this conversation around this had the genders been reversed. And then Kate Feldman, another reporter, said, this is one of the most insanely inappropriate things I've ever seen. Like, I legitimately cannot believe it's real, which is a very strong statement.
Yeah.
My initial take on all that was, okay, I can, like the old journalist in me, there's a part of my brain that sees where they're coming from, but the larger part of my brain is, I think they're overreacting. I think it's probably not, as the kids would say, it's not that deep. As my kids say all the time to me when you're trying to tell them that leaving wet towels on the floor is deep, it's not that deep. I mean, I don't know, Marcus, a generational thing perhaps. Now, they're saying new Braves broadcasters, like the old days, like Chip Carey and those guys, they wouldn't say, hey, go get her number, man, you know? I don't know. For you, coming from you're 30, whatever, you're well into your 30s.
Thanks for that.
And Tony, we'll check in with the 26-year-old here. Your reaction?
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's not that deep. At least that was my breakdown. Now, I'm not a journalist. I'm not one of these TV reporters. I'm just some fan that has a microphone in front of him and gets to talk on a radio show. But I'm out there cruising around, talking to fans, like trying to have a good time at games also. And so, like, I'm not putting this on Willie Ballard, our guy, or as the kids are calling him, Rizzy Ballard. Like, I don't think he went out of his way with the intent to go, hey, I'm going to go pick up some girls and I'm going to go get some phone numbers during the game while I'm live on TV.
Well,
like, it was kind of prodded by the broadcasters.
He was egged on by the broadcasters.
Like, the broadcasters tell him, like, if Kruk and Kipe told me to do something, hell, I'm doing it. They tell me to jump off a bridge, I'm jumping.
One of the thoughts was, would Kruk and Kipe have done that? Would they have said, go get her number?
I don't know. Again,
probably not.
We're talking about different situations here, but probably like, this kid's in a situation where the broadcasters make a joke and he kind of plays into it. It seemed like the girls were into it. Like, it would have been embarrassing if they would have turned him down and said, no, you're not getting my phone number live on air. But to me, it wasn't that big of an issue. I didn't even think it would be an issue on social media, but it seems like everything is these days.
All right, young Tone, you're 26. You're a man of journalistic ethics and integrity, allegedly. Cal Poly San Luis Obispo graduate. You're also a 26-year-old kid who has a little riz, and you like to go out to the clubs and listen to your John Summit and talk to the young ladies. What's your take?
It's not that deep. Okay. What are we doing here? Journalistic integrity? Yeah. Come on, that's a very loose term these days. Let this guy cook. Why not? I mean, and you're right. They were egging him on. Four 4 more innings to get the number. They're egging him on. If Krupenkai were doing the same thing, we would both react the exact same way.
So first of all, why was he even talking? Like, why was it? Like, usually you're out there. Hi, I'm out here with, Riley Green's parents or Austin Riley's parents. What do you think about watching? I don't know why he was talking to these 2 young ladies.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
Oh, we know why.
Yeah, maybe we do, Tony.
But I mean, he's like, I got a couple of, I don't know. Anyway, there's a ton of reaction here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 650 says it's not the assault on journalism that it would have been if Ted Koppel was dropping Riz. Now, that's for young Tony, Ted Koppel, one of the most serious and stone-faced journalists of the 20th century, who took us through the Iranian hostage cases, by the way. 925 says the world's so tense nowadays, it's good-hearted fun, and it shouldn't be viewed as a problem. All right? 925 says this isn't just about journalism and journalistic standards. This is about sexism and the double standard that exists along the gender line. I promise you the reaction would have been different if it was a woman. Okay, interesting. 925 says, now I'm a woman, and I don't think it's a big deal. But I can also see things that women go through as journalists and consistently have higher expectations than men, how it can be perceived as inappropriate. That is true.
I understand.
925, that is true. I was married to a female sports writer. They are held to a different standard. That is very true. So here we go. Here we go. One more. Here we go. Well, you said Rizzy Ballard. I saw that one too. 408, does Marcus walk around with a KNBR microphone pulling numbers at Giants games?
Look, if I can get one last riff in before we leave, you can catch me tonight down at Chase Center with a KNBR microphone. It's a riff.
And 503 says Brent Musburger thinks that guy was way too subdued. All right. So Wiley, 559 says people need to relax.
Dude, this is going to lead to like Greg Papa and me doing like a live hit from 49er Faithful. Go get a number, Marcus. Go get a number.
415 says there's got to be at least 10,000 things to be more upset about. And 925 says people need to lighten up. OMG, people are way too sensitive. SMH. 623 says it's a good thing we live in a country where journalistic integrity has been thrown out the window these days, so he'll be fine.
The media said what?
There's so much reaction to it all. My God. And I take you back to a day in the early 80s, Washington Redskins, that's right, I said it, the Redskins, that was the team back then, had a running back named John Riggins. He's one of the great players of all time. I think he's in the Hall of Fame. Must be. He was a fantastic player. But they were at a fancy Washington, D.C. dinner with black ties and everything, and he was at a table with Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, who was the first female Supreme Court justice ever. And Riggins was overserved, a little too much, and Sandra Day O'Connor was not amused by John Riggins, and he famously said, this quote was legendary in the 80s, he's saying this to the Supreme Court Justice, first ever female Supreme, he said, loosen up, Sandy, baby. And it became a very, very, very famous quote. Some people saw it as sexist. Some people thought it was funny. But everybody needs to loosen up. I'm telling you this as a guy who used to be in the quote-unquote newspaper biz. It was all a little silly and fun. It was a little lighthearted. I do admit that I understand where some of the women are coming from, but we should probably not lose our minds over this as a society and a nation.
Yeah.
How's that?
And I'm just speaking for myself personally. I wouldn't be mad if a girl asked me for my phone number while I'm at a baseball game.
You'll be out there.
I'll be out there.
All right, guys. And 925 says Krupenkai would not have done this. It's important to listen to female journalists on this. They're working their butts off to be recognized and would never do this because they'd be labeled with some pretty nasty wording. Okay. That's fair. I think all things are fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can
That's
two
a fair
things
take.
be equally true here? Can two things be equally true? All right. I knew it was going to be hot. That's why we saved it for last.
Spicy.
We can return to that later in the show if you want. Somebody says, aren't the Warriors playing a play-in game tonight? Yes, they are. Danny Emmerman will join us at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
I'm going to go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley, you got 4 innings to get the numbers.
Let's talk about something we can all agree on. Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. And it is tax day. I know it's a tough day. If you're getting a refund, good for you. If you're paying taxes, it's a tough deal. So Amici's wants to, well, let's just say lessen the pain. Or how about just make it an enjoyable day with a great tax day saving? All right? It's called the 1040 off. So 1040 is that form, right? The federal form. So you get $10.40 off any Detroit-style pizza for dine-in or takeout. That's awesome. So just mention you heard the promo on KNBR. You said, Murph said there's a tax day thing. Can I get $10.40 off my pizza? Yes, you can. Or if you're getting it for delivery or takeout, use the code TAXDAY, TAXDAY, when ordering for takeout at Amici's.com. No limit either. Want to get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, you get $10.40 off each pizza. It's a really good deal. I like that one a lot, and I like those Detroit-style pizzas too. So where else are you going to find that kind of deal for lunch or dinner on tax day? Find your closest Bay Area Amici's location at Amici's.com when you want $10.40 off any freshly made Detroit-style pizza for dine-in or takeout on tax day. Tell them Murph sent you or use the code TAXDAY at Amici's.com. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's a playoff game, you know. I mean, Harden played 48, Kawhi played 47, Zubats 42, Powell 44, Brandon 43. So when you get to these type games, you tighten up the rotation and you play your guys and you go for it.
You forget that the rotation changes, man, and certain guys just, don't see the floor in the playoffs. And it was essentially a playoff game. So Jimmy Butler played 48 minutes. Jonathan Kuminga played 0. What will happen tonight at 7 o'clock at Chase Center? Man, the more we talk about this, we started the show 3 hours ago in a good mood. But the more I talk about it, I'm kind of pissed that they're in the play-in game. I'm like, come on, guys. This was it was in their hands. They had it in a totally controllable destiny. Sometimes people say, we're in control of our destiny. All we have to do is, win our last 25 straight game. No. They were in a very, very good spot where all they had to do was hold serve against the San Antonio Spurs at home, and they couldn't freaking do it. And here we are now in a stupid play-in game, which doesn't feel comfortable for a Warrior team that can get sloppy in one-game scenarios. They're better in 7-game scenarios, and we've seen it now. I mean, the loss to the Spurs. I mean, listen, the Rockets came in and clocked them. That was when I was on vacation. And you and Kerry, that Monday, the Giants had just swept, who was it? They had swept Seattle. So I don't know how much you guys talked about that Rockets game.
We got into a little bit and definitely dove into it Tuesday when JD was hosting the show with myself. And I do think that's a bit of an outlier. I mean, Steph Curry was shut down in that game. I know that's going to be the same kind of defensive mindset if the Rockets do square off with the Warriors in the first round of the matchup. But I also don't think Draymond Green's going to get in foul trouble where he had 4 or 5 fouls by the third quarter. Who knows? I mean, Draymond can always snap at a finger's notice and go off. But I don't know. That one to me, it's like I look at the past history of games where the Warriors did have success over the Houston Rockets earlier this season. 3 different games that had a huge impact by Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We have that Kerr cut from Sunday about Kuminga not playing at all, and I don't know what to anticipate tonight. I think he'll play. I do, but it's a different matchup. Memphis is different. He played against Memphis in January. He played 15 minutes and scored 13 points. He missed the April 1st game because he had pelvic contusion, because there was contusion. But here was what Kerr said about Sunday afternoon when he benched him.
We've just found a group, with since Jimmy got here, that we're pretty comfortable with. Guy didn't play either. Guy's been our highest plus-minus guy over the last 2 months. Both he and J.K. have been really impactful players for us, and doesn't mean they're out of the loop, going forward. It's just this is how this game played out.
Yeah, it's the Jason Tatum thing in Paris, where it doesn't mean, you're not going to play against Serbia or Slovenia, but it's played out. And it's a good point about Guy Santos. Yes. Santos is a guy. Now, he's not Kuminga. They don't view him as a cornerstone of the franchise. I don't know if the Warriors do view Kuminga as a cornerstone of the franchise. This summer will be very interesting. And didn't we talk to Mark Spears about this? And didn't he say that he anticipated maybe it would be a sign and trade now?
It sounds like it's heading in that direction towards a sign and trade with Kuminga this summer, because he's definitely not getting a max contract, especially when you look at the fact that Jimmy Butler did get a 2-year extension. So Jimmy is not going anywhere. So I don't know how you could pay Jonathan Kuminga if you're not thinking about trading him. But as I said earlier, maybe this will rise the value of a Jonathan Kuminga if he does show out and have a good playing game or a postseason with the Warriors. Maybe that increases his value moving forward. But right now, you'd say his value is almost at an all-time low, being benched on Sunday with their season on the line, and Jonathan Kuminga cannot even get a single minute. But I do think it's important that Steve Kerr pointed out that Guy Santos did not play as well. Because when I looked at the final box score and I saw that Kuminga got 0 minutes, I started to think to myself, well, who's taking the Jonathan Kuminga minutes away from him? And if it's not Guy Santos, then who is it? Well, it was Jimmy Butler simply not coming off the court. And that's an issue. When Steve Kerr tells us that he can't play with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, you can't have that combination. So if Jimmy and Draymond are not coming off the court, when is Kuminga going to get on the court?
415 says, does anyone else think Jonathan Kuminga and Camilo Doval are the same guy?
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Wow. I mean, talk about the raw talent, athleticism, just pure raw, though. And sometimes, they look a little disconnected.
Yeah, 707 says, guys, where was Moses Moody down the stretch of that Clipper game?
I agree. A little bit too much GP2 for me. I would prefer Moody stepping up in that two-way Wiggins role.
408 says, Steve Kerr's one of the greatest coaches of all time, but he's stubborn when it comes to playing time. You're telling me TJD would not help when you're getting out-rebounded by 17.
Yeah, the problem is TJD does not help with the floor spacing. So you put him out there, and he's just kind of a liability on offense to the point where it's not that valuable defensive.
925 says, something no one else has really talked about is how it feels like the Warriors have played much worse at home since the All-Star break. I heard Greg Papa talking about this, too. They've lost their last 3 home games.
Which is insane.
Come on, Chase Center. We've already talked about how tonight the ticket to get in isn't that expensive. You can get into the upper deck with StubHub. I don't know if you use SeatGeek, Game Time, whatever you use. $104. That includes all the crazy fees that they have. So that's by NBA standards. I mean, NBA games are expensive. So that's not that bad.
No, not at all.
707 maybe comes in with the ultimate. He says, you guys are missing the biggest key to this game tonight. The Niners have a last place schedule. All right.
It makes life easier for everybody else. Look how good the Giants have been this year ever since the Niners got that last place schedule.
So listen, we were so obsessed on Kuminga. We got to turn the page on that and get to the other aspects tonight. Memphis is coming in with a player named Jaren Jackson, who y'all know was Defensive Player of the Year and was called the team MVP by our buddy Rob Fisher from the Memphis Grizzlies pregame and sideline and postgame host. Him fouling out in that game in Memphis 2 weeks ago was a big factor. His Michigan State buddy, Draymond Green, even gave him free advice after the game about, hey, man, you got to watch your foul trouble. You got to stay on the floor. It's like, dude, don't be giving that advice until after the season. Now you got to play him in the playing game. It's funny. I was going through some old stories last night that I had written about. I used to write a column for Yahoo Sports on golf, and I was like, what did I used to write about Rory? Because I used to write about him a lot in the early 2010s. There was one column where Tiger Woods was still playing, and he had come back from the Escalade. And Steve Stricker, an American player, a very good player, had given Tiger a putting lesson, and Tiger started putting lights out. And the whole concept was, dude, what are you doing giving Tiger Woods a putting lesson, dude? You're killing us here. So what is Draymond doing telling Jaren Jackson, hey, man, watch your fouls, stay on the floor, because Jaren Jackson, when he's on the floor, is a problem, a big problem for the Warriors. So here was Rob Fisher on Jaren Jackson.
Well, Jaren was the MVP of the team this year. I mean, he was consistently great night in and night out. He was on the floor all season long. Just missed a handful of games, including the first 2 of the season, and then he went on a stretch where he played every night. So he was there for the Grizzlies. Now, the key for the Grizzlies is, and Draymond's right. I mean, for how much we don't like Draymond in Memphis, he was right with what he said about Jaren Jackson Jr. Jaren can't take stupid fouls. The Grizzlies' success in tonight's game could be based on whether or not Jaren Jackson Jr. can remain on the floor. In the game where Steph scored 52 and the Warriors win that game and they had a good fourth quarter to win that game, well, Jaren Jackson Jr. wasn't on the floor in the fourth quarter. He fouled out of that game. So, I think a lot of the Grizzlies' success hinges on Jaren being able to stay on the floor. If he gets 2 early fouls, the Grizzlies are in trouble. If he can stay on the floor, the Grizzlies are fine because he's the anchor of their defense, and he's such a mismatch for anybody offensively as well. So they need Jaren on the floor. That's going to be a key for the Grizzlies tonight. And like I said, what Draymond said, I think was absolutely right. I think Grizzlies fans looked at it and said, yeah, he makes a lot of sense there. And maybe that'll motivate Jaren a little bit. I don't think Jaren's one of those guys that looks at other people's words as motivation. So I don't think that'll be much of a factor, but Jaren's just got to do it himself, and he does have to stay on the floor.
Yeah, it was Rob Fisher, the Memphis Grizzlies sideline and pre- and post-game host who joined us earlier today about Jaren Jackson, who can be a real problem if he stays on the floor. 831 says he's worried about Draymond tonight, too. Is he going to be under control emotionally? Can he get caught up in stuff with John Morant?
Yeah.
2 guys who like to talk.
He's even got a little bit of beef with Zach Edey. They've gone back and forth throughout the season as well. So I think that's a key matchup, especially when you're looking at the sides of Zach Edey and Jaren Jackson Jr., because the Warriors got whooped on the boards on Sunday against the Clippers.
Surprisingly, they out-rebounded the Grizzlies in that game, April 1. I looked it up. They did. But
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. It was, after going minus 17 against the Clippers on Sunday.
Yeah, so we'll see how that matchup plays out, but maybe that should be part of the strategy then for Jimmy Butler to drive to the basket and attack Triple J. Not because it's a good matchup, but because you want to get him to foul trouble. Maybe that's some value that Jonathan Kuminga could bring. Since he is such a great rim runner, he likes to drive to the basket. Maybe you give him a couple opportunities to go after Jaren Jackson Jr. to maybe put him in foul trouble early.
All right, man, it's happening tonight, and you'll have a pregame with some Giants baseball at 3:45. Good thing they won't collide. You'll have a free look at the Giants Phillies game at 3:45 with Justin Verlander going against Jesus Luzardo. Verlander looking for his first win. But then 7 o'clock tip. But I say 7, who knows when the game will eventually tip off. Yeah, in that game in Memphis when they won 134-125, 10 rebounds for Draymond, 10 rebounds for Steph, dude. 6 for Guy Santos, 6 for Jimmy Butler, 5 for Pajemski, 4 for Moody. The Warriors had 49. Zach Edey had 16 rebounds all by himself. Jaren Jackson had 7, but he only played 31 minutes because of the foul trouble, and they had 43. So the Warriors, 43. The Warriors out-rebounded them 49-43. All right, Danny Emmerman. So this kid moved out here from Boston. He's like, I'm going to go to he's got this scratchy voice. I'm going to move out to San Francisco, see what's up. He gets a job with us. We pay him slave wages, right? So he finally breaks loose and gets a job at the San Jose Mercury News. Congrats, kid. All right, so he's doing good. He's puttering along. He does the Giants. He has an incident with Gabe Kapler.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
And like all great celebrities, that made his career. Like Jim Rome getting attacked by Jim Everett, made his career, right? So now he blows up. He starts covering the Warriors. He's riding along with Steph Curry. And then the SF Standard, the big fancy new startup with the big tech money, they hire him. So he's wearing linen shirts now and silk trousers.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
And so let's talk. That's all after all that buildup. He's now the Warriors writer for the SF Standard, and he'll join us next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Another great Warriors beat writer, Marcus Thompson, joins Papa and Silver at 12:50 this afternoon. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So we knew this kid when he was just out here working for peanuts at KNBR.com. Now he's so fancy, they actually made him wear a sport coat for his SF Standard picture. And you're getting your Memphis rap here. Is that what you're getting?
Yeah, this is Glorilla on the rejoin.
There you go.
I can't help it.
Well, not Glorilla. Danny Emmermans, SF Standard's Golden State Warriors beat writer. Congrats, Danny, on the gig. Congrats on renting a sport coat for your picture. Good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Danny?
Oh, man, now that I don't work for the Sports Leader anymore, I can afford my own sport coat. So that's pretty sweet.
Very good, buddy. Very good. Well, it's pretty awesome. We should tell everybody SFStandard.com. I am a digital subscriber, bro, out here supporting you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, first of all, tell us about the gig. What's your gig with the Standard?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing the same thing I was doing for Bay Area Sports Group, Bay Area News Group. So I'll be covering the Warriors from a day-to-day and big picture lens. It seems like, I'm going to have a lot more opportunity to tell some of the stories that I'm really passionate about and some of the stories that I think will resonate with Warriors fans. So I'm really excited. I think we're building something special over there at the Standard. Thank you for your support, Murph, and thanks for everyone for following along.
Yeah, we always support young writers on the rise, so let's do it, man. Let's get into, well, I hate to start with the negative one, but it just seems like we wound up talking about this more maybe than we should have, but heck, it's here. It's Jonathan Kuminga, and you actually wrote a story about it, why the Warriors benched Jonathan Kuminga in the pivotal regular season finale. You say Kerr's public messaging has been hinting toward this direction. I'm just asking, kind of going into tonight, what's your read? What do you think Steve Kerr and the coaching staff are talking about in terms of Kuminga tonight?
We'll probably find out a little bit more about that at shoot-around here in about an hour. But I imagine and I anticipate the game plan being kind of similar to what it was on Sunday against the Clippers. Kuminga hasn't had his best games against the Grizzlies. It might not be the best matchup for him. And I thought the Warriors played really well against the Clippers. I think if they play like they did with a similar rotation tonight, I think they'll have no problem with the Grizzlies. The big question with Kuminga is how he responds to all of this, because his number's going to get called at some point down the line. If the Warriors win tonight, if they advance into a playoff series, they're going to need him. They're going to tap him, and at that moment, we'll see, was this decision the straw that broke the camel's back, and was it a decision that, you can't come back from? So that's going to be something really crucial to watch.
Yeah, and Danny, we saw the highlights and videos of Jonathan Kuminga staying around Chase Center after the game on Sunday, getting up some extra shots. So maybe that's a sign that he is in a good headspace. But have you seen anything from him mentally, maybe if he's pouting or whatever about minutes, or where do you think he is mentally ahead of this game tonight?
It seems like he's trying to control what he can control, He's been in this position before. He's gotten yo-yoed around a little bit over the past 4 years. I'm not even sure. I should say a little bit. He's been yo-yoed a lot. So he's been in and out of the lineup. He's gone from starter to reserve to featured option to out of the rotation. So this is not new territory for him, and it seems like he's handling it okay. I've heard
behind the scenes that he's been mature and doing what he can to stay ready. I think, working on the court with his personal trainer after the game wasn't abnormal. I know a lot of the other players who didn't play got a real run in the practice court afterwards. But not everyone did that. Kuminga going on his own. He got a 90-minute workout. I think he's staying ready. Work ethic has never been a question for him. So it'll be interesting to see where he's at mentally.
The voice you hear is Danny Emmerman, the Warriors beat writer for the San Francisco Standard. You can subscribe at sfstandard.com, where he wrote about Kuminga and other things. His story on Brandon Pajemski from last week was popular too. Should we go big picture here? Big picture, the Warriors should beat the Grizzlies at home. Vegas says they're 6.5-point favorites. Jalen Wells, Memphis' best defender, the rookie out of Sonoma State, is hurt. I mean, you'd think, Jimmy Butler is supposed to make them better. All that. Now, I don't know. I don't feel that great. Maybe it's the play in history. Maybe it's Curry's thumb, Kuminga's thigh. I don't know. For you going into this game as a neutral journalist, do you see storm clouds here for the Warriors, or do you see a favorable matchup?
Anything can happen in a one-game situation like tonight. But, no, I don't think the Grizzlies pose much of a threat. Ja Morant is electric, and he can certainly swing a game. But, no, the Grizzlies are 12-16 since the All-Star break. They've only beaten 2 winning teams in the second half of the season, and the Warriors are a winning team. They're a good club. So it's going to be – I think it's a favorable matchup for the Warriors. I know a lot of people were talking about, circling the Grizzlies when they were up in the top half of the standings. Hey, that would be a team that wouldn't be so bad to face off in a first-round matchup. That's not really how it played out. The Grizzlies collapsed. They fired their coach. They're a little banged up now, as you mentioned. I think it's a pretty nice landing spot for the Warriors. But, you've got to take care of business in a position like this.
Danny, to your point, Ja Morant has the ability to take over any game that he plays in, and it's coming off the heels of a James Harden performance where he stepped into Chase Center and scored 39 on Sunday. So what do you think the key is defensively for the Warriors? Is it more Moses Moody? Is it more GP2? Or what do you think the defensive game plan is to slow down Ja Morant?
Well, that's another reason why I don't anticipate Kuminga being in the mix again, is because they're probably going to want Gary Payton II out there for quite a bit to try to chase around Ja Morant. That's probably a matchup they have highlighted. So I think it's going to be a lot of Gary Payton II, a lot of Moody. Like you mentioned, I thought Moody played really well defensively against the Clippers, and that was impressive to me just because he's been really solid on the defensive end in the second half. But to even level up in a big game like that, I think says a lot about the type of player Moses Moody is and can be. I would imagine it'll be a lot of Gary Payton II, a lot of Moody. They might, if Ja gets it going, they might throw some traps at him, try to get the ball out of his hands. That can be a dangerous game to play because, at that point you're going to have Memphis spraying threes, and they're probably going to want to try to slow him down immediately and take him out of any rhythm.
Danny Emmerman here as the Warriors take on the Grizzlies tonight in the play-in game. Danny's the beat writer for the San Francisco Standard covering the Warriors. Wrapping up here, Danny, about Steph Curry and these darn turnovers. It's almost like, basketball 101. It's like, bro, just take care of the basketball. And yet it seems to be his, Achilles heel, kryptonite. Choose your thought. Any thought on that? Just, I don't know, is it because you think so many bodies are running at him? Does he just get careless sometimes? Your thought?
Yeah, it's been 16 seasons of this. He'll have a game here and there with 6, 7, 8 turnovers. I think, I wouldn't call it an Achilles heel, but he can get caught up in a moment sometimes trying to make a flashy play when maybe the basic pass is right there for him. But yeah, tonight, I think the Grizzlies, without Jalen Wells, like you mentioned, are probably going to throw multiple bodies at him. They're probably going to try to make the Warriors play 4-on-3 on the back end. And that's a situation that Golden State's had a lot of success with in the second half, with Jimmy Butler, with everything that they've turned themselves into, just being able to get downhill, being able to get to the free throw line. So, yeah, I mean, the turnovers, they're going to happen with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green. But in the biggest games, I imagine that they'll clean it up.
Danny, it goes without saying that experience is key for the Warriors making a deep postseason run against maybe some of these younger teams like the Memphis Grizzlies or even the Houston Rockets. But when it comes down to a one-game do-or-die type of matchup, how much of an advantage do the Warriors have of having a coach like Steve Kerr facing off against Thomas Isolo, however the hell you say his name? Memphis just fired their coach. You look at the playoffs in general with the Western Conference, there's 3 different interim coaches and a couple of guys that Steve Kerr has beat in the NBA Finals before. So how much of an advantage is it for the Warriors to have Steve Kerr calling plays and calling the rotation?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big factor in the whole Kuminga discussion in terms of, Steve Kerr, you've got to trust the track record. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He's won 10 NBA championships. He knows what winning basketball, winning teams look like. So you've got to give him at least some semblance of the benefit of the doubt. And, I think it's a huge advantage to have a coaching matchup, in your favor. And Steve has proven over and over again that he can get up for these kind of games and game plan. And, I've been really impressed by his out-of-timeout plays recently and really throughout the whole season. Ty Lue's an incredible coach, and that really was a really cool chess match on Sunday. But yeah, I agree with you, man. Like, the Warriors have a lot of advantages in tonight's game, and on the sidelines is probably one of them.
I was going to let you go, Danny, but you said his out of bounds plays. What about that last one down 3 to the Clippers, and they wind up with Buddy Hield on a not very good looking shot?
That they executed well, and he got a good look. He just missed it. I think the biggest quibble I had with that is running a play for Buddy Hield, who was ice cold. He hadn't played in the entire fourth quarter. He hadn't played in overtime. I think that's a reasonable, criticism of that play in particular. But again, like, they ran that play for Clay a few years ago, and he got a similar look. Like, that's one of their go-to plays in that type of situations, and it did work. The guy just missed the shot.
Are you a Buddy Hield believer? Will he have a good game tonight?
What do you think, Murph?
I don't think he'll play that big of a role. That's what I don't think. That's my take is that there will be others who do the heavy lifting tonight.
He can get hot.
We didn't even mention.
It's funny,
sorry, go ahead.
He's at 37%, from 3 this year. But sometimes just when he raises up to shoot, I don't think it's going in. It's a funny oxymoron there.
Well, you have a 63% chance of being right, so
fair enough.
We didn't even mention Jimmy the whole time. I mean, we just talked about Kuminga and Curry and all that stuff, but I mean, in the coaches, but play in Jimmy, man. This is it, right? This is why you got him.
Yeah, and he showed as much on Sunday too. He's a big game player. He levels up his game, and he played 48 minutes. I think that's such an underrated part of his game, just his ability to pace himself within a game and conserve energy and just be sharp, and he's not taking plays off either. You'll see him sprint up and down the court, hand on his knees, and then just be fine after. It's so impressive to watch him in these big games, and it'll be fun to watch him, navigate whatever's ahead for this team too.
7:00 tonight, and then we'll read you in the SF Standard tomorrow. Thanks, Danny.
Yeah. Thanks, Danny.
All right. Thanks, guys. Pleasure to be with you.
Danny Emmerman, former KNBR.com scribe, now at the SF Standard, wearing sport coats for his staff picture.
They grow up so quick, Murph. They grow up so quick.
I don't know, man. Do you think, give me an over-under on Buddy Hield tonight. I know he's not everybody's talking point. I don't know, 9.5 points?
Ooh, I'd take that. I'd say 3.5 3-pointers made would probably be the line over-under. I just don't want him taking more than 10 3-pointers tonight.
Yeah.
It's all about shot selection with Buddy.
All right. Well,
if he's open, he's going to shoot.
Let's just play the damn game. All right. We've talked about it all morning. Hey, we haven't talked about the Giants in a long time, and I'm just thinking the Tyler Fitzgerald comments from after the game are worth diving into. They're pretty significant, and they kind of speak to what's going on with the Giants. We'll tell you what they were next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now a swing. There's a shot. High and deep to left field. Way back there. Goodbye! A 3-run homer. And that's the first home run of the year for Tyler Fitzgerald.
Swings and drives this one out to deep right field. Castellanos on the track. He leaps. It's over his head and off the fence. Fitzgerald can fly. Rounding second. On his way to third. And he'll make it without a throw.
He tries again. And there's a shot. Back into his left goes Kepler. He can't get to it. It bounces up against the wall. It's a double for Tyler Fitzgerald, his third extra base hit of the game.
Tyler Fitzgerald, the hero last night. Home run, triple-double. That's 9, Marcus. 4 bases plus 3 bases plus 2 bases. That's 9. I can do that.
Good math.
How about that? Hits his first home run of the year. So does Willie Adames. Congratulations, ending his longest homer drought of his career. And Mike Yastrzemski, number 3, off a lefty. First time he's done that since 2023. Giants fall behind 3-0. You're like, but the gritty Giants answer with 6 in the second inning, led by Fitzgerald. He goes 3 for 4, 3 RBIs, as we mentioned. Landon Roop grinds his way through 5 innings, even though it was ugly early. He gets you 5. He gets a win, which is kind of nutty there. And the Giants are 12-4. But perhaps more important, the guy who was the hero yesterday was on the roster and in the lineup. And that's what we're going to talk about here, this segment, because he himself brought up after the game that maybe last year this wouldn't be the case because he started slow, and he thinks that maybe the Farhan Zaidi regime viewed roster stability differently than the way the Buster Posey regime. And we're talking big picture stuff here, macro stuff, where Buster Posey said to us on October 1 of last year, I'm in the memory-making business. He didn't say I'm in the transaction-making business. Mm-hmm. And again, not to bury Farhan Zaidi. Again, I know people are like, Farhan's in your head. No, dude. We're just talking about the evolution of the team and the fact that, and again, we'll extol all the good things Farhan did. The guy, Mike Yastrzemski's home run doesn't happen unless Farhan Zaidi finds him in the AAA Orioles system, right?
Yeah, Jung Hoo Lee's not in center field unless he's sending Pete Patel out to Korea.
That's Pistol Pete.
Yeah, that's it.
Pistol Pete had the Riz out there.
Pistol Pete was pulling numbers down in the KBO.
Oozing charisma. Remember when he was standing up doing that really golf clap there? That footage of him with the golf clap. But, and rather, somebody else brought this up too. P1 Chuck sent this earlier. Did you see the disaster of Chris Bryant in Colorado?
Oh, man.
He now has a degenerative back problem. problem. He's only played in 30% of the games, and Farhan not signing him was a smart move.
That's a great move. And Murph, it almost feels like to me like we've gotten into the territory where I know there were a lot of 49er fans that would get upset when I would talk about Brock Purdy and the improvements over Jimmy Garoppolo. That doesn't mean that Jimmy was a trash quarterback like a lot of people think my take is on Jimmy. Jimmy played good enough to win, but Brock Purdy's a better quarterback. Farhan Saidi had some success. You said it perfectly. He's a smart guy. There's a role for him in baseball.
Yeah.
But he should be the number 2 or the number 3. He should not be the guy running the show when he's treating the team like a damn spreadsheet.
You are 100% right. And by the way, did you see Brock Purdy and George Kittle catching a Nashville Predators game last night?
Oh, I like that.
Both wearing jerseys,
Look
too.
at the boys hanging out.
Both wearing jerseys. And the funny thing is, Kittle air drank. They showed him on the screen there, and Purdy's yelling, "Let's go!" And then Kittle realized he didn't have a beer, and he was like air drinking a beer. He was like, "I need a beer."
Somebody get that man a beer.
I couldn't believe he didn't have one. By the way, these riffs are sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And don't forget today, pregame at 2:45, first pitch 3:45. Justin Verlander versus Jesus Luzardo as the Giants are 12-4. So anyway, so here. Let me read the quotes for you. Quote, this is from Tyler Fitzgerald. So he had a slow start. I don't have his exact numbers before yesterday's game. Do you guys have them before yesterday's? Was he on the interstate? I don't know. He wasn't.
Well, his batting average after yesterday boosted all the way up to 286.
Wow. But he had no homers.
But he was struggling, especially early on the first couple weeks of the season.
He says, quote, maybe if this happened last year, the slow start and slow spring training, I probably wouldn't be here right now. It's a major statement, man. I mean, we're starting to get this personality and this identity of this team. And the identity of this team is, hey, kid, you're on the roster. Stay. And then this is the John Shea story in the SF Standard. Asked to elaborate. That's typical Shea. I bet Shea circled back on that. One more thing. Fitzgerald suggested players were kept, quote, on a shorter leash at times, unquote, during the previous regime. And he goes on to say that. So this is, by the way, the longest the Giants have gone without making a roster move since 2014. Wow. Okay. Now, part of it is they're healthy,
and they're winning.
Knock on wood.
Mm-hmm.
But Fitzgerald going on to say that his start of his season, he says, it's been super frustrating. Frustrating spring and frustrating couple of weeks, but teammates had my back the whole time. The coaching staff had my back throughout everything. That goes for the front office, too. Everybody's had my back.
There it is.
This is all very significant stuff. I mean, they were witnessing the shaping of the Buster Posey era. And I think everybody likes it.
Yeah, and I don't think I need to re-rack a rant that I think I've given out 100 times on these airwaves. Last year, the season before, I do think that Farhan has found some good younger prospects. My problem has always been with the development of these prospects and how it stunts your development when you constantly call guys up and send them down. It's the Sacramento shuttle that was going back and forth between the River Cats and the Giants. And you can name multiple players, your Luis Matos, your Joey Bartz. The list goes on and on and on. Even a guy like Marco Luciano. I do think that their development has been stunted over the last couple of seasons because when you treat this team like a spreadsheet or a fantasy baseball roster, you're not taking the real life human element into to the discussion, and you don't factor that in. These are human beings. You have to install confidence with your younger players. It's something that I ranted about all year last year, was just giving guys like a Luis Matos a longer leash after he was named NL Player of the Week instead of setting him down a week or two later.
You're right. Confidence is a gigantic thing. There's no freaking metric for that. Young Tony figured it out. Going into the game yesterday, Fitzgerald had a 293 on base, which ain't going to cut it. Well, that's not going to cut it, bro.
I'm looking at his stats over the last 7 days in 5 games plays. He's 7 for 15. So he's definitely heated up over the last
week. 3 for 4, so 4 for 11 going. Yeah. So he said, quote, about, this is back to the Shea story in the Standard. Fitzgerald appreciates that he's been given time to work himself out of his slump. Quote, it gives me a little peace of mind. At the same time, man, it's the big leagues and I have to produce. Yeah, this is not to say that you're going to ride into the ditch with a guy. I mean, if Fitzgerald's hitting 105 in June, you got to do something about it. But you understand that 16 games is not that time.
No,
and here he is.
I mean, especially for a guy that has made the move from outfield to shortstop to second base. Like, there was a lot on his plate this past spring training. And we talked about how you thought maybe he had the most to prove because he was kind of handed that second base job. I was a little frustrated early on the season with him defensively We got into discussion about whether or not Casey Schmidt was a better defender, but that's the thing. Buster is going to give these guys a longer leash. It's like what we talked about the other week with Camilo Duvall after blowing a couple saves. Everybody wanted to DFA him. Everybody wanted him off the roster. But no, Camilo Duvall is a former all-star. I know he's not been that same pitcher, but they're going to give him a longer leash to maybe inspire some of that confidence so that Camilo can get to be back to being that type of pitcher.
Yeah, back to Fitzgerald. His OPS was 582 going into Monday's game, which obviously is not what you want. By the way, fun little detail that Shea unearthed. Fitzgerald, the first Giant since 1900 to collect 3 extra base hits in the 9-hole.
Wow.
Well, because for the first 120 years, the 9-hole was the pitcher. Yeah. Although, who knows? Bumgarner could have hit a bomb, double, and triple. Who knows?
Great job, brother.
Or Levon Hernandez. He could hit, too. But that's it for sure. And then goes on one more from Fitz, too, as he says, I had 1 RBI before today, and it's game 16, so that's not acceptable. 1 RBI. By the way, I love the fact that he's looking at RBIs. I remember when I told you guys, like, there's these certain moments in life where I watched the world change in front of me. The one was when I was in the hallway years ago, and we were talking about Hoosiers, and some young kid working here said, yeah, Hoosiers, that movie sucks. I was like, whoa. And I remember being on Twitter years ago and talking about Melky Cabrera coming here and driving in like 1 run in August. Guys like, you're such a loser. Look at this loser talking RBIs. I was like, wait, what? He's like, bro, you're not in the modern era. I was like, wait, what?
Not in the modern era.
Wait, what? That was like 15 years ago.
Yeah, but I believe it was Jeff Kent who told you the money lies in the RBI.
Before the StatCast era.
Yeah, true. Also, Jeff Kent also told us this.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
What? You have that on your board?
Enjoy the game
You've
more.
You've never played that.
Oh, I've piped it in a few times
it's on
over the
right
years.
In front of you?
I know. It usually gets lost like in the congestion that is my soundboard. But yeah, I have it ready to go. It's right next to my Logan Webb like the beam.
Young Tony, do you know about that soundbite?
I've heard it maybe like 50 times.
Oh, you have?
I do not know the backstory, though. I mean, I'm sure, what did it come on?
There was no like specific incident. It was just one of those things where Kent was a grump. He would definitely, if you went to his locker, you were in for a little sparring session. He was always grumpy. Look at you guys. What do you guys want today? Oh, look at you guys. And that's kind of Jeff Kent, which is why, by the way, one of the time when he came back to get his Wall of Fame thing, I was working alone that day. I think Paulie was. I had this one. We did like a 26-minute hit. It's just me, and he was like super vulnerable, talking about all his regrets that he didn't warm more to the fans and how much San Francisco meant to him, and he had the best times of his life here. And it was this incredible, it was like almost like a podcast. We wound up doing this huge hit with him, and he admitted that he had been a D in his time. As the great Art Spander would say, when it's time to say goodbye is when they finally choose to say hello. He said about Nick Faldo, who, by the way, we don't have to listen to anymore on the Masters. But anyway, so he had just been mad. KNBR showed up with a microphone. They lost a game, and Jeff Kent didn't like the question.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
But then the key is that creative Tony Q-Ball, who's working the Ralph and Tom show, he was the board. He single-handedly dropped that thing 10 times a day.
You, Tony!
Yeah, exactly.
That Tony.
And so he made it part of the cultural landscape here in KNBR. The glory days back in the day.
And here we are, all these years later, still bitching about the game. Enjoy the game.
All these little things are happening along the way. You know, lefty on lefty. Yaz hits against a lefty yesterday. They didn't pinch hit for Wilmer Flores in the opener, right? Remember, he would have been out of the game. Instead, he hits the 3-run homer.
Yeah, and look at a guy like Willie Adames, who is still hitting in that 2-hole. I think last year, if you have a guy like Willie Adames on this roster, if he's struggling this much, you probably drop him down in the lineup. But once again, that's installing confidence in a guy that you just gave the biggest contract in franchise history to, a guy that you want to be a face of the franchise. And yesterday, he goes deep out of that 2-hole.
He's going to, they said I think Susan Slusser told us he wants to play 162. Mm-hmm. And they're going to get to a point where they're going to bro, you need to take a break. But we shall see. He made a nice play at shortstop yesterday. It didn't get the out, but I liked it. Like I said, I was scolded by my 17-year-old for quoting Baseball Savant metrics, 15 games in the season. It's like, no, that's absolutely unacceptable. No way too small of a sample size.
Yeah, the same 16-year-old that was telling you to DFA Landon Roop after the first inning.
This is very true. Very, very true.
I love it.
All right. Well, listen, fun day, man. 7 o'clock tonight, 3:45 double. Boom, boom. Great day ahead of you.
Big fly, boom.
Big fly, boom. Want to make love under the strobe light. I kind of miss it. We'll find out what young Tony learned today. I'm not even sure. Well, next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about the good people at Bigelow Tea because they are our friends, and every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We do it right here at KNBR. Reach for that mug full of English breakfast. That's my flavor of the day to get me going. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. It's perfect for someone like me who makes a living behind a microphone. All right, so keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than right here at KNBR studio in our cup of Bigelow tea. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, fun day, man. Talking Giants, baseball, and, of course, mostly about the Golden State Warriors. I hate this play-in game. We're supposed to avoid the play-in game. What are we doing here? But, Marcus, you yourself said that you hoped that the Warriors wore their hard hats tonight. And I said, is Larry Smith going to be there? And Young Tony said, wait, what? And I think it's time to cue it up. Young Tone here.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did Young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now!
All right, all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So, Larry Smith, one of my all-time favorite Warriors. Top 10 favorite Warrior of all time. Mr. Mean. Greg Papa's ears are perked up right now because he broadcasts games. Larry Smith was one of those guys you frickin' love. So imagine basically Kevon Looney. I guess that's the base comp I can give you. Big guy, grabbing every rebound you ever wanted and just like blood and guts, like tangling elbows, forearms, and then coming down with the basketball. And he became beloved because of it. So a group of teenage kids organically formed what they called the Larry Smith Fan Club, and they sat in the top row of the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum Arena, and they wore hard hats. This was their bit. They came up with hard hats on their own to symbolize Larry Smith's blue-collar mentality. Now, at the same time, Pee-wee's Big Adventure movie was popular in the theaters, and there was a famous scene. Have you seen the movie? Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
I've seen clips and parts of the movie. I do not remember the entirety of it.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure was very hot, and there's a famous scene where he stands on a bar, and it's an unlikely thing because he's wearing a gray suit with a red bow tie, and he's a geek. He's Pee-wee Herman. Do you even know who Pee-wee Herman is, buddy?
Yeah.
And he does this tequila dance where he just does this. He just goes like this. That's his dance. And America went crazy for it. And so these teenage kids started they would play this at the arena, and then they shine a spotlight on these kids up in the top row in their hard hats with a big banner, and they would do the tequila dance. That's what you learned today, buddy. See, that's,
that's incredible.
Back when we had fun before phones. Instead of everybody going on their phone and making a Prize Picks FanDuel underdog bet at timeouts, we did this stuff.
Well, I can tell you I will have a Prize Pick lineup going tonight because I will be boots on the ground, and maybe I should show up with my hard hat on and put in the request to Raymond Ritter that they should be playing this tonight to maybe inspire one Jonathan Kuminga. That's it. Get the hard hat ready, Johnny Kuminga. Stay ready so you don't got to get ready.
You know what's crazy is, so then I go to UCLA years later, and then I make friends with this kid named Kennedy Cosgrove is her name. His name. God, yes, Kennedy is a dude. And we become friends. We start talking about the Warriors and this and that. And he's like, yeah, the Warriors and this and that. He goes, did you ever know about the Larry Smith Fan Club? I'm like, dude, Larry Smith Fan Club, I worship Larry Smith. He goes, dude, I was in the Larry Smith Fan Club. This guy's one of my lifelong best friends. Remember I went to the wedding in New Orleans a few years ago? Mm-hmm. His wedding. I actually know a guy who was in the Larry Smith Fan Club. And if you go on the suite level of Oracle or Chase Center, which is super, super fancy. I've only been there during the tour and a Harlem Globetrotters game. They have really cool vintage photos of the Warriors' history, and one of them is of the Larry Smith Fan Club. It's all these teenage kids wearing hard hats, and they're up in the top row of the Coliseum.
Tell me your buddy still has the hard hat.
Yeah, he does.
Please,
he
that's
does.
awesome.
He sent me pictures, too.
Put it on tonight, buddy.
And actually, the guy who founded it, honestly, here's a crazier stat. The guy who founded the Larry Smith Fan Club, whose idea was a guy named Mike Park, who wound up founding the ska band Skankin' Pickle, which I believe is a Copes level band, isn't it?
That's a hell of a name.
Skankin' Pickle.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
It's a hell of a name.
And they actually achieved a little bit of commercial success.
Did they really?
Yeah. And then, so Kaz told me, he's like, Skankin' Pickle. Yeah, he goes, well, that guy founded the Larry Smith Fan Club. So There you guys go. I think that we're gathering particles here tonight.
That's it.
So there you go, man.
That's the effort.
Somebody 312 says I do that stance every time this song comes on. And you guys know that Matt Mayoko looks a little like Pee Wee Herman, right? I mean, we say this in a complimentary way.
Yes, I've heard that comp
and
before.
he dressed as Pee Wee Herman for Halloween up in Eureka when he was at Humboldt State. And the band, the tradition is at Halloween, the Humboldt State band marches down the main street of Eureka and stops and plays music. They saw Maddie at a bar. They played tequila. He stood on the bar and did the Pee Wee Herman tequila dance with the Humboldt State band playing tequila.
Wow.
All right.
Maddie Mayoko.
I've emptied my bag of
Pee Wee
trivia for you
Herman.
all. All right.
I love that. I love that image.
Now the Warriors are going to win.
Yeah, now the Warriors are going to get the dub tonight. Stop John Moran from throwing grenades down at Chase Center. Warriors got to win tonight.
And by the way, Jeff Knepp, my buddy who runs the merch down there at Chase Center, just sent me his Larry Smith fan club.
He's got the hard hat on, ready to go. That's it, baby. We're ready for war.
We're
ready for war.
Okay. After all 3 hours of stress, they're winning.
That's it.
I'm excited.
Take care of business.
Yeah.
Hit your shots. Don't turn it over.
I'm going to live long enough to see the Warriors win a play-in game.
It's one of the few things missing from the Steph Curry resume.
They've never... Olympic gold medal.
Finals
Check.
MVP. Check. Play-in victory.
There it is.
Looking to check that box tonight, Steph Curry.
Can you imagine having that list, dude?
Yeah.
So, Olympic gold, Finals MVP, play-in
win.
All right, son, fun stuff. All right, we'll be here tomorrow to talk about it. There will certainly be no shortage of topics, and Papa and Silver will do the same as we hand it over. When it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's not a grenade. He's throwing his words into the crowd.
Bro. I'm going to go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Willie Ballard, or as the kids are calling him, Rizzy Ballard.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Now a swing. There's a shot. High and deep to left field. Way back there. Goodbye! A 3-run homer into the bleachers in straightaway left field. And that's the first home run of the year for Tyler Fitzgerald. And the Giants have scored 5 times in this inning. Adames hit a single to left field, but then it got picked off in the first inning. Oh, he swings to the E. It's a high drive. Deep right center field. Way back there. Still going. Adios! Pelota! And there is his first home run as a Giant.
3-2. Yastrzemski drives a high fly ball. Deep right. Castellanos back. Looking up. It is gone. A towering drive. Out to deep right center, Mike Yastrzemski.
Here's the pitch now. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a slider. Nice inning for Camilo Doval, and he kind of needed one. And the Giants with another come-from-behind win, and they've won 3 of their first 4 on this road trip that looked very treacherous going in.
Yes, they have, John Miller. 3 of the first 4 for the San Francisco Giants. Landon Roop was on the mound in Philly against that lethal offensive lineup. It was 3-0 right away, and then the Giants, just like that, flipped a switch, and all the drama and all the doubt happened in that first inning. And then in the top of the second, the slumpers woke up. You heard some highlights there from Tyler Fitzgerald. Mike Yastrzemski has not been slumping. He's been hot. And Willie Adames, first home run in a Giants jersey. You heard it all right there. We're going to get into it. The Warriors play a big play-in game today. NFL draft is coming up as well, so we're going to give a nice little balanced show today. Thanks for hanging out with us as always. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, here with you from 10 to 2. And Pop, we just got to start it off by keeping it simple. The Giants keep finding ways to hit at the right time, and they keep stacking wins.
And this road trip, I mean, that season-opening road trip to go to Cincinnati and Houston, take 5 out of 6, deal with Cincinnati's top 3 starters, and then come home and have to deal with Hunter Green, Lodolo, and Nick Martinez again. But the way this road trip, especially on the road, the 5-1 start, and then this trip to go to the big ballpark in the Bronx. And the Yankees were struggling in Detroit. It was cold there, day games, but in New York, they're bombing balls. They beat the Royals again last night. But then to go to Philadelphia, and we talked about their lineup, and with F.P. Santangelo, Yankees got a great lineup, but Philadelphia has an American League, and now we have a universal DH, obviously, so there's not that difference in the extra hitter, but Philadelphia's lineup from top to bottom, no matter how they want to stack it, have Schwarber lead off, and we had Tom McCarthy on. They want Schwarber to hit behind Bryce Harper. You're not going to bat Bryce Harper ninth, so he's going to have to drop in the middle, but to go Stott right away, Trey Turner, bang, bang. They did pitch Bryce Harper well. They get out of it with 3 in the top of the first, bottom of the first. Just an impressive comeback win to be able to bang with these teams and score 10 runs on 12 hits and hit 3 home runs. Willie Adames, the double play they were not able to turn in the first inning was odd. Should Tyler Fitzgerald come across the bag with his momentum going towards third base, turn that double play, or should Adames with his momentum going to the target? In any event, they didn't get it done. Roop did settle in, and he did his curveball. He leaned heavily on the curveball. That last one he threw at the end when he dropped down sidearm with a changeup the last out. Impressive. But it's the guys that were slumping. You're talking about it. Then we'll talk to Susan Slusser. She did write about Mike Yastrzemski, and Yaz has been locked in all year. The way Yaz is a little flatter with the top of his swing, he's not susceptible to that high top rail fastball that has plagued him. But Tyler Fitzgerald has just been chasing a lot, going out of the strike zone. His comments after the game, and John Shea wrote about it, and Shayna Rubin wrote about it, they all did. If this was last year, the way spring training was not good. The start I was off to was not good. Now, he had a back injury in spring training that Shea Hay wrote about, but he got off to a slow start. And he said, if this was last year, I wouldn't be here. Brett Wisely would be on this team right now. Casey Schmidt would be at AAA, and I think you'd flip Schmidt depending on how he was doing at Sacramento. So that's a little, and we'll get into it more. I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald is on this roster because of Farhan Zaidi. I don't mind the roster construction with him. It is odd that they have not made a player transaction at all. I mean, Farhan was the master. Like, if you started on a Thursday and then the weekend series, you're not pitching. He might as well just send you home. Like, he would adjust the 26-man roster for that night, tomorrow, and Sunday, and maybe not even tomorrow and Sunday. He would adjust as he went. And a lot of it, we'll get into it more. I think it was the genius of the way he was able to use the roster manipulation during COVID and even after we got inoculated. I remember Kevin Gausman once started. Kevin Gausman's on the COVID list. I mean, does he have COVID? No, he just got vaccinated yesterday and he's not feeling well. There's a list for that where he could go away like paternity leave for a couple of days, and he wound up going away for paternity leave because his wife went into labor and he missed the All-Star game. Anyway, Farhan was the master of that. And you want matchups. It's a 27-out battle. It's pitcher and batter, all these different confrontations. We'll get into the Warrior game tonight and the matchups where you're in the shell and how you got to guard everybody. But once you come and set a ball screen, they switch everything. It all changes. In baseball, you can manipulate the chessboard to have your best arms throw to the best hitters, have your hitters never face a left-on-left to try to mitigate that. So Farhan would. If Fitzgerald got off to a slow start, like Connor Joe and Michael Reed were the ultimate examples, he would juggle the roster. But the story was Tyler Fitzgerald was having a hard time with swing and miss a lot, and there was the top of the zone. To me, it was more that slider away that bothered him, like Casey Schmidt last year, and Casey just moved up on the plate. Now he covers it. But the same thing with the MLS Susan. They just bring out the high tee. How do you get on top of a high fastball? When you do your tee work, you just lift the tee higher, or you set the mechanical mic higher where you're dealing with that kind of pitch. And who did it? Barry Lamar Bonds, which is a great story. Barry was a hitting coach for a short period of time with the Marlins. Frank Menachino, our friend with the A's, was the primary hitting coach. But, he mainly dealt with Giancarlo, a few of the stars they had there still in South Beach. But Barry sees things. He sees everything, and he's a genius that way. And, how they've been able to, flatten out the swing a little bit. And you saw, Fitzgerald drive the ball last night. He was a single away from the cycle, so he pounded the baseball. Yeah. Big hits, his speed, plays, but more so Yaz and just how he's been able to cover. The home run he hit last night was more down a little bit, but wow, just to go to Philadelphia after taking 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, scoring 9 runs in 6 innings in that weather on Friday night, bounce back from being down right away in New York, come back and get the 5 and the 2 homers and 4 RBIs from Jung-Hoo, and then go to Philadelphia and know you got to bang with them, and they get 3 right away in the bottom of the first. You come back and hit double digits, hit 3 bombs, and beat them 10-4. I go back to our conversation with Ben Verlander, Justin, and Justin will be on the mound tonight in Philly. He just said flat out they're good. After we saw them on that first road trip, the next homestand, they swept Seattle, salvaged the last game. But this road trip, you go to New York, the Yankees, Yankee Stadium, and not blink against that team in that weather. You go to Philadelphia and deal with Turner and Schwarber and Harper and not blink. This team is starting to, it's early in the year. We're not going to overreact, but they are off to, is it more than just a good start? Is this who they are?
Well, Ben Verlander, he keeps sending out a new tweet every time the Giants win, and he's like, I'll say it 100 times if I have to, maybe 107 if we want to take it back to 2021. Says the Giants are good in all caps, and they certainly have been to start this year. And Landon Roop, before we go ahead and kind of tease the guest list and set the table for today, I was really impressed with what Landon Roop did yesterday. Not that that's going to go down as some memorable start. The ERA for the game was 4.8. It wasn't anything out of the world, but just the fact that he had to face that lineup in the first inning, he got to multiple 2-strike counts. Hits happened. Then there was the double play that wasn't turned that you mentioned, which got it to 3-0. And then he got out of the jam. And then by the next time he came back to the mound, the Giants had a 6-3 lead. And for Roop to still give you 5 innings, because Spencer Bivens was up and warming up in the bullpen in inning number 1. And I'm thinking, oh no, is this another Marcus Stroman case of what the Giants did to the Yankees on Friday? For Landon Roop to hang in there and give you 5 in what turned out to be a really quality start, that went a really long way to not overuse this bullpen when you got to go and see this team 3 more times.
Yeah, he was fine. I do think at a point here, if they all stay healthy, and they're not going to, and we'll see, there's going to be the older pitchers are going to need time off. Hayden Birdsong just has better stuff.
Yeah.
And they're found a way to use him in the bullpen. He's squirming a lot, Landon Roop, a little more. Even his first start of the year in Houston when he had the first 4 that were great, and then all of a sudden he lost it. He pitched fine and the curveball, but he didn't have his other pitches. So if you're really relying on just that one pitch, it's hard. But he's got a lot of swing and miss with that pitch. But he punched out 8. Overall, he's going to be fine. The Castellanos home run is just, Castellanos, he's pitchable. You just don't want to go there with that pitch and let him drive it out the yard. So he went 5. He gave up 4 runs. The bullpen was terrific. Randy Rodriguez came in with a clean inning, pitched well. Eric Miller, Tyler Rogers. I thought the story last night was Camilo Duvall. Even though they were up 10-4 at the time, he had a couple of strikeouts. He went through the heart of their order, including Bryce Harper. His slider was biting hard where they were swinging and missing. And then I saw 100 on the fastball again. They have calmed him down a little bit in the non-leverage situation, so just let him be there for now. But it's early for Landon Roop. When you saw him in the spring, he was just so poised on the mound. He looked like a starting pitcher now as his time. Birdsong has better stuff. He may have the best stuff on the team. I mean, the ball just pops out of his hand. He's got 4 ways to get you out at some point. And a Birdsong can be really strong, giving you 3 innings out of the bullpen. You know what that does in a tie game or a close game, a game you have the lead, you can rest all your premium arms, your Rogers and Miller, and he just takes off a whole time through the batting order and leaves it right to the closer. That's invaluable. But that guy is just too good. How many innings do you want him to pitch? Now, maybe they're doing this a little bit to regulate the innings with Hayden Birdsong, but at some point, I think you need to put him back in the starting rotation, but maybe not right away. But Roop was able to squirm out of it, but he's got to have more stuff. His curveball is electric, but he needs to have more. So he was able to mitigate the damage, but still, going 5 innings, giving up 4 runs is not a great outing.
No, I get that. And as far as Hayden Birdsong, the point I was making yesterday is that we're going to see him start games this year. It's inevitable that injuries are going to happen or guys are going to get knocked out of games early or whatever have you. Circumstantially, they're not going to go the entire season without making a single roster transaction, even though that's been the reality here through the first 16 and 10% of the season. But to have Hayden Birdsong available, and as long as you can get right now your guys giving you a solid 5, maybe 6 innings, to have someone available in the bullpen that could give you 2, 3 clean innings, that is invaluable. And when that time comes, Birdsong's got the stuff to absolutely go out there and give you quality starts. So on the other side, we'll tease the guest list. Phone lines are open as well. 415-808-5627. Any thoughts you want to get off on the San Francisco Giants, just talk to Walter and we will put you on the air to take your call. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is also open, and the YouTube chat, as always. Good to see our regulars. It is Pop on Silver with some more Giants on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Dub Nation, tonight is the night play-in action at Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Memphis Grizzlies, the 7 and 8 matchup. How are you guys feeling going into this one? Should it be a walk in the park, or are there true concerns going into tonight's matchup? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Adames hit a single to left field, but then he got picked off in the first inning. Now he swings to the it's a high drive. Deep right center field. Way back there. Still going. Adios! Pelota! And there is his first home run as a Giant. That was well out into right center field. Right field and right center. That's a porch in this ballpark. But you get deeper into right center, that's where it gets much bigger, and especially for a right-handed hitter. Second home run of the inning, and the Giants now have a 6-3 lead.
It was the second home run in 3 at-bats, but it was the first in a Giants uniform for Willy Adames, and it was a long-awaited dinger out against the Philadelphia Phillies en route to a 10-4 victory. Giants continue to stay hot on this road trip, winning 3 of their first 4, 2 out of 3 against the Yankees. First one against the Phillies yesterday, and they're going to get 3 more against Philadelphia. 3:45 first pitch today and tomorrow, and then we got the day game with a short show here on Papa and Silver for Thursday. Tell you a little bit about our guest list coming up today. Susan Slusser joining us at 10:50, as she will every Tuesday throughout the season. Larry Krueger is going to join us at 11:50. That's right, your Niners Nightly guy is going to get us into some NFL draft talk. And as Papa and I were discussing during the break, headlines are starting to creep in about which players are getting private workouts. The draft is, make that 9 days away now, with it being a Tuesday. That's right, next Thursday, and you can hang out with our KNBR hosts. And then the second half of the show, big into what's going down at Chase Center tonight. Marcus Thompson stopping by at 12:50, and Eric Hasseltine, the play-by-play radio voice for the Memphis Grizzlies, is going to be coming by at the end of the show, 1:30. Warriors fighting for that 7 seed against the Memphis Grizzlies. As far as the Willy Adames home run, I mean, yes, it was long awaited, but that also could not have been much better timing, considering he didn't have the best first inning, Papa. He had the single, but then he got picked off, and then he just wasn't quite able to turn the double play on the defensive side, which led to the Phillies' third run. Then Tyler Fitzgerald breaks that game open with his first home run of the year, and Willy Adames follows shortly after.
Yeah, and he's got power out to right center, so his first as a Giant, his first home run since September the 14th. I mean, he wound up with 32 in Milwaukee, but he didn't hit a home run there the last several weeks of the year, so it was good to get him going. They're going to let him ride him out. He's not the kind of guy you give a day off to or don't put him in the lineup. He plays every single game. He plays every inning, and he'll hit out of it. They'll be good and bad, a lot of swing and miss. His defense has been okay. Honestly, there was a lot of talk when they signed him to the 7-year deal that he's not going to be able to play shortstop throughout the entirety of it, or even, into year 2 or 3. He's fine now. The range is, when you play next to Chapman, it's just Chapman covers everything over on that side. There was a ball even in New York, where he couldn't, or maybe it was last night, the games all bleed together, where he couldn't make the throw, going off balance, and he bounced it and the runner beat it. And we talked about the double play earlier. So he's fine. They're winning. Very seldom does an entire lineup click. If you click 1 to 9, then you're getting these kind of production. You score 10 runs, and you go to South Philly, and the ball's going to fly, obviously. But the offense has been fine. You got enough guys swinging the bat. Jung-Hoo Lee took an 0 for 4 last night, or 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts in the game. But he's such an interesting player. Anyway, a little bit off last night, and Willie picked it up with the home run, but it was Tyler Fitzgerald. It was Mike Yastrzemski. So the bottom line is they're 12-4 to start the year. Now, we'll get into the Warriors heavily later on. Obviously, this is a huge game tonight in this play-in. The Warriors started 12-3, and they did not make the playoffs. They're not in. And even though they had a rough stretch there, they went 3-12, and then lost 20, got a 30, and when Jimmy got here, flipped the whole year. When you add it all up, they're 1 game short. They're not in the playoffs yet, and they got work to do this week. And but the Warriors were 12-3. The Giants are 12-4. But you look at the difference in it. The Giants are 8-2 on the road, and they've got this is a 4-game series in Philadelphia. You've got 3 more to go. It's a wraparound Thursday day game. Then you go to Anaheim to deal with the Angels for 3. So you've got 6 more road games on this, on this road trip. That'll put your away total to 16. So I don't know if we talked about this enough, but 16 of their first 22 games are away?
Yeah.
Whoa. I did not. I never read that. I never heard that. But I mean, we knew, obviously, open the year in Cincinnati, Houston, come home for 6, go back out. This is a long road trip. This is the longest road trip of the year. 3 in New York, 4 in Philadelphia, then 3 more in Anaheim, and they're playing well. I mean, wow, 16 of the first 22 on the road. So the Giants they have the second best record in baseball. They're 12-4. San Diego is 14-3. And every time you see him, Tatis is hitting a bomb. They've got injuries. Jackson Merrill got placed on the IL. Machado's been hurt. Cronenworth's been hurt.
Bullpen is lights out right now.
Bullpen is one of the best in baseball. But it just seemed like the Padres play every single game at home, and they win. In actuality, yes. They are 11-0 in the gas lamp at Petco Park and 3-3 on the road. So you look at their 14-3. Now, baseball's a little bit, you don't quite have the home field domination, but you go into South Philly and you beat the Phillies. Philadelphia has turned their home field advantage there at Citizens Bank Park into, what the Flyers, and they didn't even make the playoffs this year. None of the American Big Six originals made it in the NHL, but it's tough. NHL basketball, more of a home ice, home court than baseball. But just the discrepancy on the home versus road. San Diego does have the best record in baseball, 14-3. The Giants have the second best record in baseball, 12-4. But when you look a little closer, the Padres have played 11 home games, have won them all. They're only 3-3 on the road. The Giants are 8-2 on the road and went to hitter-friendly ballparks. You had to go to Cincinnati, the Great American Smalls Park, the place that was originally 10-run field, Enron Field in Houston, then go to Yankee Stadium. Even when it's raining and raw, the ball's going to fly in the jet stream there, then go to Philadelphia. These are ballparks you have to bang in to hang in. And I mean, they're starting with the Wilmer home run of the 9th inning to win that opening day when they were, just getting nothing done. When you look at it a little closer, the 12-4 is even more impressive when you consider all the games they've had to play on the road, all the winning they're doing in tough environments.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bullpens that have been getting the heaviest use right now, thinking about the curiosity over how great the Padres bullpen is. They've gotten 63 innings up there. You know which bullpens pissed the most innings, and it's really not that close? The Dodgers.
Well, they don't have any starters.
That's right. So
their bullpen is just, they got like 3 closers. Right now, and Dustin May threw the ball well the other day. I was watching them a little bit last night. They with all the injuries that they've had, putting Blake Snell on the injured list, they got so many guys. The strength of their pitching staff right now is the back end and not their frontline starting pitching.
Milwaukee is coming in at second with 66 and 2/3 innings pitched. And coming back from this road trip, the Giants are going to go and see the Brewers. And then the Giants, we kind of mentioned with Landon Root being able to stretch 5 out of a start like that. Verlander ended up stretching 5 out of a start in which Cincinnati looked like they were maybe running away with it and en route to a sweep. They're in the middle of the pack, just 16th with 58 innings pitched so far. And you got a guy in there in Hayden Birdsong right now who we think is, of course, going to be able to give you some starts, but he's able to go a few. And you mentioned Randy Rodriguez and what he was able to give you last night as well. So coming up, I want to play some sounds from yesterday, a little post-game from the Giants, hear from Willie Adames, hear from Bob Melvin, hear from Tyler Fitzgerald about especially those two players finally getting it going with the bat yesterday. Tyler Fitzgerald, 1 single away from the cycle, so he was really feeling it. And then we'll catch up with Susan Slusser at 10:50. It's all coming your way. Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, Papa and Silver? Thanks for hanging out with us. A lot of Giants talk here in the first hour or so. Susan Slusser is going to be joining us coming up at 10:50. Also get a little bit into some NFL talk at the draft coming up in 9 days. We got the KNBR draft event at Jack's Restaurant down in San Jose. And, of course, Greg Papa's going to be down at 4949, getting ready to see what the 49ers do with the 11 pick, whether that's make a selection or possibly even trade it back. And Larry Krueger is going to help us figure out all those scenarios about hour 15, 11:50 for Krug. Right now, want to hear from some post-game Giants, and got to start off with maybe not necessarily the man of the hour yesterday. There were really a couple, and really it was actually all the slumpers. Pretty cool to be talking about how Jung-Hoo Lee, the story of the weekend, goes 0 for 5 yesterday with 3 strikeouts, and we're sitting here today talking about how the Giants have 10 runs because everybody else picked it up. And we'll start with Willy Adames, who his home run we came in with to begin last segment. This is Willy Adames after the game saying how he didn't want to always start slow, but guys like him and Chapman, even veterans like that who are the leaders of the team, need those kind of nights to keep building confidence.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working, we've been trying to get it going. I feel like for me it's been like that for, my whole career. I always start slow, but we don't want to do that, and I don't know why it always happens. But we are working, trying to make some adjustment, and obviously I think it's the confidence that we need to get back on. For me and Chappie, we just need that confidence, and we're working on it. We're gonna be there, and we just, as long as we continue to win games, we're gonna be all right.
I can hear a little levity, a little excitement in the voice, and a little out of breath there as a little locker room rambunctious after a 10-4 win.
Yeah, that's his first home run as a Giant, and he's going to hit balls. He's mainly a pull hitter, but he'll hit balls out to right center. He's got big-time power for a guy, and he also, 32 homers. He had 33 doubles last year. But it's been a while. His Milwaukee days, and they got really emotional at the end. They kind of knew that his run with the Brewers was ending, and there was a Willy Adames day, and there were a couple of long ceremonies, but he had a home run drought the last couple of weeks of last season. His last home run was September the 14th at Arizona of last year, so he had a long streak. He swung the bat better in New York. He had a multi-hit game on Sunday. He is who he is. He's going to swing and miss a lot. Chapman swings and misses a lot. They just do. Jung-Hoo Lee is the aberration. That's why for him to go for 5 with 3 strikeouts is unusual, but that's baseball. It's hard. But Adames he'll get hot, and he'll carry the team for a long stretch. He'll get on a home run tear. This is obviously a good ballpark for him. Jesus Luzardo is on the mound tonight for Philadelphia. We know him from the A's. This guy has electric stuff, and he'll throw 100 miles per hour. He's got overpoweringly good stuff, but he's a lefty, so we'll see if Adames can, get on a little bit of a tear here. But that's just who he is. Chapman, has vulnerability. That's why I'm going to talk to Susan about Yastrzemski and the way he's been covering up the top rail fastball that has haunted him. And he's a little flatter there, and obviously the adjustments that Tyler Fitzgerald made. But the schedule is just looking at the home versus road. So the Giants are 8-2 on the road after the win last night. They also have not technically committed an error on the road, although the last game in Houston, Casey Schmidt on the backhand, but still, they played error-free baseball in 10 road games. They've won 8 of them. They took 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati. They swept Houston, and they've lost a lot of great players, but they're a playoff perennial. Last year was the first time in 7-8 years they haven't gone to the championship series when the Tigers beat them in the divisional. Then you go into New York. The Yankees won the World Series last year. People think if the Dodgers aren't going to make it this year, the Phillies are. So to go 8-2 on the road and not commit an error on the road is unbelievable. When this trip is over, and it seems like they're like the Warriors' 2-week trip they had at the end of the year, is it ever going to end? After they got 3 more in Philadelphia in a day game on Thursday, go to Anaheim, then come home. Kind of like the Warriors, the end of that trip, they went to L.A. You're back in California, but you're not home. 3-city road trips are hard. Anyway, you're going to have 16 of your 22 games to begin the year on the road. 16 of your 81 road games will already be banked. So They take the energy of what they're doing on the road this early year, get home. Let's see this team take off. But obviously off to a great start, and Willie Adames will pick it up. There's no doubt. He's just a streaky hitter. Because he's got the long-term deal, he can kind of ride it out. It's important to get off to a good start with the new fan base, but people love him. The team loves him. I thought it was great when he hit the home run, the way everybody reacted to him.
Yeah.
And Yaz was everybody looking to take the helmet off of him the way he was opening day when Ramos hit the big home run, the 11-pitch at-bat with Hunter Green and Tucamapo, and obviously Wilmer, the big one in the ninth inning. But pretty amazing. The reaction that he has, just vibing off the team. Even when he had that mistake, the play at short, he puts his arm around Chapman. He's an ingratiating guy, and he plays through his own personal ups and downs. It's about the team with this guy. A lot of guys talk that way. Jimmy Butler's like that as well. It's all about the we. It's not about him. But when he gets on a heater, he could easily hit 4, 5, 6 home runs in a week.
Look, $182 million over 7 years is going to help anybody's situation and peace of mind, but it's still, from a competitive standpoint, and these athletes who are doing this at the highest level, it is still much easier said than done to be positive and have the kind of energy and be the kind of teammate that Willie Adames has been when he struggled to start the year. So you could see the way the team responded, and that was a really uplifting moment for the Giants as they continue to bank some games on the road. It's funny, the morning show was talking about how going into this trip, and because of how many games to start the season on the road, 5-5 they'd be perfectly happy with. Look, long way to go. I know it's one day at a time, but at this point I'm thinking, can you get 6? I'd like to go over 500 on this trip before coming home and just keep banking up some wins. You said Willie Adames is a swing and a miss guy. You know who else is? Tyler Fitzgerald. And it was a lot of swing and a hit yesterday. Tyler Fitzgerald, the 3-run home run to give the Giants the lead for good. Also had a triple and a double, and Mike Yastrzemski made it count both those other times he got on base, sending him in with an RBI. So here's Fitzgerald after the game talking about how they've been capitalizing with guys on base all year, and it goes back to the situational hitting. Last night, the Giants with runners in scoring position, 5 for 9. The Phillies were the ones that struggled at 1 for 11. Here is Fitz on picking up the guys who've been slumping and capitalizing with runners on base.
No, we don't. And that's kind of what, we built off last year. Every time we had a little 3-run deficit or something, we kind of felt like we were out of the game. So coming into this year, man, it's all about situational hittings. When we get those opportunities, get those runs in, and we've been capitalizing on with guys on base this year, and just to kind of keep that going is the main thing. But, man, and in this clubhouse, we all love each other. We know that any guy can have a big night, and we just all pull for each other. And, when some guys are struggling like myself, we got Jung-Hoo that'll pick us up, or Flores that'll pick you up. So I'm happy to kind of do my part tonight and pick up for some other guys in the lineup for once.
So I got to say, watching this last night, and this is not to go on a dump on the old regime versus the new regime. And by the way, Farhan brought in Jung-Hoo Lee as an example. So this is just a difference between what we saw last year from the team versus this year from the team. I had this moment yesterday where it's the first inning and it's 3-0. And I thought to myself, oh man, how many times last year would I have just kind of been like, I don't know how closely I'm going to be watching the next few innings, because it felt like once they got down 3-0, could the Giants even get 2 runs? Could they get 3? And that's to say they wouldn't give up another one. You look back, by the next time Landon Roop's on the mound, they got a 3-run lead. And I get that that's an aberration. That's not going to happen every single time. But so far, with through 16, these guys just don't go away.
Well, Tyler Fitzgerald got on a binge last year. We saw the guy hit 5 home runs in 5 games, something that hasn't been going on around here since Bonds. And nobody had 11 his first 15, 16, 17 games. Mays is the only rookie to do that. So when he got here, he was on a heater. And then he just went off on a terrible ending of the year where there was a lot of swing and miss, and he was chasing pitches. He had a hard time bunting last year. I think now they're just using more of his complete game. The guy's the fastest guy on the team with Grant McCray down in the minor leagues. He's clearly the fast. You got some fast guys here. Yaz and Chapman are deceivingly fast, but this guy's the fastest, and not just stealing bases, but running. That triple he had last night was really impressive when Jim Lynch and Jeff Kuiper picked up the camera on him around the bases. He already passed second base. Like, whoa, he didn't even get to second yet. He's already past second, going to third. Like, that's unusual to pick up that camera placement and have him be there. He's just that fast. So, but the key thing is barreling the ball. And a lot of it also, and, for whatever reason, the older players, the former Giants, the Giants, forever Giants, just weren't as welcome around. And you hear it from all the guys. You know, they didn't invite me there. I didn't want to be around. I don't know why that happened. That is unfortunate. With the history of this franchise, to take down pictures of World Series winners, and you know why you don't embrace. Mark Schott did that in Cincinnati when she first got there, and it flipped the franchise. They were the big red machine. They have a long history in Cincinnati. Anyway, I don't know why he did that, but the quiet thing is that it's Bonds. And, you know, Bonds is not the kind of guy that's going to be a full-time hitting instructor, but you give him a special project or he sees something. So obviously with Tyler Fitzgerald, there was just so much swing and miss in his swing where he was swinging under the ball. And you could see it. You know, Yastrzemski and Chapman have a hard time when the pitch is really high because it's hard to get up on the ball. But with Fitzgerald, he was just, his barrel was dropping. You could see it. It was a lot of sliders away he was chasing. Anyway, Bonds just went into the clubhouse. Can you imagine? You're Tyler Fitzgerald of the Giants. You're hanging in your clubhouse, and Barry Bonds comes in and says, "Hey, when you have a moment, I want to take you out on the tee and show you something." It's like, what? Wow. And then, you know, it simply was, you got to drop. So swing down on the ball more. It would seem counterproductive if the barrel's going down too much, but start higher and bring it down. And then just the tee work you do is put the tee up higher. And I wonder if they've done that with Yastrzemski, if they've done that with Chapman. Those guys are covering now the top rail of the strike zone where they used to miss that pitch all the time. And Yaz has kind of flattened out his swing. Susan wrote about him going the other way. It's fascinating the way they're applying some of these great. And Pat the Bat obviously is there, and Damon Minor. But have Bonds come in and tell Fitzgerald, you know, you got to keep your barrel up. You're dropping it. So what do? You start a little higher, and then you bring it down more with the tee work. And it's been obviously last night he went off, but really the last game of the previous homestand, the Cincinnati game, he began to hit the ball, and he hit the ball the other way. And then the at-bats he's had in New York was strong, and then he breaks out last night to have his great game of the year. So the interesting thing is that a guy like Fitzgerald, who's not a young player, he's been around for a while. He's in his, mid to late 20s now.
27,
that he's able to take what Bonds, taught him and just get on the tee a little bit, then go apply it in the game. So that kind of letting Bonds feel like he's part of it. I don't know how much he was involved. You see him around every now and then around the cage, but you know, all the old timers are back and they're comfortable coming back, whether it's Dusty or Richie or whomever. Joe Panik and Marco Scutaro both working with Tyler Fitzgerald in spring training. That was part of the disconnect of why do you not want the forever Giants to be around the young group?
And Yusmeiro Petit with Camilo Duvall helping him out. And Duvall, nice outing last night. Obviously some ups and downs, but an encouraging sight nonetheless to go and close that out in the ninth inning. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Susan Slusser about Mike Yastrzemski, the swing, the road trip, the Giants, everything that has been contributing to this good energy and maybe how they can even crank it up to another level. She'll join us from the San Francisco Chronicle. It is Susan Slusser on the other side with Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Happy Tuesday, everybody. A little gloomier in the city today. We got spoiled with some warm weather over the weekend, but nonetheless, we are still getting spoiled by the San Francisco Giants, and they have not had the great weather that we got over the weekend. Took game one in Philly, 3 to go, and here to help us break it all down, as she does every Tuesday, is Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. And as I get ready to introduce Susan, I'll tell you that she is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan is also brought to you by Weichert Realtors, where home is everything to get started. Call your local Weichert office today, because at Weichert, we guide you home, and we guide Susan Slusser into the airwaves on the UMA guest line. Susan, how are you? Good to talk to you.
I'm great. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing well. I mean, it gets fun when you get to have a whole day yesterday devoted to Jung-Hoo Lee's cheer song and the KBO and everything he did out in New York. So actually, I'll start there before we even get into yesterday in this Phillies series. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee to go and put everybody on notice at Yankee Stadium, and I get that some of those balls he hit over the fence wouldn't have been homers at Oracle Park, but to do it 3 times in a series, and especially what he did on Sunday, with the second one being a one that got the Giants back over the top and ultimately led to them taking their first ever series against the Yankees. Like, what does that do for when you get that kind of national attention and national notice? What does that do to kind of juice a clubhouse up?
Yeah, I think it does 2 things. You know, first of all, I think that Giants kind of liked going a little bit under the radar. It's almost impossible to when you have a series like that as a team, and then for Jung-Hoo Lee as an individual at Yankee Stadium. And I do think that they kind of enjoy, like, see, we've been trying to tell you we're good, and this guy is good. But most of all, you know, he played so little last year that there were still a lot of question marks, like what kind of hitter is he? Is he a big league hitter? Can he do this consistently? Has he faced enough big league pitching yet? Like, has he learned enough about various different starters? He really hadn't. You know, he's still facing guys he's never seen before, and it doesn't seem to matter. You know, he is answering the question. Those skills that he brought over from Korea have translated. It looks like he is smart enough to adapt to pitchers, including ones he hasn't seen before, and make a little bit of a name for himself. The flip side is you wonder, oh gosh, how much exactly does he like hitting at Yankee Stadium? Because you know the second somebody shines there, the New York writers put that in the back of their mind. All of the media there does. And, you know, at some point they start going like, hey, maybe we could trade for Jung-Hoo Lee, or hey, we can sign him as a free agent. He obviously wants to play here. So that will become a narrative if that's a place he really shines.
Hands off. The Yankees can't get everybody, Suze, but I hear you.
Exactly. They think they can. The Dodgers and Yankees always think we get, so I guess
I know.
evidence is
and then, you know,
kind of can.
And he's similar to Jazz Chisholm, where you look at his body, you don't think he's a home run hitter. And Jazz went to New York in that jet stream and the short porch and right in the new Yankee Stadium. What a weekend. They hit 2 off of Rodon, the lefty, and then, you know, the one on Friday night off of Marcus Stroman. But his bat-to-ball skills are incredible, the way he is in the outfield. You know, last year, they don't have a most improved award anymore, but I think he's the most improved player in baseball from what we saw last year. It was 37 games, but there was a lot of rolling over and grounding out to second or lazy fly balls. It just looks like he's locked in. When we saw him last year, maybe because he wears 51, you immediately think of the great Ichiro Suzuki. And I'm not saying he's Ichiro, but I see more of that in his game. When you watch him play, do you see, and you saw a lot of him in the American League as I did, do you see it all? Any Ichiro and Jung-Hoo Lee?
You know, that Jung-Hoo's his favorite player is Ichiro. You know, he has made that very clear. He studied him, and when you watch, you do see a little bit of it. I mean, I think we've talked a little bit about this before. It's tough to put anything like that. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but yes, he clearly took an awful lot from watching Jung-Hoo all those years. I think that. You know, the consistency is the thing that I think is going to be the important one to take out of that, because the homers will kind of come and go. He's certainly got enough pop that he's going to hit some, but it's more the getting on base. He's starting to like steal a few more bases. When he does, it looks like he's doing it with ease. I think those are the ways in which having somebody like Ichiro Suzuki as your idol and kind of modeling your swing after him, that could really help.
Talking to Susan Slusser here as we do it every Tuesday, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Yesterday, Susan, Tyler Fitzgerald finally exploded onto the scene. He was one single away from hitting for the cycle, and he made some pretty candid comments after the game about how if this were last year, he certainly felt like he would have been gone and off the roster and sent to AAA, and how that kind of can play with your head a little bit. So this isn't a question necessarily to do a whole dumping on a regime that no longer is managing the team and everything, but just what'd you make of his comments and kind of just hearing it from a player and just kind of the real value of being patient with guys and giving them second, third, fourth chances when they're getting off to slow starts like Tyler Fitzgerald was?
Yeah, I think the big thing is the fact that he's been in the lineup. Like, when you go back and you look at Luciano probably didn't have quite this long a leash, but VR did. I think he played most of April, the year he was sort of awarded the third base job. Joey Bart played, well into May when he was awarded the catcher spot. But I wrote during the spring, like you kind of like these are all young guys who don't quite have the experience level where you go like automatically this is your guy who's going to be your second baseman. And Tyler Fitzgerald has got to be feeling it. You get handed a position. You want to perform, especially when the team's playing well. You think like, well, I'm the only guy that's not contributed. And you sort of said that yesterday, like the bottom of the order is really, we kind of got it together. So it feels nice to contribute, but I'm sure it feels like they've been sticking with me more than maybe I deserve. And I'm glad he's thinking like that. And to me, it's really being the lineup because at this point, like a VR, Luciano, et cetera, is probably sitting more often than playing. And you can't play yourself out of a slump if you're on the bench.
His home run flipped the game without a doubt, and a couple of batters later, Willie Adames hit his first as a Giant, Susan. But Mike Yastrzemski, late in the game, hit a home run, and it was off the lefty Tanner Banks, who hung a curveball, and Mike was all over it. Just now he's up to leading off in the order the way he's locked in. But you wrote a piece about him when he had that 3-run homer going the other way in the comeback win over Seattle, and how he is going the other way more, not being so pull happy. And he used to strike out so much like Brandon Belt on that top rail fastball. Mike Kruko's been talking during the broadcast, and how he's flattened out the top of his swing a little bit. He's always going to be a guy to strike out. He had years where he struck out 141 times, 124 last year. But the walk-to-strikeout ratio is a lot more even. He's drawn 10 walks this year, and he's punched out 15 times, which is down. The batting average is high. The walks has the on-base. He's slugging. Just what adjustments has Mike Yastrzemski made? He's always been a solid, fundamental player in all regards, but he had that hole at the top of his swing that he looks like he's closed up a little bit now.
Yeah, and he's also trying to avoid swinging at that pitch, unless it's consistently getting called for, the high strike. That's one where, he's going to try to stay away from that, and he's going to stop trying to pull pitches that are on the outside corner. He says he's fighting that. It's tough. He spent 3 years trying to pull everything. He got really pull happy. Launch angle and pulling the ball, that was all the rage. This is a team that I think it's the hitting from the hitting coaches, the front office on down, everybody is on board with, launch angle and home runs isn't necessarily the end-all, be-all. We want guys on base. We want to create havoc. We want to put pressure on the opposing starters. You can't do that if you're striking out, twice a game. So, yeah, I think a lot of guys have made this adjustment, but Yastrzemski is the one who's really benefited the most so far. I'm just like his OPS, he's at 1036. I mean, this guy, yeah, we're early in the season. We're not quite 3 weeks in, but he looks like a different guy. The approach is so much different. This is not just like, oh, he's on a little bit of a hot streak. This is kind of more the hitter he was, I think, in 2020 and parts of 2021.
Well, yeah, I saw in your article, Susan, that at no point last year did Yastrzemski crack 250 with a batting average and ends up finishing at 231. Obviously, a very different story this year. And all this talk on Mike Yastrzemski and Tyler Fitzgerald is going to lead me to ask you about the Bob Melvin evaluation, because that was another face we were looking at heavily going into this year of how the Giants were going to look, how they'll be able to handle the bullpen, how they would handle extra innings situations. Remember, there was that Padres team that he had that didn't win an extra innings game forever in the season. So, between Yaz facing lefties or Fitzgerald staying in the lineup or Landon Roop going a career-high 101 pitches last night, Bob Melvin's pushing a lot of the right buttons. And obviously the players are the ones executing, but are you seeing any philosophical changes from Bo Mel in a management standpoint, or is it really just come down to that execution?
Well, I mean, you guys know I covered Bob for so long when I covered the A's and he was there. This seems more Bob Melvin style, but even like amped up more. He's willing to, just the fact he's comfortable with having basically an all right-handed bench, one left-handed reliever. A lot of times the platoon advantage had become so pronounced for a lot of teams, not just the Giants, but certainly with the last front office, that you could see that potentially managers were told, look, you're going with this matchup, even if your gut is saying, I really like this guy's at-bats he's had lately or today, or, maybe that I don't think that this pitcher is the right guy necessarily against this hitter. I think we're seeing unfettered management. And just in baseball in general, you don't see that much. I'd love to see it go back. Experience matters. Gut matters, for lack of a better word. Dusty Baker was always big on gut. He would make moves that were totally against the grain. I don't know how much we're going to see moves that are totally against the grain from Bob Melvin, but certainly he looks very comfortable with the moves he's making. And Buster had emphasized having pitchers go deeper into the games. I think most managers are on board with that. You don't want to wear out your bullpen early, as happened quite a lot the last couple of years. You'd rather have a nice, fresh bullpen at all times. They seem to be very much in sync on kind of all of those things that they value. But, so far it's so early. You can't judge a manager, 16 games into a season. But some of the little things that you're talking about, like extra innings, they're 2-0 in extra innings. They're winning one-run games. They're winning interleague games, which they didn't last year at all. They kind of struggled. They got a bunch of blowouts. Their run differential is they're plus 29, which is third best in baseball. And those after the first month or two, it doesn't tend to be that much fluctuation. And usually a very good run differential is going to get you into the postseason, or certainly you're going to be in contention. So, yeah, so far so good. But, we're not even at the 3-week mark. So let's take a breath.
Bob's, this is year 22 managing in the big leagues. So you're listening to you talk and just to me, this is, and I have to go back to when he was in Seattle, years ago, 2 decades ago, or Arizona. When you manage Billy Beane's team, you're going to have a certain set of philosophical rules you have to adhere to as far as bunting and how to run a game. And even with Farhan, we think of Farhan being a Dodger, but he was raised by Billy and David. And just the bunting, remember the series against Atlanta, to bunt or not to bunt? Yaz didn't bunt. Fitzgerald couldn't get it down. The way they're bunting, the way they're running, the way they're playing, to me, it's more, this is Buster Ball. It's a philosophy where a lot of it is still Farhan's players. But listening to you talk about Mike Yastrzemski, the Giants would strike out a lot, but they would strike back. The team that won 107 games had 241 home runs that year, the most in the history of the franchise. They set a record for the most pinch hit home runs. How many pinch hitters have they sent up this year, Suze? It's not so much the roster, and there have been changes to the roster here and there, but it's impressive that you change completely philosophically about how we're going to play the game, and the coaching staff is able to implement that, and these players, some young, some old, that have been raised in the previous way of playing can just flip it like that. That to me is Buster Ball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think, I do think every time a question has been asked, which is of either Buster or Melvin, of, philosophy or strategies or player evaluations, they really sounded very much on the same page with everything. I I do feel like this is a combo thing, and I don't want to leave out Zach Manazzi because he is right there too. He's been very impressive. But yeah, it's kind of fun to see because again, you just don't see that many managers and front offices necessarily on the same page at all times the way this one seems to be so far. Again, early. But I don't know why you wouldn't look, it's working. When you know you've got a team that doesn't have the best offense in your division, probably, maybe not even third best, you're going to have to go with the pitching and trying to scratch out runs. And I think it just makes sense. It's all sensible what they're doing. But I think Buster's kind of put that in place, and he's letting Bob run with it.
Last couple minutes here with Susan Slusser, and don't want to let you go without asking about Justin Verlander, who's going to be on the mound today. He's had 3 starts, I'd say not necessarily all bad starts, but has yet to really have an electric start. What's he need to do to have his best start of the season today?
He seems like he's just had sort of the one inning kind of stumble here and there, and then otherwise been great. A couple of great innings, stumble, and another good. His last outing was a perfect example of that. It was just really a sequence of about 5 or 6 batters, started with a walk. And kind of to go along with that, the thing he's done really well is he's done a great job of limiting that to just that one inning and giving the team a chance to win, which they have been. So I think he just needs to, limit a little bit of damage. And he was kicking himself for that walk last time and not a lot of hard hit balls. I think he's pitched actually better than his numbers would tell you, but he's so experienced. He knows that. He's not worried. No, I don't think anybody with the team is at all worried. He's sort of giving them exactly, what they would hope that he would. I don't think anybody thought he's going to come in and win 20 games. He's not quite that guy anymore, but he's going to make a lot of solid starts, and so far so good.
Yeah, and then after today, they got 2 more to go in Philadelphia with a day game on Thursday. Then it's to Anaheim to see our friend Ron Washington, who has had just an incredibly interesting career. I mean, on the west side of the Bay, we have Ron Wotus, and Wody was never given a chance to manage a major league team, which to me is criminal. And then it was obviously just seeing these guys hit fungo after fungo, whether it was to Brandon Crawford or Eric Chavez. It's Wash on the other side, and we saw him obviously get the chance to manage with the Rangers and. Man, the 2010 team, that took the Giants in the World Series. The next year, one of that riveting matchup against Tony and the Cardinals. Couldn't quite get it done, but man, were they close. And then the personal, issues that Walsh had off the field, Suze. After he managed in Arlington, he went 10 years before he came back and rejoined the A's to manage the Angels last year. Lost 99 games last year, and here he is. And it's a competitive American League West, but he's got him in first place right now. I know how much you think of Ron Washington. What a fascinating life this man has had.
Yeah, and this is an organization that has been, really down in the dumps for quite some time, despite a lot of money being thrown at the roster and a lot of moves, moves up top, moves at the manager's spot, additions, like changes in philosophy. I am thrilled that Wash is the one that's sort of gotten it together. Again, I can't say this too much. It's early in the season, and certainly the Angels have found all sorts of ways to be disappointing in the last basically decade. But you think with somebody like Ron Wash, who is relentlessly upbeat, he will tell it exactly like it is. Don't get me wrong. Like if a player needs to be, dealt with, he is going to make sure they're accountable for their whatever they've done or haven't done. But he loves baseball, and he is just always sort of full of joy at being there. And I think that goes a long way. And if they're playing well, watch out, because that's going to be sort of an infectious feeling. And I wouldn't just be happy for Ron Washington to see that team do well, but also wouldn't it be nice to see Mike Trout in a playoff situation again sometime?
Yeah, sure. Just he can cool it off this weekend because he's been really hot to start the year. So that's what I'll say to that. But no, I agree with you, Susan, and it'll be a fun series for sure against the Angels this weekend. Appreciate you coming by. We'll definitely get into that Angels series the next time we talk to you on Tuesday. And as always, have a great week, and thanks for coming on KNBR.
Terrific. Thanks, guys.
See you at Z-Man's birthday party tonight at the Gotham Club, 5 o'clock. Michael Zagaris, 80th. Who would thought that Michael Zagaris would live to be 80 years of age? Certainly I never did.
Well, you got a big night between Z-Man's 80th and then 7 o'clock. I'm going to be at Chase Center for the Warriors and Grizzlies playing a game I didn't want to be on the schedule, but now it is, and it's right here in the city, so you bet your A I'm going to show up. It's going to be a good time. Let's do a little bit of Giants wrap-up on the other side. Want to play some funny sounds from Tom McCarthy, who was on with us yesterday, as well as Dave Fleming, and their reaction to Eric Miller getting a little bit of help from some umpiring and Patrick Bailey's pitch framing. We'll do that on the other side, then talk a little football. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Dub Nation, tonight is the night. Play-in action at Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Memphis Grizzlies, the 7 and 8 matchup. How are you guys feeling going into this one? Should it be a walk in the park, or are there true concerns going into tonight's matchup? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And now it's time for Big Papa. There's something in your home you probably take for granted, yet you may interact with them several times a day. Without them, your life would be much more challenging. What am I talking about? Imagine your home without doorknobs and locks. Not only are they essential, they can make a bold statement about your home. At Golden State Lumber and Showroom, they offer a wide selection of stylish brass and bronze knobs and levers, from sleek modern designs to timeless classics. Need a perfect match for your decor? They have finishes to complement any style, plus their locks combine beauty and durability for years of reliable performance. I encourage you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click Windows and Doors for the nearest Bay Area showroom. You can make an appointment from the website and bring your architect or designer to see if new doors and windows may be appropriate for your home as well. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on? Papa and Silver hanging out with you on a Tuesday. Giants going to get going for Game 2 of 4 in Philadelphia. First pitch, 3:45. Giants pregame starts 2:45. You can catch that right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Man, dirty work. Just finding a way to weasel out of work this week. They got a 45-minute show, another 45-minute show, another 45-minute show, and then we're the cheaters on Thursday with a 2-hour show. But that's neither here nor there. Wanted to play a couple of sounds in a rather cooler of content-like style way. Shout out to the morning show for their little bit on all the fun sound. But Giants had an 8-4 lead. They ended up winning at 10-4, although there was a moment there where it was looking a little bit dicey in the bottom of the 7th. Eric Miller came in, replacing Randy Rodriguez. Trey Turner flies out. That's 1 out. And then Bryce Harper gets on base with a single. Kyle Schwarber flies out, make it 2. Nick Castellanos walks. So you got 2 runners on, and JT Realmuto is up against Eric Miller and hits a deep ball to left field. Only it was foul by just a little bit. So then it's a full count, and here was a pitch in which it looked like the bases were going to be and probably should have been loaded. The 3-2 pitch and the magic of Patrick Bailey with the help of some officiating. And here's the reaction. I want to play both from the Phillies broadcast with our guy Tom McCarthy, who we had on yesterday, and Dave Fleming. Let's do the Philly broadcast first. The pitch just a bit outside. Shout out to our guy, the late, great Bob Uecker. Here was the reaction.
Runners go. And a strike.
Oh, my goodness.
That is way off the plate.
That is not a good call.
JT does not react like that.
Nope.
And Tony Randazzo, he's missed a couple tonight, but that was as egregious a miss as you will see from a home plate umpire.
Wow.
So I made a joke that maybe KNBR needs to be sending Tony Randazzo a gift basket or something. It's Easter weekend coming up, but yeah, that pitch, like me some Eric Miller, should have been a bases loaded scenario.
Who is Tom's partner? Is that Ben Davis, I believe, the former Major League catcher? He works with Michael Jack Schmidt on Sundays. It used to be the great Matt Stairs, the professional hitter. Tom rolled with a call, but it was Ben. I think that was Ben Davis who jumped in on it.
Yeah.
So there was a 2-2 pitch right before that Patrick Bailey tried to take from low to up in the way he caught the pitch. This is after JT Realmuto almost had a 3-run homer around the left field foul pole, which would have made it 8-7. Then the very next pitch on the 3-2, he went out to pull it back in. JT Realmuto is a tremendous catcher, but Patrick Bailey won a Gold Glove last year because of that. And that was one that was the expert way he caught the ball and pulled it back in. And next year, if the Phillies didn't use up all their challenge in the ABS system, you would see JT Realmuto hit the top of his helmet and ask for a challenge. And who knows? That pitch did appear to be outside. He may have been able to win that, and it'd be bases loaded, and we'd still be in the bottom of the inning. The one thing, though, and everybody's talking about Patrick Bailey and how this is going to limit his ability. It's not every pitch. And I saw AAA on the weekends where it was every single pitch. And then there was during the week, I'm not sure what they do now, you have a challenge system. Now, to me, it should be more than, what, they got 2 and maybe you get a third. To me, it should be unlimited, and it should be like 3 strikes, you're out, 3 outs, the inning is over. You should get 3 failed challenges. But we're going to see this system next year, but it's not going to be like every single pitch you're challenging. So Patrick Bailey is going to be involved in almost every single pitch. You're not going to be able to pull everyone back. So his pitch framing is going to be nearly as important as it's always been. It'll just be in certain moments like this. And that's debatable. That appeared to be outside, but that's the genius of Patrick Bailey.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like your point, though, that it's not an every single pitch scenario. This isn't AAA. This isn't the full-on ABS system. The ABS challenge system, very different to where Patrick Bailey's superpower, and a big part of what ultimately a Gold Glove last year, is that it's not going to go away. It's still going to be very valuable, but certainly a big play last night. And sometimes you just got to get a little bit of luck with your teams, and the San Francisco Giants certainly got one there. Want to also play Dave Fleming's call on this one because we said Tom McCarthy just kind of went with it, and the color commentary jumped in. It was egregious. JT Realmuto, a catcher himself, knows what a good pitch is, never really reacts like that. Dave Fleming even got ahead of the call and had no problem admitting that that was a little favor from Randazzo. So here's Flem.
Runners will be off. Let's try to execute your best pitch right here. If you walk him, you got the lefty on deck.
3-2. He walked him.
Oh.
No, he did not. Strike 3 called. Wow, Real Muto's unhappy, and I don't blame him. That was a gift.
2 gifts in the at-bat, but you will take it if you're Eric Miller. And you're the Giants. Oh, wow.
JT Real Muto shocked by that one. Frankly, so was I. 8-4 Giants.
He walked him. No, he didn't. And
well, Jay's not a homer. He called it the way he saw it. Now, go back and watch the 2-2 pitch. That one, to me, was more of a strike, and it's just the brilliance of Patrick Bailey. The way he's able to catch a baseball, it's like a pillow. He just pulls it right up in the strike zone. That one was closer to being a strike than the 3-2 away. He's just genius. And what Javi was talking about, he got a couple of breaks. You know, Real Muto almost hit a 3-run homer earlier in that at-bat. But that's the part of this lineup. And we talked to Tom McCarthy yesterday, the way Rob Thompson has it now. He wants Kyle Schwarber protecting Bryce Harper. So he's going to put the 2 lefties back to back, and then you got Castellanos and Real Muto, and you got all the righties around him. Stott's lefty, but Trey Turner. This is where, you know, you only have one lefty. You know, in the old days when Javi Lopez would come in and completely nullify that 2010 National League Championship Series, the best work was Javi Lopez against Chase Utley and Ryan Howard. He just took them right out of the series. He always matched up with them in critical, you know, only get one shot at it, but it was the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. And then Charlie Manuel put the fly in Hawaii and Shane Victorino in the middle of them to break it up. But what Javi would do, he'd get out Chase Utley, and then he'd walk Victorino, and then he'd get out Ryan Howard. But you only have one lefty, and it's a 4-game series. This is where Hayden Birdsong comes in as a starting pitcher. How often do you want Eric Miller? Can he pitch? We'll see if you got a lead tonight and you got to protect it. It's a 4-game series, but say you take 3 out of 4. Is it realistic to think Eric Miller can come in 3 days or 3 out of 4 days, however it is, and then face these 2? These are the guys you got to get out. Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber back to back. That's the heart of their lineup. You want a lefty to pitch to him, but you don't have that lefty always if Miller can't go. That is where Hayden Birdsong's ability out of the bullpen as a starting pitcher to just come in and overpower those guys. So how long do you leave Hayden Birdsong where he is? Is there a point where you want him pitching every 5th day? It's fascinating. What's more valuable, to get 6 innings out of Hayden Birdsong every 5 days, or over a 5-day period be able to pitch him twice? Probably not a 3rd time this young career, and get strategic outs from him in 7th, 8th, and maybe even 9th inning. Yeah, that guy's special.
So Birdsong didn't go yesterday, and I believe he went the previous 2 days in New York. Is that correct?
He definitely pitched on Sunday. So Matt Chisholm does something in the Giant Notes, and the Giant Notes are incredible and have been for a long time. But he does, when he goes to the bullpen notes, they have a breakdown with how many, not so much how many batters or innings, but how many pitches they actually threw. So Hayden Birdsong, where is it here? I got to go through his last few days. This is the wrong day of notes. But anyway, he gives you what he's pitched every single day. And you can see exactly, how many days he's worked. So I'll look it up. But Hayden Birdsong did pitch on Sunday in New York, to answer your question.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I'm wondering if we'll see, depending on how deep Verlander can go in the game tonight, if we'd see Birdsong be the first one coming in off the bench.
Depends if Eric Miller's available. Miller's available. But that is the point of the pivot point, is getting Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber out back to back. But that was, but they both agreed. Flem is just, he calls it like it is. We're not homers in the Bay Area. It's not it's it's sometimes a little bit, but not as much as other markets. But Tom McCarthy called it kind of straight, and Ben Davis, the former catcher, jumped in. That's a terrible call. Look at the 2-2 pitch, was also low, and he pulled it up. Didn't get that one. The 3-2 he got, but Flem said that was ball 4. But that's the genius of Patrick Bailey. That's why he's able to steal a strike. And even when they go to the ABS system next year, if they do it, there'll be like 2 or 3 of those a game they'll flip. Otherwise, he'll be able to steal the other 130 pitches in a game.
Yeah, but we're going to get greedy with it too. So good little Giants first hour and a half there. 12-4. Vibes are high. Jung-Hoo Lee still went 0 for 5, and the rest of the team ended up picking it up. We heard from Tyler Fitzgerald, Bob Melvin, Willie Adamas post-game sound. Susan Slusser joined us at 10:50, and we got Larry Krueger joining us in about 20 minutes. So we're going to get into a little bit of football coming up. NFL draft now 9 days away. 49ers pick number 11. You know it by now. They got 11 picks total as it stands. And this draft is going to be as big of a draft in the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch era. So let's dive into it, and then Krug will join us on the other side at 11:50. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa here. What's going on with the stock market? One good thing is interest rates have plummeted. It's time to call Loan Pronto if you're looking to get cash out of your home equity, refinance out of a higher rate, or do a home improvement project. Loan Pronto can make it happen in a matter of days. Take advantage of this opportunity and get tens or even hundreds of thousands out of your home equity. Pay off all your credit cards, pay off your car loans. The average homeowner cuts their monthly bills by $1,000. So that is big time. So get more info at loanpronto.com. Inflation and higher costs have put a lot of people in a stressful financial situation. But if you own a home, there's a way out. Loan Pronto has multiple options that can help you get the financial freedom you deserve. Most homeowners get their cash in less than 2 weeks, and most don't even need an appraisal. Do the smart thing. Stop paying insane rates on those credit cards. Wipe them all out. Get a lower mortgage rate. Get some money for that home improvement project. It all starts by getting in contact with the experts at Loan Pronto. That's loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
So he's got something wrong with his shoulder. They go empty. Goff looks left, chased out by Bosa. Now sacked by Bosa. Back on the 40-yard line.
That's 2 for Nick. That gives him 9 on the season.
And that was a big one. Goff was going to twist and try to run away from him, but he could not. And he drops him way out to the Niner 39-yard line. 13-yard sack.
Just destroyed Taylor Decker. And really using his feet as if he was going to come inside, but had his eyes on the target the whole way. As Goff tried to peel out to the left, Bosa adjusted, Decker went down, and he sacked him.
Well, it hasn't been a while since I heard Greg Papa's voice, but it's been a while since I heard the combination of a Greg Papa and a Tim Ryan, and they're playing a Nick Bosa highlight on the Monday Night Football game, December 30th against the Detroit Lions. Niners were mathematically eliminated at that point, and we were already looking ahead to what's coming up 9 days from now. The NFL Draft, April 24th. And before we get back into it, I'll tell you that this the segment of Papa and Silver is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. There you go. Got to get the tongue a little bit untied on a Tuesday. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. So they got April 30th in mind. We got April 24th in mind. And Nick Bosa, good to come in with the highlight of his because this defensive line, if that's not necessarily the group of focus with pick number 11, it's absolutely going to be a group of focus with the picks thereafter.
They're going to take linemen. They're going to take a bunch of them, whether they take them at 11 or trade back, and they're going to get them later in the draft. And that's why, first time ever, we went to the scouting combine, and we watched all the D linemen the first day. We watched all the O linemen. We watched them all. And now, getting down and watching a lot of video, and I spent all day Saturday doing it, and I'm doing it every single night. I got to keep up with Larry Krueger, who's going to join us at 11:50. So, obviously giving Nick help on the D-line, I think is going to be modus operandi in this early part of the draft. But how many quarterbacks are going to go to push players down? With this injury to Derek Carr in New Orleans, might 3 quarterbacks go in the top 9? We'll see. And then the offensive lineman, Will Campbell, is really good. The left tackle from LSU. He slipped and slid on that field in Indianapolis, Lucas Oil, but he's going to go high. He's not going to be there for the Niners at 11. He'll be gone. Maybe as high as New England at 4 to protect Drake May's blind side. Armand Membu, the very last night to stay, I almost missed the flight going home. I was so longing to stay in my former home of Indianapolis. I've had so many former homes, but I love Indy. Armand Membu was the last group of linemen to run, and that big boy came down the line, and he ran really well. Watching tape on him from Missouri, he's strictly a right tackle. There are times he went over when they went unbalanced, and he played on the left side, but he's a right tackle. He's a tremendous player. There are a lot of guys that are really interesting there. But I think, and we'll talk to Larry, who the first 10 going to be. I don't think they're going to trade up. They could trade back. But assuming Will Campbell and Armand Membu are gone by the time the Niners pick at 11, and the big boy Mason Graham from Michigan is gone, and I do think he's a bit overrated. I got to really get into it more. I understand his special ability. He gets doubled a lot. He does have a hard time. He's got a great first step. He's a wrestler. I just don't see him being a whole lot better than Braden Fisk of the Rams. And, Fisk went in the second round. This guy, to take him that early, but if somebody takes him, good luck to him. Then you get into the next wave. Obviously, Abdul Carter from the edge guys is going to go high.
Right.
I know the Giants are looking at all these quarterbacks. You're not going to draft the next Lawrence Taylor and ask Lawrence if he can wear 56 there. You're going to give him Phil Simms' number 11? I don't know. That guy looks like a force. He's going to be an NFL monster. He and the wide receiver from Colorado, Hunter, is the 2 best players in this draft, without a question. Will Campbell would be in the mix. But after Abdul Carter's gone, he's not going to be there at 11. Who do you like among the edge guys to give Nick Bosa the compliment? And also, we'll talk to Larry, because there's a lot of interior guys that are really good. After Mason Graham goes, Do you like Walter Nolan from Ole Miss? Do you like Derek Harmon, that big guy at 313 pounds, the way he moves at Oregon? Kenneth Grant, who I know a lot of people like him more on the Michigan line than even Mason Graham. That guy played at 331 pounds, and he's got some quick. So would you take an interior War Daddy inside? They need that. Or the outside guys, Michael Williams, Mike Green from Marshall had a great Senior Bowl, was just lifting people. He had 17 quarterback sacks last year, number 1 in the FBS, and 22.5 tackle for losses. Shamar Stewart, who's a well-built guy. The guy out of BC, how do you pronounce his last name? Donovan Ezeriku. That guy has big-time production. Is he too small at 248 pounds? There are a lot of guys. The guy that I'm looking at, they cut Leonard Floyd off the team.
Yep.
And I don't know if it's too high to take James Pierce Jr. at number 11. That's why, would you trade back and maybe take a couple of these guys? We were there in Indy. Right after our show on Thursday, we left. We watched this guy run a 4.50.
This was the first standout we saw.
He ran the second 40 time, and he had 4.47 40, and you're like, whoa! And then his 10-yard split was 1.56. The one thing, and if you do subscribe to The Athletic, the beast that Dane Brugler puts out there, what it's great is what the Niners like, they like the 40 times, obviously, with D linemen, but they like the 10-yard splits more than anything, and even more. The Warriors, remember they used to have the first 3 steps with the Warriors, and the Niners look at it on 3 steps. It's the GTFO, who can get the F off for Kasarik. When you look at the top guys, James Pierce Jr., not only the 40 time at 4.47, he had a top 10, GTFO 10 split at 1.56. Look at the guys. There's a guy at a Baylor, Garmin Randolph, at a 1.55. Maybe not in the first round you're taking that guy, but just look at the 10-yard splits and who can play in the wide 9 and GTFO. Anyway, James Pierce Jr., he reminds me the most of Leonard Floyd of anybody in the draft, where he's not out of a 2-point stance. He's not huge as far as the mass to set the edge in the run game. You get him in the weight room with the Dustins, he'll gain more. He's light at 245. And I'm not saying they're trying to replace Leonard Floyd necessarily. You'd rather get a D Ford than a Leonard Floyd, but whatever. James Pierce Jr., all these names we mentioned, Shamar Stewart, can he have more production in the NFL? And he only had a sack and a half last year, his last year at Texas A&M. Chop Robinson in Michigan only had 4 sacks, and we saw him late in the year in Miami. He was a force. So, we came in with Bosa. He needs help on the D-line. If the old linemen aren't there that you love, and Campbell and Membu are gone, which of these D linemen, edge guys, interior guys, do they really like? And can you get more than one if you trade back from 11 and get a couple of these guys?
Yeah, well, on the note of James Pierce and the edge guys, that was our first standout that we saw at the Combine. We left the show on Thursday after fresh off a nice little sleep out at the hotel. We said nappings for losers, sleep when I'm dead, all that stuff. And we said, let's go watch James Pierce Jr. run a 4.47 40 time. And, man, that guy was fast. And now just kind of reading up more on him, it doesn't seem like he's necessarily a technician, but just the fast, linear athlete and the GTFO factor in a Robert Saleh defense. You're going to need some young guys, and if they want to continue running this wide 9 scheme, you're going to have to pair someone opposite of Nick Bosa as well, because we've said it many times now. It's Fred Warner, it's Nick Bosa, and then a bunch of people that were not starters for Robert Saleh the last time he was a member of the San Francisco staff. So, this grade right here has James Pierce as a second rounder. I got to tell you, just from watching the physical attributes, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go on day 1 at all.
No, but is it too high to take him number 11?
Probably.
That's maybe too high. You'd want him, later in the teens or in the 20s. The question is, Pittsburgh right now is waiting on Aaron Rodgers. They got the 21st overall pick in the draft. The Niners have come close to doing business with Omar Khan, their new GM there. And obviously Mike Tomlin, they got a relationship. John gets along with everybody, so you don't have to necessarily do that. But if you wanted to trade back, because I know Larry's going to join us in the next segment, 11:50, and Larry's talked about trading back. Is there a big difference in the player you're going to get at 11? Maybe 21 is too far back to go. They'd have to pay a premium then. If you move that far back, are you comfortable going that far back? Would Pittsburgh want to trade up and take a quarterback at 11? That's probably a better spot. Can they wait to 21 if Shador's dropping or Jackson Dart? They want to get one of those quarterbacks. Even if they get Aaron Rodgers, you could still bring in those quarterbacks as a developmental guy.
Yeah.
In any event, do you just stick and pick at 11? And who would you kind of have an idea of the top players are going to be. Obviously, Cam Ward's going 1. Hunter and Abdul Carter are going very high.
Mason
Will Campbell's
Graham's gonna
going
go high.
You may not get all 10 right away, but you have an idea of like 7 or 8 of those guys. And then if a quarterback goes in the top 10, could that drop? Would you get into the Tyler Warren discussion? Is that a luxury? Would he be there at 11? Are you willing to trade back? How far are you comfortable going back?
What do the Saints do 2 picks ahead of you?
Right, because they have the injury. So, the whole thing is interesting, but we'll get into layering. He's been studying this a lot longer than I'm trying to, bone up here. Which one of these edge guys do you like the most? Are you most comfortable? Because they have to fit the Niners scheme as well. A lot of these guys are 3-4 outside linebackers. They're playing a 2-point stance. You can teach them to get down, but you got to get, and Leonard Floyd rushed out of a 2-point stance, but he's Leonard Floyd. If you're going to draft a guy, you want him to get it on all fours. You want him to get the GTFO off, and that's redundant, just GTFO, F off. Anyway, it's not just the 10-yard split, but look at the 10-yard splits from the Beast, because you can just hit 10, and they give you all the guys that have the fastest 10-yard splits. This thing's amazing. And but then you need even beyond the 10, the 2 and the 3-yard split, which you don't see there. You have to watch that on tape in the first 3 steps. But Larry's been looking at it all. Do you want to take a War Daddy inside? This guy, Kenneth Grant, is a monster, but he played at 331 pounds. Is he a 2-gapper? What if you just let him play 3 technique and get up the field? What can he do? Derek Harmon from Oregon. What an athlete that joker is. If Walter Nolan's there at number 11, do you just say,
that's another
forget
one we
it all,
mentioned.
Put the card in, we'll take that guy? Who do you want? Edge guy or a War Daddy inside, or trade back? Both. We'll take an edge guy later in the first round, and we'll take a War Daddy.
We'll get into this with Larry Krueger, and then it's going to be a lot of basketball on the back half of our show because we haven't really gotten into the Grizzlies coming into Chase Center for the play-in tournament. I do have a piece of news. Not to sound the alarms too much, but per our guy John Dickinson, Moses Moody has been added to the Warriors injury report for tonight with back spasms and currently is listed as questionable. It's not great.
Damn. Well, he's the first guy that would guard Ja Morant. I just watched the game back from April 1st, 2 weeks ago. So we'll get into that. The other concern is Raymond Ritter sent me a text. Please continue to pump tickets for tonight. There are still tickets available at Warriors.com. People did 48 hours ago, we didn't know this game was going to be played. So I assume it's part of your season ticket package or you have the ability to get it. But this is an add-on game. So, a lot of times when they play these national games, they tip at 5 o'clock. You're worried about the game's going to tip later. We're in the West Coast window on TNT. Kevin Harlan will call it. Brian Anderson will do the Orlando game, the first, play-in. But we don't want empty seats tonight. So for all those games you couldn't get to, there are still Warriors seats available. So make sure the building is sold out tonight. Warriors.com.
Absolutely. Look at that little promo by Greg Papa trying to get that Chase Center crowd rocking. Let's talk about it with Larry Krueger next, and then we'll get into some Dubs basketball. Marcus Thompson joining us at 12:50. And a lot to get into with those Memphis Grizzlies who always want to give the Golden State Warriors their best shot in a recent rivalry. It is Papa and Silver with Krug next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in this state. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Yeah, we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, schools, Teslas, you name it, they're all around us. So please be careful, and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening? We're getting things ramped up for the NFL draft coming your way. Papa and Silver every day 10 to 2. Of course, Greg Papa is going to be very busy next Thursday, April 24th. And a guy who's been really busy leading up to this entire stretch. You can catch him every single night on these airwaves at 6 p.m. for Niners Nightly, or at this point in the year, sometimes it's Giants Nightly when they got these games that go long. Either way, he knows it all. He does it all. And yes, we are talking about Larry Krueger. Krug, it's been a minute. What's happening, man?
Greg's, what's going on? You guys looking sharp. Man, I like that sweater, Pop. Man.
Today's picture day. Back-to-back in studio. We got photo day. So
yeah, you look good.
You look good as well. And we'll have you on next week leading up to it. But right about now, and you've done this for a living, I think you've evaluated all the players. You have an idea. You put a grade on everybody. They'll probably come in this weekend and really, finalize the board if it's not already done. Now the poker game starts to get played. And we'll just concentrate on pick 11. So you have an idea, where the top 10 are going to be, the Derek Carr injury, the 3 quarterbacks go before the Niners pick, and all of that. So you've been analyzing and watching all the players. You know how to play poker. So ideally, do the Niners stick and pick at number 11? And who would be your desired player there? Or would you get into a game where you maybe a trade back? If Pittsburgh wants to come up to go get a quarterback at 11, is 21 too far to go back? So your ideal scenario, you've evaluated the players. Who do you want? How do you want to play poker now?
Well, there's always a lot of different ways to play your hand. But to me, I made my 49er draft to-do list. And this isn't not in any particular order, but this is what I got, Greg. And Greg. Rebuild the D-line with dynamic players, both inside guys and outside guys. Why? 3/4 of your line are gone from last year. Rebuild the offensive line, I think, from the inside out. Why? Because you can't run the ball on the goal line in short yardage. You get no push. McCaffrey's getting destroyed. 3, get dynamic offensive skill position guys, because you just lost Debo and Ayuk probably for the first half of the year, and Kittle's 30. 4, draft your new set of linebackers all on day 3. It's a phenomenal day 3 linebacker draft. Get them. Get a corner or 2, and if possible, draft a sleeper quarterback along the way. That would be my list. As far as 11, there was a great quote today on Twitter, on X, from Eric DeCosta, who's one of the guys I really respect the most. He's the Baltimore Ravens, he's the new Ozzie Newsome, basically, the Baltimore Ravens. And he put out a tweet saying that he believes, or his team, the Ravens, have 217 draftable players. He said, there are some years you have 165 draftable players. So he's basically touting the importance of middle round picks in this draft. And I totally agree. And for that reason, I would trade back from 11, because I think that's where you're going to build this football team, is in the middle rounds. And I think the guy that you get at 11 in 99% of the time in this situation this year is going to be as good as the guy you get in the teens or even in the early 20s. So I think the plan clearly is trade back. And if you can, and I would say trade back, if you can trade back 2 spots, 3 spots, 5 spots, great. If you can trade back multiple times and get into the mid-20s, I think that's great. With the target being a great player that fell between the cracks. And to me, the 2 players that really jump out as like, wow, look at these guys and look where they're slated to go, are Malachi Starks of the Georgia Bulldogs, who I think would be an outstanding free safety next to Malik Mustafa. I think that could be your safety combo for years to come. Starks is one of the great players in college football, and he just didn't test perfect. And so he's, going to probably go in the 20s. Don't let the Ravens grab this guy. Go get this guy in the early 20s. The other guy that, you guys have talked to me about this guy before, but the more I've looked at all the prospects, you got to remember there's a failure rate, right? There's a lot of busts, and you got to decide why guys are not going to make it. And then if you look really closely at some of these prospects, they even look better or worse. And the guy to me who looks way better, the more I look at him, is Tyler Booker for Alabama. I mean, I know the Niners don't need a guard per se, But you know what? You have your movement guard on the right side. You need your bulldozing guard on the left side. There is no better bulldozing guard that I've seen in the last 5 or 6 years than this guy. I talked to Baldy about him yesterday. Baldy's coming on the show next week. Baldy loves him, thinks he's absolutely the answer to plug in for Aaron Banks at left guard. And to me, that you need a big-time player there. I don't believe in the durability of Ben Barch. I love Ben Barch as a guy, but I don't believe in his durability. And so I would trade back and go with one of those two guys.
It's interesting because when we got back from the Combine, if you remember, the guy that I asked you first about was Booker. And the reason being, and that's why going to the Combine this year was just so beneficial for me. And television shows you a lot, but they go to commercial, they don't show it. Tyler Booker's disposition when he went through every single drill was just a badass. He's a mofo. He's just taking everything so seriously. I saw him go over and snap the ball after, try to learn to play center for like an hour after it was all done. This guy's a dog. He will fit in. He is a guard. Wait, you're talking about trading back from 11 and taking a guard and a safety in that early in the first round? I mean, is that value? I can see getting these guys. You don't want to necessarily. Those would be ideally you trade back and have 2 first-round picks. You take a guard and a safety.
Well, no, I'm not saying take 2 first-round picks. I'm just saying trade back and
get
start your draft
extra
with
picks.
With either one of those guys.
Where would Booker?
I'm looking for.
Where would you take Booker? Where is it too high to take him?
I think he's too high to take him at 11. But I mean, I think if you could get to 15 and you get a pick between 15 and 20, that's where I would take him. I think the Niners took Mike Iupati, maybe 17. I think that's pretty much where I would take this guy.
Yeah.
He's a New Haven, Connecticut kid. He went to IMG Academy. He was a 2-year starter at Bama. If you read Dane Brugler, who's coming on my 2-hour draft show on Saturday to talk about the Niners draft, check that out from 12 to 2 on the 19th.
He's a beast. I love the beast. I can't get enough of the beast, Krug.
Yeah, I mean, the beast is out, and it's amazing. And a team captain described Booker as a natural-born leader who gets the most out of his NFL teammates. An NFL scout said he keeps everyone accountable in that locker room. After Alabama's Vandy loss, Book was the guy who got everyone back on track. This guy's a monster. He's an absolute monster. His film is incredible, and when you read about him as a guy, and you see the measurables, I get it. I know there's lots of people driving around listening to KNBR right now going, dude, you're supposed to be knowledgeable. You're talking about trading back for a guard. If Quentin Nelson were in this draft, where would he go? Would you feel okay if the Niners took Quentin Nelson at 11?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And this guy, I think, is Quentin Nelson. I think this is the standard bearer for the guard play in the NFL for the next decade. So, it's one of those picks where on draft day, you may take a few, there may be a Kawakami criticism column coming your way. But if you can, endure that, you're going to be really, really happy when it gets to game day. And I'll say this, if the Niners really have dreams of winning the Super Bowl, and we know they do, you can't be in a league that has Kansas City, Philadelphia, Detroit, all these contenders, Baltimore, and they all have bigger physical offensive lines that can run the ball inside the 5, and you can't. I think that you can't win a Super Bowl that way. You have to be able to run the ball inside the 5. The Niners weren't able to this last year. Shanahan, to a point, coached around the deficiency by running the ball on 2nd and goal and 3rd and goal from the 4. Those days have got to end. This player, Booker, is a culture-changing monster at left guard, and that's where I'd start.
Talking to Larry Krueger here, getting the full education ahead of the draft, and we need it, and we're grateful for it here on KNBR. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Now, the pick consensus among the fan base, among a lot of comments made, among a lot of the writers, is that taking a lineman at pick number 11 is more than likely going to be the case, whether it's offensive lineman, whether it's defensive lineman. So we were getting into a few names before we had you on, Krug, about who would be too early to take at 11, because I'm with you. If your player or maybe top 2 guys just aren't there when you get to 11, and then it's a handful of different players that you think you might be able to get, trading back is absolutely a way to get more out of this draft. So a couple of names just to throw out there. James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee, someone that really stood out to us at the Combine. Mike Green, the edge from Marshall. Are guys like that too early to take at 11 if they're there? And in that scenario, would you look at trading back?
Well, I mean, I love both those players individually, but I'm not sure if they're perfect for the scheme. Now, I think Pierce might be perfect for the scheme because he's a wide 9 rusher.
Right.
Some of his ability to kind of shake guys with moves. And when you have that extra space on the outside, you have a little bit more room to operate. So I think Pierce potentially could be really electric. But from what I've heard, he's got to be investigated off the field as far as what kind of guy is he, how hot is his motor, what kind of person is he. Green's got some off-field issues as well that have to be investigated. Only thing with Green is I just see a guy who I don't think can be I'm not taking a guy in the first round who can't play first and second down. And I don't think he can play first and second down in the wide 9. I think he just get absolutely destroyed in the run game. I love Green, and he's got an array of spin moves. He's probably got the most moves of anybody as far as polish, including Abdul Carter. I mean, this guy's got he's got an array of moves. But at 6'3", 251, going up against 330-pound offensive tackles, I think he's just going to get engulfed and kicked out of the club and rendered useless on first and second down. So I need somebody who's more like closer to 270 if I'm going to go for a defensive end that early.
And you mentioned the off-field issues. Mike Green in 2022 left the Virginia program and wound up moving on there and going to Marshall. And as far as James Pierce Jr. in 2023 in December, he was arrested, disobeying orders with the police, and he had a suspended license. So Pierce is intriguing. He's the one who reminds me the most of Leonard Floyd, but he's a little spindly as well. So both of those guys are undersized. Can they stand up in the run game and set the edge, or would they be situational pass rushers when they go to the turbo? How about the interior guys? Obviously, Mason Graham's going to go high. I do wonder if he's that good of a player.
I do too.
I have my reservations. I think the young guy in with the Rams that they took in the second round is just as good of a player. Fisk is just as good of a player. But it sounds like the league loves the guy, and Graham will be gone. If you do go Ward Daddy at number 11 or trade back, Derek Harmon is interesting out of Oregon, Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss, and Kenneth Grant. To me, when I'm watching Mason Graham, I'm watching the big boy Grant actually flash more at 330 pounds. Which one of the, if you decided to go inside at D tackle and Ward Daddy, what are some of the names you're looking at there, Larry?
Yeah, it's this is a tough spot because first of all, don't get caught up on the value. Just because Kenneth Grant is mocked in the 20s and 30s and Walter Nolan in the teens and 20s, it doesn't necessarily mean you couldn't take those guys at 11 if you really had the conviction. The one thing about Grant is if you scout him in highlights, you just think he's the greatest thing ever because he's 6'3", 330, he's huge, and he moves exceptionally well. He moves like a man who's 275 or 280, and he's 330. So that's super intriguing. And I kind of think I like the idea of going big on the D-line and smaller at linebacker. And you need those bigger bodies up front to protect. So I'd probably lean towards Kenneth Grant a little bit there. Mason Graham scares me. He's got a bad body. He doesn't rush the passer. He gets absolutely dominated against double teams. He doesn't have that. He's like a guy who doesn't take any plays off. He's like an instructional video. He's a wrestler who plays with leverage, and he's really, really good at the collegiate level. But I don't know how much better he's going to get. He's a technician with a bad body who's going to get combo blocked right out of there. So I like Grant and Nolan. I would go with Grant or Nolan probably right now. If it came right down to it, you need 2 defensive tackles. You may need 3. I like Grant a lot. I like Nolan a lot. So I'd probably be choosing between those 2 guys. But then that second tier of guys that is really maybe a day 2 group. That's Jordan Phillips from Maryland, also has the wrestling background, really, really strong. CJ West from Indiana, who dominated in Frisco, Texas at the Shrine game, and just the one-on-one practices that week. He really put himself on the map. A lot of DJ Jones talent there, 6'2", 320, enormously strong hands. Those are the guys that stand out. But there's also the 49ers really need to get some pass rush. And I would say there's a couple guys that you should take a look at. One's Aeneas Peebles from Virginia Tech, who's about 6 feet, but he's 290, and he's just a tremendous pass rusher who really could be put on any spot on the line, and he would do the job. And the other is the LSU kid who dominated the Senior Bowl, Savion Jones. He's 6'5", 6'6", he's 290, but he plays the edge, but he could definitely play inside. And when they lined him up inside in the Senior Bowl, he had a couple sacks, and he just toyed with the guards. So his speed is much too much for the interior players. So those two guys, and Elijah Roberts as well. I love one. If the Niners could get either Peebles or Roberts or Jones on day 2 or maybe the beginning of day 3, that would be a nice thing for sure.
Hey, you're leaving us with a lot to chew on here. And before we let you go, Larry, I just want to go back to your sleeper QB comment, because Brock Purdy, they're obviously trying to get the extension done. We'll see what happens in this offseason. We're going to have more than enough time to get into that whole storyline. But I saw a headline earlier today that Tyler Schuff is someone who's starting to get a lot of late traction, and his stock is starting to rise. I know Brady Cook out of Missouri is a guy that we've talked about before, having you on. What does sleeper quarterback look like to you? And, what rounds could you get some of these guys that you do like in?
Well, okay, so a buddy of mine is good friends with John Gruden, right? And I saw the Gruden Riley Leonard quarterback camp a couple nights ago, and I said to my buddy who knows Gruden, I'm like, can you find out what John actually thinks of this kid? And John loves Riley Leonard, and I love Riley Leonard. And to me, Riley Leonard is the sleeper quarterback in this draft. The Notre Dame kid, the scouts are figuring it out. He's climbing the charts. I would say right now you could probably get him in the 4th round or 5th round, but by draft day, he's probably going in the high 4th round or mid 4th round. I just love Riley Leonard. I mean, I see so much of Joe, so much of Steve. I mean, I realize those are the greatest quarterbacks in Niner history, and that's putting a lot on this kid. But this kid has got it, man. This kid has got it. Smart as hell, loves football, super winner, competitor. The guy's a processor. He's a quick learner. I mean, Gruden in the quarterback school gave him about 9 different variables, and the kid crunched it verbally at the line of scrimmage and spit it out. And Gruden's like, this guy can process football. He's passionate about football. He's upbeat. He's positive. He's a quick study. He was the MVP of the Sugar Bowl, the Orange Bowl. He played great in the Natty. He can run. He's an academic All-American. Riley Leonard. And in fact, I'm working on a YouTube video that's entitled Riley Leonard No Matter What, as a takeoff from Sonny Weaver's Vontae Mack No Matter What from draft day. I know the Niners don't need a quarterback, but Riley Leonard, mark it down. That kid can play.
And
But
Bill
don't
Walsh
draft
said,
Bo Callahan.
Bill Walsh said, draft a quarterback every single year. Even if you have a quarterback on your roster, you're not going to evaluate Patrick Mahomes. You can't make those mistakes anymore. I liked Riley Leonard. I liked him when I saw him play, but at the Combine, he just had a swag about him with the hat backwards, the way he dropped, the way he crossed his feet on his drops. He just had, that's why Gruden loves him. He just has that mentality like, I'm the guy. The guy that I love, though, because we watched him play all year, and I actually met him after the Cal game, is Kyle McCord. From Syracuse.
I saw you hugged him. Hugged him after the
I just
Cal
love
game.
him. And then to me, he's a little bit bigger. He's 6'3". He's not huge, but he's taller version of Brock Purdy. What do you think of Kyle McCord?
I love him. I mean, the funny thing about it is sometimes you need to see a guy in a different venue. I didn't love him at Ohio State. I really didn't. I didn't think he looked that good. Maybe it was just my kind of preconceived feelings about Ohio State quarterbacks' failures through the year, but I just didn't see him as a big-time prospect. But what he did this year, and Greg, not only McCord, the kid that he threw to, Rondé Gadsden, would be a phenomenal 49er, would he not?
Yes, he would.
If they could, I love McCord. I mean, to me, if you said, what's your quarterback thoughts on this draft? Love Cam Ward, totally convinced he's a star. As far as Shador, no. Jackson Dart, no. Jalen Milroe,
Why no on Jackson Dart? Why don't you like him?
There's something, I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of things I don't like. One, I thought his receivers made him look good. Two, he's a little Hollywood for me with the one stripe down the cheek, and just to hear him talk about himself. Then he got a little in the interviews. I mean, this guy's a Star Wars dork. I don't know if this guy's going to fit in like as the leader of the room. He's like the biggest Star Wars guy I've ever seen, which is great. Fine, that's no problem.
Valid criticism to me.
I don't know if I want, some guy with a Princess Leia action figure in his locker room.
Marrying him? You don't want him at your Thanksgiving table? What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him as a quarterback? When I watch him, I'm like, what's wrong with this guy?
I don't want a guy with R2-D2 toys in his locker.
C-3PO? Do you like C-3PO? I don't know what that means. As a player, he makes every throw, though. He's got a big arm. He runs over. That his legs are thick. He runs right over would-be tacklers.
He's a little streaky. Some of the people that I know who went in there, both at SC and Ole Miss, thought he was kind of full of himself. I don't hate him. I don't have a conviction on him.
All right.
To me, the quarterbacks in this draft, you mentioned Tyler Shugg. By the way, it's a silent H. It's a Shugg. He's a Shugg.
Oh, he's been in college. Awesome.
Yeah. He's been in college too long. So I would say no to Shugg, no to Quinn Ewers, no to Will Howard. But that next group that Greg's referencing, Kyle McCord, Riley Leonard, Cam Miller from North Dakota State, Seth Hennigan from Memphis, another super smart kid. He was so impressive in the Gruden show. And Brady Cook, and maybe even the El Gersma kid from Canada. There's some good day 3 quarterback prospects there, and Riley Leonard's my favorite of them, but I definitely could see the value of a couple of these guys.
Krug, always appreciate you coming by with us. You're the best. We're definitely going to have you on next week as well. And I'm going to check out your draft show on Saturday with Dane Brugler. Couple hours and a good chance for me to get a lot of education. So always great to have you. I'm glad, we've been missing a little bit of football here in the rotation with this time of year, but next week's going to be a big one, especially for the 49ers.
Tyler Booker.
Love that guy.
Oh, my goodness.
Mike Upati went 17, by the way, that year.
Yes, trade to 17 and take Tyler Booker.
Anthony Davis won 11, and then they chucked and he was a plug-and-play left guard, Upati, immediately.
Yes, and they need that right now.
Without a doubt.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks,
Take care, Larry.
He is Larry Krueger, and again, you can catch him every night, 6 p.m. on these airwaves, Niners Nightly. It's going to be Draft Nightly coming up, and of course, day 1, April 24th, next Thursday. And before we get out of here, this is a good chance to remind you once again about the KNBR watch party at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. That's going to be at 1502 Saratoga Avenue in San Jose, outside the Westgate Mall. Dirty Work with Copes and Derek will begin after the Giants game, so around 4 p.m. that day. Draft watch party begins at 5 with Marcus, Copes, and Derek. So hang out with the guys as they do a live broadcast and check-ins during the draft show. And we'll see what happens with pick number 11. All right, coming up, we haven't touched on it much, but Moses Moody's questionable. The Warriors are 0-3 in the play-in tournament. They're looking to exercise some demons with the help of play-in Jimmy. And Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 12:50. It's all coming your way. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Dub Nation, tonight is the night play-in action at Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Memphis Grizzlies, the 7 and 8 matchup. How are you guys feeling going into this one? Should it be a walk in the park, or are there true concerns going into tonight's matchup? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Hey, good to catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. The word tax is big today. That's right, tax day, April 15th. And Steve, what should the people do if they can't pay their taxes?
Not panic and call us. And if you're thinking about not filing your tax return because you can't pay it, don't do that. File the tax return and then let us talk to the IRS for you. We have a free consultation. We're going to explain all the solutions. There's a lot of good ones. If we get you to qualify, you just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or forgive the penalties. And sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get you a monthly payment plan that you can afford. Not what some IRS agent says he thinks you can afford, what you think you can afford. Or shift the blame where it belongs, to the former spouse or former business partner, or a lot of other solutions. We'll explain them all during our free consultation. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't even have to talk to the IRS. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
And Steve can do just that, taking care of you. Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always there to help out the people of the Bay Area and beyond. So if you need some help, give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Final 33 seconds. And Curry, deep three! He's got 8 in the first half. 8 of 10. That's the best 2-for-1 you can have. He's unreal.
2 weeks ago to this day, it was April 1st, and Steph Curry was not fooling around in Memphis. He had 12 threes, 8 in the first half, 52 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, and 5 steals. What a performance. By the way, his previous game in Memphis on December 19th, 2 points, 0 of 7, 0 for 6 from deep, and minus 41 in 24 minutes. So a tale of 2 lifetimes, one with Jimmy Butler and one without Jimmy Butler. And now the Warriors not in an elimination situation, but certainly in one they did not want to have to live, Papa. They got to get out of this the hard way, and a win tonight against Memphis would get them a date on Sunday with the 2-seed Houston Rockets.
It is play-in time, and they've lost every play-in game they've played. Going back to 2021, LeBron James on blind game and shot over Steph, and then the very same Grizzlies, very different team, but John Morant was in the middle of that, beat him on the Friday night and eliminated them. And last year, Klay Thompson's last game didn't go well at Golden 1, 0 for 10 from the floor, and they lost. So a lot has changed in the 2 weeks since we last saw this team. For one, Jalen Wells was the primary defender on Steph Curry that night. Yes. Scottie Pippen Jr. came in off the bench, but Jalen Wells, shortly after that game, suffered a terrible fall, hanging on the rim. He got undercut. It was reminiscent of Andrew Bogut, when Bogut was a Milwaukee Buck before he became a Warrior. Andrew Bogut was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And not only could he block shots and rebound, he could make a face-up jump shot. He was a great player. After he fell and landed on that elbow, there were a lot of nights he had no feeling in the elbow. He could not shoot the ball the same. So hopefully Jalen Wells comes back. That was a scary situation.
How about Vince Carter at Golden One Center when he was a King, and Patrick McCaw? That was a really scary fall as well.
Sean Livingston years ago with the Clippers. A lot of guys have had bad injuries, but the Bogut one, when he was hanging on the rim and fell off the rim dunking, reminded me of Jalen Wells. Anyway, Jalen Wells is not around. He's out the year. So this guy, Vincent Williams, is now starting. He hadn't played against the Warriors at all. He will take on the role of Jalen Wells. He will get up into Steph. They will pick him up, full court, three-quarter court. They're going to turn him. When he leaves the game and Scottie Pippen Jr. comes in, they're going to have bodies against him. The way they matched up just 2 weeks ago, Wells took Steph. He's not going to play tonight. Steph just uncovered so much with his movement that night. He got up 50. He scored 52 in the game, 31 shots, and 20 were threes. So they're going to have to clamp on him, obviously, in this most important game. The other matchups that were really interesting is the way that they matched up in the game. And they did have Wells on Steph Curry. They also guarded Jimmy Butler with a bigger player in that game. They had Jaren Jackson Jr. guard Jimmy, which was, whoa. It's because he's by far their best, wing,
1 to 5
front
defender.
line.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's their best. I mean, we'll see if Williams can guard. He's their best defender. He's one of the best in the game. If he has to switch on to Steph, that's not a great matchup for him. But Zach Edey's the guy you want to attack in that situation. But the fact that they had Jaren Jackson Jr. guard Jimmy was very similar to what Miami and Spoelstra did when they put Bam Adebayo on Jimmy. I would put a bigger player on Jimmy and make him shoot the ball and not pass the ball. But the other side of it is Zach Edey's the one you want to attack. And Draymond Green was guarded by Zach Edey. So, John Morant guarded Pajemski. They had Desmond Bain on Moses. We'll see if Moses can play in the game. The other side of it is Moses Moody has back spasms. He can't play. He's your first wall of defense against Ja. What do you do there? Does Gary Payton II start? If Moody's completely out, I think you have to start GP2 and then Kuminga may be able to come off the bench. But the interest is, can Williams guard Steph? And Wells tried. He went for 52 in that game, but they're going to go get him, and they're going to be aggressive. But you've got to go at Zach Edey. If Draymond Green is guarded by Zach, and this is just the shell of how you line up, everything is a switch game in the NBA. If they're going to accept the switch where Zach Edey switches on to Steph, that's where Steph got going, was he went backdoor on Jalen Wells and made a basket because they were top blocking him. They got the switch on to Edey. Edey's going to drop coverage. He's not going to get up on you. You give Steph an open bottom of the circle shot. He made a couple, and then he just started to go. So how long can they play Edey and Jaren Jackson Jr. together? To me, whether, if Jaren Jackson Jr. gets in foul trouble again, they're in trouble. But to me, you want to play one of those two bigs, not both of them, and have Jaren Jackson Jr. switch out onto Steph. But is Moses Moody going to be able to play tonight? And what if he can't go?
No, I mean, if Moses Moody can't go, that's certainly a problem because you look at the two big guys for Memphis, or two best players, I should say. Ja Morant went for 36 in the previous meeting on 14 of 22 shooting, including 5 threes, an area where he typically isn't that effective. If you don't have Moses Moody, you would have GP2 available, albeit with a torn ligament in his thumb. Possibly Kuminga getting some minutes in this one, and you got to have Moses Moody available. I don't know if Brandon Podziemski is going to be able to hang with Ja Morant, and that's a matchup I'd like to not see for a whole lot of minutes. And if Buddy Hield plays minutes tonight, then he's certainly going to get attacked by Ja as well. On the front of Jaren Jackson Jr., he had an inefficient 22, but the big number is what you just said, 6 fouls, and that ended up being huge for the Warriors down the stretch, where the Grizzlies firing Taylor Jenkins and late game execution is something that's gotten them all the way from the 2 seed at one point in the season down to the 8, and why they too are playing in this game today.
Yeah, I mean, they're the two best players, obviously, Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. The way they shoot the ball is so odd. Both of them had funky shots. Neither one of them shoot it off their fingertips. They have the basketball in the back of their hand towards the palm. So it's just with Ja, and he's shooting the 3 a lot better. But you've got to gap him. You've got to give him time and space. Now we talk about Steph's dribble, Kyrie Irving's dribble. Ja Morant is incredible. And I don't know if you want to push him left or push him right. It doesn't seem to matter. He just hops through the lane no matter how you guard him. You got to guard him at the rim because you know he's going to get by you. And then so you got to collapse on. The Warriors are great at doing that. But you got to get him to take outside shots. Now, that night he went for 36 2 weeks ago. He made 5 out of 8 on the 3-ball. And the last month of the year, he's shooting 40%. But that's a funky shot. They both kind of have a push shot, and they both stick it in the back of their hand. Jackson, you feel like just let that guy shoot. It's such a weird-looking shot, but he does make it at a very high level. And then not only he can score inside. So how do you want to guard him on that side is also interesting. We talked about how they matched up, and they had Jaren Jackson Jr. on Jimmy. Jimmy guarded Zach Edey in that game, and they had Draymond on Jaren Jackson Jr. There were times when they posted Edey, and Jimmy looked like a guard, like he's just so big. Do they want to get into that where they're taking a lot of jump hooks from him? But the thing about Jaren Jackson Jr., he will shoot the outside shot. He will shoot the 3. He'll shoot it from everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Above the break
got
and the
funky
baseline.
Looking jump shot, but it goes in.
But also, he will post inside, and his left hand, he wants to get to his left hand a lot. So I think the Warriors have enough to beat this team, especially with the injury to Jalen Wells. We'll see. And then Scottie Pippen's going to take out a profound role tonight. But the other side of it is Jimmy Butler okay with a Charlie horse? Is Steph okay? He's got the wrap on the thumb. He's been playing with that for a while. Draymond got whacked on the neck. Are they all good to go? And then how did Moses Moody used to have a back spasm? Do you remember him falling in the game? You need Moses Moody's defense on the perimeter against Ja Morant tonight at times.
You need Moses Moody's defense in general for sure. So Marcus Thompson is going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes at 12:50. On the other side, we'll do a little bit more diving into this Warriors-Grizzlies, and then we'll talk about it with Marcus, who just wrote a massive column on playoff Jimmy and the Warriors getting him when they needed him most, although it did not yield a win against the Clippers on Sunday. More Dubs basketball on the other side. It's Papa and Silver getting you ready for the play-in tournament, the dreaded play-in tournament on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Papa and Silver getting you ready for a 7-8 NBA play-in tournament between the Warriors and the Grizzlies at Chase Center tonight. And this segment is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Now, here's how I feel going into this one. I think the Warriors will end up taking care of business. I think. But it hinges on a couple of big conditions. Number one, Steph Curry has to show up and score the basketball. This team, any which way you want to slice it, they are very much a Steph Curry dependent basketball team who also has the capabilities of looking like a great team at times. The other element is you need the support around Steph to also show up. And yes, that manifests its way in team defense. It also manifests its way in playoff Jimmy being aggressive and being that version we saw against the LA Clippers, especially in those first three quarters.
There's playoff Jimmy and there's play-in Jimmy, and he has played well in play-ins before. It will be interesting to see how they match up with him and if they put Jaren Jackson Jr. on Jimmy and play him with size. The other side of it is going to be just how the game is officiated tonight. And, will they be able to keep Jaren Jackson Jr. off the court? Josh Tivins is the lead official tonight. Bill Kennedy is a very respected official. They got Nick Buchert is also there, and Brett Barnaky. And in the replay center will be Tyler Ford. So Jaren Jackson Jr. is the one who gets the headline. The guy that dominates both ends of the floor for them is Jaren Jackson Jr. When the Warriors saw him a couple of weeks ago, he got 2 fouls immediately and was off the floor. He wound up fouling out in the game, and he had a hard time with Jimmy. It's amazing how Jimmy wants to ball fake you and head fake you over and over again, and he's not going to jump. He's a 2-foot jumper. How they just jump on his head fake all the time. And Jaren Jackson Jr. has been watching tape. The one thing is they played Sunday, but they didn't have to lock in on that game because they knew they were coming here while the Warriors had to sweat out the Clipper game to force this game. So I'm sure they've been studying the Warriors a little bit longer. But how they match up with him, Jaren Jackson Jr., that's the way to guard him. If I'm getting ready for the Warriors and Jimmy Butler, I'm watching that Eric Spoelstra defense against Jimmy in Miami, and specifically when they had Bam Adebayo on him. And it just took him to playing with a bigger player, double him, not allow him to just go through one body to get fouled. Jimmy gets bailed out so many times where he has nowhere to go, but he creates contact and he gets fouled, and he goes to the free throw line. So Jimmy Butler's done well. Obviously, there's a playoff Jimmy, but there's also a play-in Jimmy. A couple of years ago, they lost that first matchup, and he had to, go to the play-in and face elimination. He saved them, and they went all the way and got a deep playoff run and went to the NBA Finals. Steph has played well in these play-in games. They just haven't been able to win them.
Yeah.
He averaged over 30 points a game in all three of them, and he played well against the Lakers. LeBron just hit that shot over him. He played well against Memphis. Draymond turned down a bottom-of-the-circle shot. That would have been the difference in the game. He wasn't feeling confident. Draymond's feeling confident shooting that shot. And then last year, they just couldn't get off the ball pressure of Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray, and Clay couldn't make a shot. So I know they wanted to avoid, but the play-ins are all different. They are 0-3. They've lost more play-in games than any team. But this is different, and the fact you're having it at home. But this is critical. This, to me, is like winning. Well, when they lost the Game 6 against Sacramento at home and had to play the Game 7.
Right.
The way you look at this now.
And it cost them the start of the Lakers.
The Lakers, you dropped Game 1.
Yep.
So to me, this is not a Game 7. The game Sunday wasn't a Game 7. You could still lose that game. This is a Game 6. But both teams, it's 3-3. You're tied, but you're playing Game 6, where you've got to win the game tonight to advance, but if you don't, you still get one more. But if you lose the game tonight, you have to play Friday night against the winner of Sacramento and Dallas. And then also you have the short turnaround to go play Oklahoma City. So if you want to have success in the actual playoffs, it bodes well to win the play-in tonight and not have to go to Friday night.
I think it's got to be now. Honestly. Playing Friday against either an Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson team or a Sacramento team that, wildly inconsistent, but DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine have the capability of making a collective 16 threes on you as well. I mean, even if you get past that game, you're going in against a rested Oklahoma City team that's young, has won 67 games this year. I think it's got to be tonight if you want to have a shot at winning a series.
Well, it's what we're saying. Then you got to play Oklahoma City, and you go into the 1-8 matchup, the 8-1 matchup, where tonight it's you win tonight, you go into the 2-7 against Houston, you're more rested. So no matter what, if you win one of these two home games, you're playing Sunday. You'd rather have it where you win tonight and you have like a real playoff series to get ready, as opposed to a couple of years ago when they played terribly at Game 6 at home, went to Game 7 at Golden 1, step drop 50, but that they were just too tired, and that's where that series was lost against the Lakers, was when they lost Game 1. They lost other games along the way. So we got to ask Marcus what he's hearing about Moses Moody.
Yeah.
That does change things. And Moses Moody, I almost pulled a Kendrick Perkins with
Mosey
that.
Mo.
Mosey Mo. He didn't play as much as I thought he would against the Clippers. He was the first line against Harden. He had a hard time guarding Harden. But you need a lot of. I actually thought about starting Gary Payton II anyway tonight and putting him on John Morant right away. But Moody's going to play in off the bench and do it. So what's going on with Moses Moody? We're assuming Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy will all be able to go. But there we'll see if Jimmy's limping around. It's a quad contusion that's really sore. It's a Charlie horse. Have they been able to get the deep tissue and get that completely out? Steph's got the hand. Draymond's got all kinds of things. You don't want to have to play an extra game on Friday. You don't want to have to play this game tonight, but you're forced to. But if Moses Moody does not start and is not available tonight at all, do you bring Jonathan Kuminga? What kind of role? Either way, if Moody's not able to play tonight, you would think Kuminga would be the next guy to guard the ball after Gary Payton II. Podziemski could do some of it and maybe stretch time, crunch time. But does Kuminga have a role regardless of Moody plays? And if Moody does not play, does Kuminga really have a role tonight?
Well, if Moody's not playing, I think Kuminga absolutely has a role. I think he's going to have some sort of role or at least get a shot tonight to not be fully DNP, even if Moody's good to go. By the way, I stand corrected on the Thunder. 68 wins. Wow, that's got to be the most since the Warriors and they're 73. What a season for those guys, and looking to finally get through the playoffs and break through as the number one seed. But let's get into it next with Marcus Thompson. What's going on with Moses Moody? What's going on with Jonathan Kuminga in that situation? And do the Warriors have enough health, life, and left in the tank to get this done and serve a date with Houston? Marcus Thompson on the other side is Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Dub Nation, tonight is the night. Play-in action at Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Memphis Grizzlies, the 7 and 8 matchup. How are you guys feeling going into this one? Should it be a walk in the park, or are there true concerns going into tonight's matchup? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Now, it's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, and we avoided it for the first half of the show. Now the nerves are starting to creep in across the airwaves in the Bay Area. It's not a mathematical must-win coming for the Warriors, but it's a big one to be sure at Chase Center. 7 o'clock tonight, tip-off between the Warriors and the Grizzlies, and we're trying to process all of it between the previous matchups and some news that's even been coming in as we've done our show, such as Moses Moody popping up on the injury report with back spasms. So we bring in our good friend Marcus Thompson at a very timely moment for the Golden State Warriors. Marcus, what's happening? How you feeling?
Nervous, but on the surface looking calm and ready.
Nice. Well done. Well done. A little lose yourself. You know, Dieter always said that you would try to just put people in uncomfortable situations by referencing anything of black culture that I wouldn't understand, like Coming to America. When you made me watch it that night, you didn't, not directly anyway. I digress on all that. But with your Eminem quote on all that. So Moses Moody and popping up with back spasms on the injury report. Did you notice or hear anything about a moment in the Clippers game in which Moody was getting a little bit bothered by this back, or is this just something that's popped up since the end of the Clipper game?
Nah, this is new. I think there was a play that they were pretty not happy about where there was a loose ball and the Moody that everybody knows would have died for it, and he didn't. Kawhi Leonard, I think it was, like ran across him and got his hand on it, deflected it off of Moody. And it was just like one of them plays that they reference as like, you got to get the loose balls. In hindsight, I wondered if the reason Moody didn't die for it was because he wasn't feeling 100%. But I talked to him after the game. It didn't come up. We talked about defending, like, you know, his transformation into this guy who like guards the best players on the team now. So yeah, it's a bit surprising. And back. That's you don't want to hear about back spasms. That would be a pretty tough blow because of what he's become for them defensively.
Well, he's the primary guy out on the perimeter. He's the ball stopper. So if he is good to go and the back is fine, he starts tonight and he gets the first turn on Ja Morant. But if it spasms during the game or it takes away some lateral quickness, he's out. So let's play devil's advocate. Let's say Moses Moody can't go tonight or is compromised. Do you make a change in the starting lineup and go right to Gary Payton II? And then if Moody can't give you anything off the bench, does Jonathan Kuminga resurface now as a potential ball stopper against Ja Morant?
I think that's going to be a tough call. Like the first one, like, do you go with GP2? They're so concerned with floor spacing. If you got Steph and Podziemski, you're adding a third guy. The reason Moody works is because, he sticks that open three at a high enough rate. So the GP hasn't been shooting it well lately. He hasn't even been looking to shoot. So that's a little tough. So I don't know if they go that route. I wonder if they go Guy Santos, go with the hustler, especially after like getting out hustled to loose balls. I don't know if he's somebody you feel like super comfortable with on Ja, but he's one of those kind of aggressive, super pesky. He's long and he's big, and you're okay if he picks up fouls, right? Like it doesn't kill you if he gets into foul trouble. So I'm curious about that. I do think this could be good for JK just because you need bodies. I think he might end up playing anyway, just because you need bodies. And the last time they played, like that it was like a high scoring event. It was downhill, it was fast paced. Like that kind of fits the dimension he's in. But so without Moody, I do think you see that. But I think Guy Santos is up next, mostly because it's so rotation based. And when you're switching, everybody's got to know their rotations, and it can't be something you think about. It's got to be at this point of the season automatic. And I think they trust Guy in that situation a little bit more.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, as we are talking to Marcus Thompson here ahead of the Warriors play-in game against the Grizzlies. And yeah, I mean, it was interesting after the game, right? When Kuminga doesn't play, and then Steve Kerr says, well, Guy Santos also doesn't play. And correct me if I'm wrong, but was there a moment in which Guy Santos popped up off of the bench, went to the scorer's table, and then wasn't able to end up getting in the game?
Yeah, I don't know if I missed that. I wasn't on the Guy Santos watch. I think I was kind of watching Jimmy Butler. I didn't see that moment. I thought he was out there. I was told he was out the rotation from the beginning. So if he came in, I didn't think they were playing either one of those guys. It was going to be either Buddy Hield or GP2 and Quentin Post. Those were whoever got the minutes. I didn't see the moment where he may have went to check in but couldn't get in.
Yeah, I thought I saw it late in one of the quarters, but I could also be mistaken on that one. And clearly, if he didn't go in then it wasn't like Steve was like, oh, I'm going to make up these minutes now. He just shortened up the rotation as a whole. But, Jimmy Butler is someone you just wrote about and being more aggressive and the playoff Jimmy. And now it's someone that they need to show up big time, the Warriors do. And so, how does Jimmy Butler take advantage of being aggressive when you got a Zach Edey and when you got a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. who might get the assignment of Jimmy Butler for the most part without just kind of forcing it too aggressively against guys who are a little bit bigger than him on the inside?
Yeah, I don't think he does that. And I think the reason he got off on the Clippers is because they put Bogdanovich on him. And he saw like, oh, I'm taking this guy every time. I think he feels that way when you throw a Santi Aldama at him, or if you even think about bringing Luke Kennard on the court. Like, I just think he's in that mode where, like, I'm taking this guy. Bane even might be. I don't know. Bane's pretty strong, but if Jimmy feels comfortable that he can get that turnaround off, he's going to take it. So I think even Bane, the big deal is he's just got to get in the paint. Like, that's what matters more than anything. Get inside the paint and then do the kick out, play inside out. Now, if he's got the advantage, he'll take it. He'll work that, and that's the Jimmy we had seen, the guy who would say, I can dominate this matchup, and I will win this matchup, and I'm going to keep winning this matchup until they stop me. And oddly enough, Tyronn Lue was just like, yeah, I'm just going to keep Bogdanovich on you, and he kept scoring. I don't know if Memphis will do that, but I do think if he's going to hunt it, if Santi Aldama's on the court, he's going at him. If Luke Kennard's on the court, he's going at him. If they put Scottie Pippen Jr. on him, he's going at him. And I think that's you just got to make Memphis say, let's be careful who we put on Jimmy. And if you do that, it opens up stuff for other people. I think that's where they kind of need to go. That's why they got so many good looks last game against Memphis in Memphis.
Last time we had you on was 2 weeks ago. It was April 1st, and we were previewing this very game. And now it's on tax day, April 15th, and it's a play-in game. And we talked about them, but the two bigs, Zach Edey at center and Jaren Jackson Jr. essentially playing four. They did put Jaren Jackson Jr. on Jimmy to open that game, a lot like Eric Spoelstra did, and Eric knows him better than anybody when he had Bam Adebayo guard him in Miami. And you want size on Jimmy and then double him and take away his path to get fouled. But Jaren Jackson Jr. got into foul trouble right away. Jimmy got his second on him. Draymond fouled him out. He wound up not playing much. So I think that's a huge, from their side of it, they need to keep Triple J on the floor. But Zach Edey is the one. And they opened the game by putting Edey on Draymond, which just invites the ball screen from Draymond to Steph and to get a switch. So conversely, the Warriors are going to hunt Zach Edey as much as they can to get him to switch on to Steph. I'm not sure he's playable tonight, but last time we saw this team, Marcus, they had Jalen Wells guard Steph, and he's a good defender. Steph went for 52 in that game. They couldn't guard him. They got this younger guy, Vernon Williams Jr., who I think will play a lot tonight and match up with him. I don't know how he compares defensively to Wells, but the other side of it is, what do they do with Steph Curry? They went into that game looking to lock and trail him and top block him. He still dropped a dozen three on him and went for 52.
Yeah, that's the difficulty I feel like Memphis has. And what they did when they put JJJ on to Jimmy Butler is they took him out of the paint. And the thing that bothers Steph is the high-pressure guy on the perimeter that funnels him to the shot blocker. And instead, they were just running drop coverage with Zach Edey, and Steph tore it apart. I think they have to figure out what they're going to do about Steph. And if they bring in Vince, his problem, the reason he hasn't been in this role and why and Wells was such a big uplift is because Vince can't shoot. So they just hamper their offense if they put a non-shooter on the floor to guard Steph. Like, that's the difficulty. What makes the Clippers so good is, first off, Chris Dunn didn't miss at all, right? Yeah. But they have multiple guys who you can put in there. Now, if Vince gets in there and hits 4 threes, the Warriors are in trouble. But that's going to be the tough call. It's like the head of the snake is what they're going to do about Steph. And the best thing we've seen from Memphis is when they've got the pressure guy and the shot blocker at the rim. And if Jaren Jackson is not at the rim, that's easy money for the Warriors. That they want that. And if they put Zach Edey in drop, it's curtains, because Steph is the one who's probably most motivated to get out of this play-in. So that Memphis has a tough job on its hands. The Warriors, if they can keep them from making a bunch of threes, they should be in a good place. But if Steph is looking anything like he did in Memphis, it's a good sign for the Warriors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we're talking to Marcus Thompson here. Now, I wanted to ask you about Kuminga even before Moses Moody popped up on the injury report, because you kind of said it well. It could be a fast-paced, up and down, high-volume shooting kind of game, and that could be an advantage for someone like Kuminga who can use his athleticism, leverage himself downhill. And on the note of Jaren Jackson Jr., I mean, he fouled out of the last game, right? Like, his foul trouble was a big element for the Warriors and how they were able to put up 134 points despite Memphis also shooting the ball great. So do you think that there's going to be a role for Kuminga regardless of whether Moody's able to go or not? Because I almost see him as someone that can, if anything, just get downhill and draw some fouls. And not that, you ever drop a play to be like, all right, let's hunt Jaren Jackson Jr. just to force him into contact. But you can definitely hunt matchups, and you can definitely isolate certain guys in a half-court set.
Yeah, I don't think so, just because you got a better version of somebody to do that, and that's Jimmy Butler. So if you're going to bring Kuminga in and say, let's go hunt and get this fouls on the guy, well, Jimmy Butler is just better at it. So Why would you bring him in for that? So that's the difficulty. Steve is always going to make these decisions based on defense, like always. Like, how do you rotate? How are you attuned to what's happening? How well do you rebound? That's going to be preeminent, and then he'll worry about the offense. But in Kuminga's situation, they got one of the best foul hunters in the game in Jimmy Butler. So that's the tough spot Kuminga has found himself in, is that the guy that they traded for, they paid $50-something million to, is the guy who is better at the thing he can do, which is get into the lane and draw fouls and get to the free throw line and put pressure on the rim. So it's going to be tough in that situation. If Kuminga gets on the floor, it's going to have to be defensively first. Maybe they're throwing another body at Ja if he's cooking and get some size on him. Offense, it's going to be tough to find the justification from Steve, because what Steve just don't like that anyway. The ISO, go take your guy, it bogs down. He doesn't like that bogged down offense. So even in that situation, if you're going to do it just a few times, you still would give it to Jimmy to do it, or give it to Steph to do, or even Podziemski in that situation.
And Jimmy played 48 minutes and 2 seconds on Sunday. The game went to overtime, so it was a 53-minute game, but he was only off the floor for 5 minutes. Steph Curry played 38. Draymond Green played 38-29. Podziemski played 43. You win this game tonight, Marcus. You don't have to play Friday. You got to play in Houston on Sunday. So as far as the big three, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, how much are they on the floor tonight if this game goes right down to the end?
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy Butler's coming off. I think he's shown he can play heavy minutes and still kind of manage for his game not to level off. I do think you get more Steph. I mean, he played 33 minutes through regulation, which, his plus minus wasn't great that game, but you still feel better if he gets to 38. If he plays 5 more minutes in that game, can they hold the lead? Maybe not. Maybe so. It's just a bet you'll make. So I do think this is much more of a 36 to 38 minute game for Steph. Draymond is the interesting one because if they are going to play Zach Edey and Jaren Jackson, that means you're probably going to get some Looney because they got murder on the boards by Zubats, and they don't want a repeat of that. So you're probably going to see some Looney in there. You're probably going to end up seeing some Quentin Post in there. So perhaps Draymond's minutes stays about the same because they'll want to deal with that. But I do think you get more Steph. And if Jimmy comes off, it'll be a quick breather. But he's the thing that he plays well in both lineups, and they just don't have a lot of those guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's another 8-man rotation where you just ride these same guys out with just more Steph instead of, just 33 minutes in regulation.
Last couple of minutes here with Marcus Thompson, and I'll tell you that he is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball, even though we are finishing up talking about some Warriors basketball here in the play-in week. What do you do with Buddy Hield as far as how short of a leash you give him? Because it's an interesting thing in the sense that outside of Steph Curry, he's probably your next best guy to just go and make an open look. On the other hand, Sunday was kind of a nice glimpse into Ty Lue and what playoff basketball is going to be like and just how quickly Buddy Hield got hunted defensively. I don't see him being a great solution as a matchup with Ja Morant, let's just say that.
The thing about Buddy is he tries really hard on defense. That's the part that, even though we're watching this and he's not really holding up well, you could see the amount of effort he's putting into it. So it maybe delays his man an extra half a second, but it's tough. If he's not 5 of 8 from 3, it starts becoming diminishing returns. But when you're playing Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green together, the threat of the 3 is almost just as important as making them. Because especially if that third guy is Gary Payton or Jonathan Kuminga, right? It's just their offense relies so much on spacing the floor, creating these long closeouts and driving lanes that Buddy's presence becomes valuable just by virtue of you can't sag in the paint off of him. So I just think philosophically how they view it, he's going to get minutes because there is at least a threat he might hit 3 in a row. Now, he better because they're going to go after him. They're going to pick on him. They're going to switch on to him. And for Steve and them, if he competes, they'll have a much longer leash. But at some point, he's got to hit 3 or 4 of those things just to make it worthwhile.
Now, there were times Sunday he was the point on James Harden, but they played a zone. It was almost like a box and one to protect him behind. You need his floor spacing offensively, and then you just do whatever you can to protect him. So you're always so good at this, seeing the future, whether we're talking Niners or Warriors. What do you think tonight? Do they take care of this and we'll be in Houston on Sunday?
I think they win. I do think they win. I think they're so desperate that they pull it off. I think Memphis has some issues right now, including what you mentioned with Wells being out, with the whole Edey, Jaren Jackson Jr. double big. I think that's difficult for them, and also think they got a rookie coach going up against Steve Kerr, and they're on the road. So a lot of this points to the Warriors should be able to win. I think it's devastating if they can't win. This was a massive blow. If they can't win, losing to the Clippers is understandable. That's a matchup difficulty. Losing to Memphis will be a blow because this team feels like it could go on a run if it just makes the playoff. But if you keep losing these games, it starts to crack away at that confidence. So I do think they get it done. I think Steph gets it done. Jimmy. They just have too much going for them not to win this game.
No, I'm wholeheartedly with you there, Marcus. I think they're going to get it done. Anything can happen in a 48-minute and one-game scenario, but by and large, this is kind of it. I know it's not mathematically it, but it's got to be tonight. So I'm with you there.
Is it.
Yeah.
Memphis is going to hit 23s, though. Watch.
Yeah, no kidding.
He already knows.
John Morant, how many grenades is he going to throw into the stands? Over under 5.5.
If it's over 5, they're in trouble. It needs to be more like 2.
Yeah, exactly. Keep the line under 2.5, and I think the Warriors got a decent shot. So appreciate you coming by with us as always. And hey, the next time we talk to you, hopefully we're talking about a Warriors playoff series. I don't know what the timeline would be with Houston and everything, but that's all to say. Until then, and probably see you out there tonight.
All right, peace out, homies.
Thank you, brother. No, he's right. They've lost 3 straight home games now. Houston, San Antonio, and the Clippers. This one, if you win this game, you still have enough time to get ready for the actual playoffs. If you lose this game tonight, who knows? I think they'll win Friday, but it's going to make it a short turnaround to go to Oklahoma City. So if you have designs on not just being in the playoffs, but we get to be championship, Draymond, like you said during the All-Star break, you need to start maximizing your time for the actual playoffs. The problem with this game tonight is it's so weird. If they're playing Memphis, first team to win 4 out of 7, they're going to win the series.
Yeah.
But you go into a short turnaround, you're a little banged up, you really can't get into a playoff prep. They're going to do it as well as anybody. But a lot of times that first game, you just open in your shell defensively and you kind of spar. You don't have another game to adjust to. You got to go right now, so you can't fall behind. Even if you do fall behind, you can come back in the game, or vice versa. If you get a big lead, you can lose the lead. But it's not a regular season game because it's so damn important. It's not a real playoff because you don't have adjustments from night to night and a scout to have time to get ready. It feels like a regular season as far as the prep. The game's just on us. That's why the game's not sold out. Get to Warriors.com. You didn't even know this game is going to be played 48 hours ago. Now it's here. It's the same for the players. Battered bodies. Are they fully locked in? Memphis had a little more time to get ready. So this is kind of those weird things where it's not a playoff. It's not a regular season game. It feels like a regular season game, but it has the importance of a playoff game, but not really. But you're running out of mulligans here to be able to win on your home court. So just get it over with and get on to Houston. If you drag this out, then you start to wonder, how long will they be playing in April, May, and is there really going to be a June?
As far as I'm concerned, this is your last mulligan if you want there to be a May, and if you're lucky enough to even sniff a June. This is it right now tonight. So we got a short reset on the other side, and then we're going to catch up with Eric Hasseltine at 1:30. Grizzlies play-by-play voice for their radio station. He'll be in the Bay and ready to go, and we'll talk more about it next. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Dub Nation, tonight is the night play-in action at Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Memphis Grizzlies, the 7 and 8 matchup. How are you guys feeling going into this one? Should it be a walk in the park, or are there true concerns going into tonight's matchup? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in this state. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Yeah, we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, schools, Teslas, you name it, they're all around us. So please be careful, and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, Papa and Silver? We're going to catch up with Eric Hasseltine in just a bit, so we're going to keep it brief here and get ready to have a chat with the Grizzlies play-by-play radio voice. Rob Fisher, who does the Grizzlies pre- and post-game, and someone we were talking about yesterday, actually went on with the morning show this morning and had some fun little Grizzlies nuggets to say. Weird season for Memphis in the sense that now they are being coached by Tuomas Isalo from Finland, so only Finnish coach in the NBA right now, turning into the NHL or something ahead of the play-in, but it's all coming down to 48 minutes tonight, and he said something about Memphis, and this goes for Taylor Jenkins or Isalo's time. They have not beaten a Western Conference team above 500 since the All-Star break. So here is Rob Fisher on Memphis and how they got advantaged by their schedule early on, but how they've really struggled against higher caliber opponents since the All-Star break, and only the Detroit Pistons over 500 is who they could end up taking advantage of.
Bottom line for the Grizzlies right now has been fourth quarter execution has been miserable. The defense has been leaking since the All-Star break, and those are two areas of concern heading into this game for sure. Now, you know, can they just flip the switch? I don't know if they're good enough to just flip the switch. There are some real problems with this team. I think the inconsistency, I think their inability to beat good teams this year. You know, they got to the 2 seed because they beat up on a lot of teams from the East, and they beat up a lot of teams that are at the bottom of the standings. And that's how they were able to get there. And all their deficiencies were masked because they were playing weaker teams in their schedule. And then all of a sudden they start playing some good teams, and they've beaten one team over 500 in the last 2 months, and that was the Detroit Pistons. Wow. They haven't beaten a team over 500 in the West since before the All-Star break. So I mean that temperature right there is very, very warm, I guess. It hasn't been a good run. I think the team, at least, it sounds like they have more confidence than I think the people that follow this team.
Okay, so I want to play that cut, not because it's, oh, well, look at it. Memphis is struggling and they can't beat good teams, so it guarantees that the Warriors go ahead and win tonight. But the late game lack of execution, a lot of that can be pointed to the Golden State Warriors. If you just hold a mirror right up and you look at some of these bad losses they've had down the stretch, bad fourth quarter execution is what's left the door open for other teams, and this is the NBA where it's hard to win. So the Grizzlies have had some of those problems. Well, guess what? So is their opponent tonight.
I love Rob Fisher. I've been watching him for years on Memphis Grizzlies pre and post. He's a hoot. Shows are fun. He knows the game inside and out. He travels with them, not only for their home broadcast at the FedEx Forum on Beale. He's on the road with them, and he speaks his mind. So that's why Taylor Jenkins got fired, is because they weren't being quality teams and their defense slipped. But unlike firing Michael Malone, where you hired Rick Adelman's son, David Adelman, and how do you pronounce this guy's name? Tuomas Isalo. We'll ask Eric Hasseltine. Eric's been covering this team forever and ever and ever. But David Adelman grew up in the NBA. It's Rick Adelman's son. Tuomas Isalo, this is his first season in the NBA. He's from Finland. They won the Finnish championship, the Euro Cup championship. They got guys on their staff. It's Joe Boylan. They fired Taylor Jenkins and 2 of his top assistants. Joe Boylan's on the staff. That's not Jim Boylan, who's been in the NBA forever and ever. Anthony Carter, Patrick Mutombo, Dikembe's son. These are young coaches. So going back to what Marcus had to say, this is why the Warriors win championships. Steve Kerr, the advanced scouts. The only thing that concerns me, it's not a playoff yet. It's a play-in. It'll feel like a regular season. You know, how much time? When do they give the players the scout? They're having a walkthrough and a shoot-around. This is a little truncated. To play a game like this that has a playoff implications in a regular season feel, that's why these play-ins are weird. We don't have any time to ease into it. And then if you lose, you still got Friday. But Steve Kerr's been in the NBA forever. This guy, this is his first year in the NBA. To fire Taylor Jenkins and give a guy, the NBA's different. This is not the Euro Cup. It's a different, prep and study and scout. It's all different. So I'm with Marcus. The Clipper game I knew was going to be hard. You got to deal with Jeff Van Gundy's defense and Ty Lue and those guys. This game, you're running out of mulligans here. You need to win this game tonight. This coaching staff is young. They've lost Wells. We'll ask Eric about matching up with Steph. How are they going to do it? Is Vince Williams, who can't shoot, going to guard him? Eric's been around forever. He's from Walnut Creek. He went to UC Davis. We know him well. But this is where the Warriors and their coaching staff needs to bring, even though it's not technically a playoff series, bring the playoff prep to this. EC Lowe's, this is first-year coaching in the NBA.
And it's not a first full year either. So there you go.
Well, he was on the staff before.
No, as a head coach, obviously.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But he's been on. It's not like they came off the staff and they just hired him. This is first year in the NBA, and they fired Taylor Jenkins and 2 top assistants. Do they have the mental acumen to match up with Steve and his staff, even though it's not really a playoff? If this was 4 out of 7, I think the Warriors would win in 5. But can they score more tonight in 48 minutes of basketball?
Yeah, but that said, just like some of the players got some pressure on them to perform tonight, so does Steve Kerr. So coming up next, let's get into it with Eric Hasseltine, and then we'll get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work in about a half an hour. Giants pregame starts at 2:45 today, another 3:45 Pacific. First pitch, that's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening? Papa and Silver, about 25 minutes left. Then we're going to hand things off to Dirty Work for another short show. Giants are going to get going again, 3:45 first pitch, which means pregame 2:45 right here on the sports leader. We're going to make the connection shortly with Eric Hasseltine, a Grizzlies play-by-play radio voice. And, yeah, we've spent the last hour and a half really diving deep into this one. Got to talk about it with Marcus Thompson. Now we're going to have a Grizzlies perspective of all of it. And on paper, in theory, with what the Warriors have done and the number one defensive rating since acquiring Jimmy Butler, they're 21-5 when both he and Steph play. They should get this done. But then, of course, there is the nervousness and the reality that in these one-game scenarios, or sometimes double elimination, as it was when they were the 8 in 2021, they have just not fared well. Now, that doesn't mean they always play poorly, Papa. You mentioned Steph Curry and his stats and what he's done, but they have struggled to get it done over the course of fourth quarters. So here we are, and one of those games, by the way, was a loss to a young Ja Morant and Memphis Grizzlies team. Really pleased to welcome in Eric Hasseltine, Grizzlies play-by-play radio voice, Bay Area native. Thanks so much for joining us, Eric. Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco getting ready for a big one just like you are, and thanks so much for your time.
Yeah. Guys, thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure to come on with you guys and so much fun to come home. I'm glad you mentioned the Bay Area native because that's something I'm still really proud about.
Hey, and go Aggies, too.
Hey, hi, you got it, man. Look, it's always fun to come back here to hear that stuff. And then, my father, raised me here and took me to Buena Vista one day after I had moved to Memphis. And, I had my first Irish coffee. The bartender, John, there's great. He remembered that. And just those memories, like coming back. And even I talked to somebody about it walking in today. I went to the games when it was at Oracle, but I would have loved for my father to see Chase Center. But just the thoughts of those days with Chris Mullen and now to be calling a playoff game against these guys, it's just so surreal. So it's just such a blessing, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
Always. Welcome home, brother. We talk to you all the time. We've been going back to the Zebo and Big Spain and Mike Conley, One-Eyed Charlie and Tony Allen, going back to Lionel Hollins all the way to Taylor Jenkins. The change in the coaching staff and going to Tuomas Izalo. Am I saying it right, Eric? Is that the way you say it?
Yeah, it's Tuomas Izalo.
Izalo.
It's not.
Izalo.
It's tough. Yeah, not a lot of Finnish people running around.
Well, my question is, and I, Taylor Jenkins, they were slipping, but Izalo, this is his first season in the NBA, and I know they won the Finnish Cup and the Euro Cup championship, but and it's not really a playoff game; it's a play-in, but it'll feel like a playoff. I mean, you go up against Steve Kerr and all the experience he has coaching big playoff games and, the short turnaround and all that. Just give me a feel from a coaching standpoint here.
Well, he's really, really smart. I mean, he really has a grasp of a different style of offense. It's kind of a space it out, like almost like a soccer style with speed and pace. But I think early on, for him, he really enjoyed being on the bench as an assistant because he was learning the NBA game, staying behind Taylor. And as he said in one of his recent press conferences, you go from being a guy who makes suggestions to being a guy who makes decisions. So there's no doubt that experience factor, I think, tonight is a big key. Steve Kerr's been in these games. He's been there now. Coach Izalo's been in high-level games in Europe, but we all know that's not the same. And I think he's, gradually getting a grasp of what it takes to win at the NBA level. They have not had a great run since the All-Star break. There's no denying that. And the news of the the relieving of Taylor Jenkins of his duties was really surprising to everybody. And now you factor in for Coach Usalo, he gets his dream opportunity, but he watches a guy who he considers like a brother lose his job. It's a tough spot to be in. And so I think he's handled it really well. I think when you hear him talk, and you'll see the interviews now that it's going to be on a national stage, he really thinks his answers through. It almost comes out slow, and he's not trying to slow play people. He's just trying to make sure he says things that come across the way he wants them to be conveyed. So the players all respect him. Jaws said it, Jaron has said it, Dez has said it. Those are your big three right there. They all say we love the guy, we love what he preaches and what he practices. And the difference since the change is they've run a lot more high ball screens. They're trying to utilize their star power. They're trying to have the ball in Jaws' hand. And as you guys know, watching NBA basketball all these years, if you got your star players on your side, you got a good chance. If they're not on your side, you're going to be looking for a realtor real fast to be relocating to another team, because if those guys aren't with you, that's a problem.
Yeah, no kidding. Eric Hasseltine, the voice that you hear, and he'll be on the call tonight for Grizzlies radio. So Rob Fisher was on with our morning show today, and he talked about the Grizzlies' struggles in late game execution and how that has really hurt them, and really just kind of been their Achilles heel when it comes to getting wins over good teams, especially since the All-Star break. So that late game execution and lack thereof is something that gets brought up a lot of the times when we're talking about Warriors losses as well. So I just kind of wanted to get a deeper dive into what specifically about late game execution has really plagued the Grizzlies this year. I mean, with the Warriors, we talk about turnovers a lot. Could it be defensive breakdowns, maybe lack of consistent shooting, just kind of a mix of everything?
Yeah, I think so. Look, first of all, your morning show had to be scraping to ask Fish to come on with you. Come on, like, what was the other guys? The guys were picking up trash this morning. Were busy or something? Or what happened? Like at the arenas?
You wouldn't take the phone call. You'd only go on with Papa and Silver, Hazelton.
That's exactly right. My loyalty is to you guys without a doubt. I think if you watch the Grizzlies, and I've had a chance to see Golden State down stretches, and I don't think it's the same type of thing. Whatever the plagues them is a little bit different, because you have a group of guys with this Grizzlies team that really haven't played together. So you had, obviously last year was just an unmitigated disaster with injuries, more games lost, 52 different starting lineups. You just can't win in the NBA that way. But what it did was gave some guys basically an open audition, and some of those guys stayed. Well, none of them have played with John. None of them have played with Dez. Not a lot of them have played with Jaron. Then you add in a Zach Edey and a Jalen Wells before he got hurt, who were rookies. So there was a distinct, at times, lack of chemistry, lack of being on the same page, lack of trust. Continuity in this league is so big. It's the reason why those years with the Splash Brothers and Draymond and, Andre Iguodala, they knew what each other were going to do. They knew where they were going to be. They knew what was going to happen. Execution-wise was the only thing that was left to the unknown. Do you make the shot? Do you get your hand on a pass? But they had that inherent trust. And I think they're still building that. They're trying to get that chemistry. But there's been a lot of times, at least from my perspective, and obviously I'm not a head coach in the league, but I feel like I've watched enough basketball where it looks like guys are trying to make a play to spark the team. Guys go a little bit out of the game plan and try to make a one-on-one move, and it doesn't work. This team had 3 straight losses in the last possession to New York, to San Antonio, and to Atlanta, and all 3 times it was a complete defensive breakdown. Somebody left their man too far, or on the offensive end against Atlanta, you went into Dyson Daniels where he came and doubled because the spacing wasn't right. And that just comes, I think, from time on the court. This team is still, despite the fact they've had some experience, really young in terms of their age-wise, and I think their experience together-wise. So as you get older, as you hit your later 20s and you get that understanding, that deeper knowledge of the game and that maturity, that those mistakes don't always happen. I'm not making excuses for them, because you should, obviously execute when you're out there if you're going to win games. But I think that's a big factor when you don't, you have guys helping too far to dribble penetration and leaving shooters wide open. That's a problem. And the notion of, hey, this guy's shooting percentage is in the low 30s, we can just leave him alone. Well, leaving him alone and leaving him like wide open where the only guy near him is selling beer in the third row probably isn't a good idea, because they're still NBA players. So I think that was a big part of it. And then, frustration sets in, and they're not getting wins against good teams. They were blowing the doors off, the non-playoff teams and winning by big numbers. And so the numbers get a little inflated. You get a little confident, and then all of a sudden you got guys, like Steph Curry coming in and dropping 52 on you and making it look easy. And, big-time players like James Harden in fourth quarters coming out and really hurting them with really solid execution. Kawhi Leonard did that in the game in LA against the Clippers. So I think that they're on the verge, and obviously tonight's going to be really tough. They haven't won in the state of California this year. They haven't won a road game in California. It's the Sacramento swept, here swept, Lakers swept, Clippers swept. So I think that they just have to get over that hump, and how you do it is by trusting the game plan, trusting your teammates, and playing for the guy next to you, along with for the organizational goal of what we're developing. And so I don't know. It's tough when you see good teams, because obviously you're not going to see a good team and they're like, no, please shoot an open jumper to beat us. That's not how it works. But I wish it was, but it's not. So you got to find a way to just kind of crack through that wall. And I think when you do, you start getting that confidence up.
Yeah, you mentioned Steph going for 52. It was 2 weeks ago tonight. He went for 52, got up 23s and made 12. Since that time, Jalen Wells, who's a really good on-ball defender, was picking him up three-quarter court. Terrible fall off the rim, and luckily it's only a wrist injury. It looked like it was going to be a lot worse. But he's not playing tonight. So Vince Williams Jr., we expect him to start. He's got some length at 6'6". How much will he play tonight? Do you think he'll get Steph to start? You've got Scottie Pippen Jr. behind, and I would think your coaching staff, you can't let Steph get 23s tonight. No. So how do you guard him in the shell? And then do they just accept the Zach Edey switch and go into drop coverage off of this? What do they do with Steph Curry tonight, Eric?
I think you got to find a way to fight through the screens a lot better than you did on that night. Watching that game and watching Steph, I turned to my partner, Elliot Perry, about 3 minutes into the game, and I said, we got a problem. There's a big problem right here, because they are getting Steph going, because in one of the previous games in Memphis, Steph had probably, I would argue, his lowest scoring game of the year. I think he had 2 points. And so he was on a mission that night. Yeah, he was not. He just couldn't get anything to go. And we kept waiting for that breakthrough bucket in that game, and it didn't happen. The Grizzlies won going away. He got it going early. I think you have to fight through those screens. I think you have to hedge over the top of the screen better. You have to be willing to switch to, like you said, Greg, that shell, and teams run it at the Grizzlies, where you have 3 defenders on the wings and the perimeter, but then your bottom 2 guys have to be able to get to the corners. You can't just leave it that wide open. And yeah, you do have to drop Zach Edey a little bit, but the thing with Steph is he knows how to use Draymond's screens and on-ball presence, and Draymond knows how to set those screens to the point where, as I say on the air, look, it looks to the common eye like that should be an illegal screen. But the only way it's an illegal screen is if the referee blows the whistle. And if he doesn't blow the whistle, man, I'd keep doing it too. And, you hear fans arguing that, and I'm like, until they call it, it's not a foul. And if I'm Draymond Green, I'm doing it all night long until they call it. And that's smart. That's just good basketball. So I think if Vince gets that opportunity, he's a type of guy that would fight through it. So is Scottie. It'll be interesting to see how they rotate that, because Scottie's been better on the offensive end this season in terms of productivity than Vince, who battled an injury to get back. And so what do you value now tonight? Do you value more offensive execution, knowing that no matter who you put on Steph Curry, more than likely he's going to get open shots, or are you trying to value a little bit more length and size? So I think that will determine the minutes. I think in this game, you have to understand that you better be willing to adjust on the fly. This is not a middle of the season game. This is a game where if you win, you're in, and nobody wants to go to Friday. And if you go in with the notion of, hey, we'll just get through this one, and if it goes our way, great. It's going to be a tough environment. It's always tough to win at Chase Center. So if not, we'll just go home and host a game on Friday night. You go in with that mentality, we might as well load up the plane now. You got to go in thinking we're going to go in there, we're going to take this one, and we're going to get off our feet and get ready for a series with the Rockets. Otherwise, the Warriors they'll just bury you right where you stand. That's their experience. That's what they've done. I know it's not the same group, but since that Jimmy Butler trade, you guys have been phenomenal, and it's been fun to watch the development. I still have a lot of friends in that organization, talking with them on a regular basis. They've even said it's just a different vibe, and so you got to be ready for that tonight, and it's got to start with some physicality. And the one problem that I've seen with this group of the Grizzlies, They just get caught up if they don't get the call, they get flustered, they're late to get back. You can't do that tonight. You've got to have a notion of it's going to take somebody hitting me with a 2x4 for me to get a foul call, and I'm going to have to be ready for that. I'm going to have to go back and get back on defense if I thought I got hit on the arm on my jumper. Then nobody cares. Right now, nobody cares. Only thing that matters is points on the board. And if you miss and you thought you got fouled, take it up with them at a timeout. But until that time, you better be going full speed all 48 minutes, or the Warriors are just going to run right by you.
I mean, there's been no shortage of physicality or smack talk, really, ever since Andre Iguodala decided he didn't want to play for Memphis in that trade in 2019. So there's a fun little history here and a recent history. Eric, thanks so much for coming by. Welcome home to the Bay Area at the very least, and enjoy the game. And it's certainly something that's going to be taking up a lot of our attention tonight and into the show tomorrow. So I know that Warriors and Grizzlies probably won't see each other in a playoff series, but next time we have an excuse to reach out to you and have you on, we will definitely do so.
I sure hope so. I appreciate you guys having me on. Yeah, Dylan Brooks is no longer with us. Let's just remind the Warrior fans they don't need to.
Nah, we're booing anybody who looks like him. Desmond Baines, Dylan Brooks, don't matter.
We're fighting for a date with Dylan Brooks now.
Yeah, that's what everybody's trying to get to. But yeah, no, that's the fun part about it, is the competition, and getting to chat with you guys always makes it more fun. So thanks for having me.
Welcome home, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you, Eric.
Eric Hasseltine, Grizzlies play-by-play voice for the radio. Wow, I mean, what fantastic answers he just gave. I felt like selfishly, I'm like, we should have booked him earlier in the show. There's so much to break down, but we're gonna have him. We're gonna have a lot to get to as well. And on the other side, we'll wrap up the show. I'll do a quick Silver Linings playlist and also tell you about the Giants lineup for today, Game 2 in Philly. It's all coming next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Dub Nation, tonight is the night play-in action at Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Memphis Grizzlies, the 7 and 8 matchup. How are you guys feeling going into this one? Should it be a walk in the park, or are there true concerns going into tonight's matchup? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
So I've made it 3 hours and 56 minutes now into our show without even acknowledging what day it is. And no, it's not 415 as in celebrating the local area code of 415. It's Jackie Robinson Day, and I haven't said a word about it yet. Yeah, I'm going to do my one day of the year where I'm going to say something nice about the Dodgers, and this song, of course, is Straighten Up and Fly Right by the Nat King Cole Trio, and there were songs called Jackie Robinson. There were songs about Jackie Robinson, but, you know, Larry Krueger mentioned Vontae Mack from Draft Day earlier, and do you know who that was played by? That character was played by Chadwick Boseman, who starred in the Jackie Robinson.
Great film.
42. So this is from the 42 original motion picture soundtrack, and everyone's going to be wearing 42 today. It's pretty damn cool.
It's a broadcaster's nightmare, but it's obviously a great day in American history. And say what you want about Jackie Roosevelt Robinson that's being said today. He is an American hero. Obviously Monty Irvin could have done it before. Larry Doby did it just afterwards, but there was one Jackie Robinson in the summer of 47. So good call, without a doubt. Maybe Justin Verlander going from number 35 to 42 will help him get that elusive number 263. He did pitch well at the old ballpark, the Vet in Philadelphia, not as well as Citizens Bank ballpark, which is a bandbox, and he also had a rough postseason start there as a member of the Houston Astros. Couple of numbers for Verlander. Be careful of Bryce Harper, obviously. Yep. Bryce Harper is 6 for 12 career against him with a double. Has not hit a home run. Kyle Schwarber, though, just 1 for 7 against Verlander. The one, though, is a home run. Trey Turner is a problem for him. He's 3 for 7 against him with a couple of walks. So we'll be watching that one. It'll obviously be top of mind. But the big one is tonight. So in honor of Jackie Roosevelt Robinson, maybe Steph won't go for 52, but can he go for 42 tonight? Will he play? He's not going to play 42 minutes unless they go to overtime. How many minutes can Steph play tonight? What do they do guarding him tonight? If Moses Moody can't go, who guards Ja? What are the Ja rules tonight? The Giant game is big in Philadelphia, but for the Warriors, they got to win a play-in game, finally. Can they get it done tonight?
They've got to make it a 1-3. I'll be out at Chase Center. It's going to be a great environment. Not a fully sold-out game, but I imagine it's going to be loud with the stakes.
It better be sold out by tip-off. Are you kidding me? Warriors.com. Their tickets available now, but by start time, their streak is longer than the Giants, 530 consecutive. They sell out every single Warrior game. They're going to sell the place out tonight.
Rally the troops, baby. Also, the Giants today facing Jesus Luzardo, as we alluded to earlier, talking a little Giants. So no surprise, you're going to see Elliot Ramos leading off. Willie Adames after his first homer yesterday, batting second. Jung-Hoo Lee third. Matt Chapman cleanup. Wilmer Flores in the DH spot. Casey Schmidt is going to get the start today at first base. Luis Matos in right field. Patrick Bailey behind the plate. Can he do some more pitch framing? And Tyler Fitzgerald, fresh off of his near-cycle performance at second base. And, of course, number 42, Justin Verlander on the mound.
Everybody's number 42. Glad we're not broadcasting nightmare. Willie Adames, by the way, that's the standard lineup against the lefty starter. Luzardo is not a standard lefty starter. He blows gas. Adames, love that. Willie, 3 for 9 with a pair of doubles against him. Wilmer Flores against Jesus Luzardo, 5 for 11 in his career. Those could be your picks to click.
So big thank you to all of our guests today. We had Eric Hasseltine, Marcus Thompson, Larry Krueger, and Susan Slusser. Thank you to Walter, as always. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully telling you about a date with Dylan the Villain on his new team and not why the Warriors lost to his old team. It is time for Dirty Work, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, They have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. I'm going with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb, Walter already got his ass out of the chair. Look at that. All of a sudden.
As he should. We have another quickie today.
I know, dude. Hurry up, man. We got things to do. Dirty Work with you again today, only for 45 minutes as the Giants are taking on the Philadelphia Phillies.
I wish we had a 4-hour show so I could go in on this this Atlanta Braves reporter situation. The debate is hot, my friend.
We have a Warrior play-in game.
Okay,
we have
that's
Giants
true.
game 2, and you want to go in on that?
Yeah, it's a hot debate.
I think more to the point is that Tuesday generally, and I say this every week, my favorite day of the show. With the exception of Friday, because it just means I get 2 days without looking at either of you. But, wow, Tuesday's a great day because we get the NBA grab bag delivered.
Yeah,
it's been delivered. It's a good grab bag this week.
It's a hefty one.
I think we got a hefty one.
sack.
And then we also have a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
And alas, I don't know if we have enough time for either
Are
today.
we getting that in today?
We can maybe get like a little trivia in, but I think we got to save that for a full 4-hour show. We only actually want to have a full 4-hour show on Friday. We'll try to squeeze it in on Friday.
That's the question. Would we rather have a short show or do all the fun stuff? My answer is...
Now that's the real debate.
My answer is all of it. I'd rather have just enough time to do all the stuff and then fly birds at you and get out.
The takes will not be truncated.
Yeah. No, the takes won't be.
Okay, so then let's not get to Warriors.
We can't clip Tim's
Let's not get to Giants. Let's just do all the fun things we want to do.
I begged.
No, dude, because I wake up every day now and I'm like, dude, Giants are fun. So what I said is, look, we got a long way to go. A long way to go.
I'd say
but
so.
I think you would agree, and I hope you remember, my one take on the Giants when you keep asking, how good do you think they'll be? What are the expectations? And my answer was, I don't know.
Yeah.
If they played ball the way that Buster Posey wanted to play baseball, which is the way they're playing baseball, the only way Buster knew, which was the way the Giants won 3 championships.
Mm-hmm.
Try to pitch well. Don't give up extra bases and make mistakes that give up extra opportunities for the opposition and some timely hitting. And the Giants have done a pretty damn good job of that. I mean, they're 5th in the league in home runs per game, and Jung-Hoo Lee's gotten hot. Now finally Adames hits his first home run. I mean, right now it doesn't feel like there's any amount of runs that they're not going to come back from. Not that 3-0 yesterday was like world ending or anything like that.
Insurmountable, but like it's back-to-back days, and that's pretty impressive.
I'm still kind of conditioned in the last few years to think, oh, man, it's going to be tough to climb out of this. But they did it against Cincinnati in the final day of that homestand.
Yep.
And Cincinnati got hot in that homestand and for the Giants and then got out of here.
6-1.
And stayed hot. So, look, Giants haven't lost a road series yet. Nice win yesterday. Phillies are a good team. They draw almost as many walks per game as anybody in the league, and that was a bit of a problem yesterday. Landon Roop didn't totally have the strike zone, but Giants battle back.
Good rebound by him after that first inning.
Well, you give him runs like that, you give him an opportunity to pound the strike zone. I mean, immediately his mindset changes. He's like, man, I got to hang on to try to stay in this game, eat some innings, and suppress some offense.
So you're confident in the Giants?
I'm confident in the Giants.
I'm not confident in tonight's game.
For the Giants?
No, for the Warriors.
Oh, against the Grizz.
I'm not. I got to be honest. A lot of people, I'm seeing fans, I'm seeing analysts, all acting like it's a foregone conclusion that the Warriors are going to win tonight. And I don't know. I think that it'll be a tough game. I think it'll be a physical, gritty game. But I can't see the Grizzlies coming in here and beating the Warriors tonight. And I hope I'm wrong. But I think people are kind of downplaying the fact that they went to overtime. Now Moses Moody has back spasms. He's questionable. You got Jimmy kind of banged up. You got Steph dealing with the thumb. You got Draymond Green dealing with neck pain. Everyone's playing tonight. I will see about Moody, but I don't know, man. I don't know about tonight.
Yeah, that's not the attitude I needed from you coming into this game. I expected that to be your mood. Maybe what are you trying to protect yourself from getting hurt in case the Warriors lose?
That's usually what I do. It's a defense mechanism.
That's what I'm saying. What are we talking about here? Just told me about the 3 of the greatest players in the NBA, 3 of the greatest the NBA's ever seen. And I'm supposed to be afraid of Ja Morant coming in?
Well, they are kind of the senior citizens of the NBA now.
If there's a day that these guys know and need to lock in, injury be damned, today's that day. Like if back spasms are going to keep Moses Moody out, then sure. But I'm not rolling into this game with the mindset of, like, the Grizzlies have to go take this game. The Warriors have the 7. They can hold it with a win. And could they come in and win? Absolutely. It's the NBA. They've been resting more than the Warriors have. I don't like that the Warriors went to double overtime the other day anyway. But to me, this is grown man game, and I'll take these guys over any other team, almost any team in the league in that situation.
Yeah, but you have to factor
one game
in
to have to win this one.
You have to factor in also that the Memphis Grizzlies rested on Sunday, and the Warriors had to play into overtime. I do think they'll end up winning tonight, but I do think just like how boastful everybody is.
I flipped you quick.
Well, no, I mean, I do think they'll win. I'm just not as confident as everybody else is. Like, everyone's acting like it's a foregone conclusion they're going to play the Rockets. I don't know. I think with the way that they've played recently, they've lost their last 3 home games.
I think more to the point, dude, is like, I think where I'm more at is even if they win this game and they're the 7, like, in my mind, they're not really a contending team anymore right now. Yeah. Remember I said this? If they get the 6, it would have meant they've earned that spot. They stayed out. They beat the Clippers. They'd done things they needed to do at the end of the season. Instead, they just kind of peed down their leg and lost the opportunity to have a series where they immediately get a week's rest and then get to go up. And I didn't hate the matchup against LeBron potentially, and that was what we talked about. Like, would you rather have to play this game? And then
no, because it's an added game you didn't need.
It's an added game you didn't need. If you lose it, it's 2 added games.
Exactly.
And then you're playing for an 8 and a date with Oklahoma City.
Can you imagine that if they lose tonight, you got to play this game tonight, how physical it is. Then Friday, you have to play either Sacramento or whoever, and then go on to play the Rockets. I don't love that at all.
They had the 6 and they could have held it with a win, and they didn't do that. Yeah. And so now my mind has changed about. I said that to you before. If they'd held the 6, I'd feel different about their potential as a team. Now I'm like, even if they win this one, I have confidence they are going to win tonight. I'm just like, to what end?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but have you noticed that a lot of people are kind of overly confident? Like our guest today at 2:30, Mark Spears, was on with the morning show yesterday, and he was kind of like, yeah, I think it's kind of a good situation for them.
I think so, too. I mean, Derek, you spent the last week telling us how bad of a deal it was that all these teams fired their coaches in the last week and a half of the season, and now you're worried?
Yeah.
Appropriate fear. How about that?
Yeah, sure. Just, come on, man. You know what I mean? You're a fan of this team, right?
I know,
you
but
see them win.
I just think it's too many games, and then
again,
Eric's still pissed about Sunday. Maybe that's what it is. Just pissed about Sunday.
But again, me too. But
I'm just disappointed because I do think the Clippers were the better team. It's just I'm starting to see the flaws in this team now. I think it's hitting me in the face.
The bigger point is that I don't believe much about this team differently. I mean, if they lose tonight, then we're like, yeah, whatever. Like,
yeah,
okay. But if they win today, I don't know that I feel that much better about them. Let me see the series against Houston, and then we'll go from there.
Well, let me ask you this, because I think that this is a real thing in the NFL and Major League Baseball now with the new extended playoffs, that if you are a wild card team, sometimes you gain momentum. I've yet to see that in the NBA with these playing teams. Like the Lakers, I think a couple years ago, they were the 7th seed. They beat the Grizzlies, and they beat the Warriors. They got to the Western Conference Finals. They got swept by the Nuggets. Besides that, I don't see a benefit of being a play-in team. I think that it maybe benefits you in other sports to be that wild card team and kind of feel like your back's up against the wall. I don't see it, especially with the Warriors and their age and having to keep playing games.
Well, that's what I mean. Let's get through this game, and then we go from there. Again, maybe they get the few days off, because what do they get, 5 days if they win this game?
Yeah, they'll play on Sunday, no matter what.
So if they win this game tonight, you get 5 days off. You have to go on the road to Houston. It's not the worst trip in the world. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going.
It's manageable.
It's manageable. You're going to go a little bit early, adjust everything there. Like, win this game, and then we'll cross the next bridge when we get there. But I think they've got work to do in my mind, and I think in a lot of Warrior fans' minds, to prove that they're still a contending team. Because right now, to me, it doesn't feel like it based on how the last week and a half have gone.
I think people are sleeping on the Grizzlies. I was, especially when they fired their coach. But I think that just the way that they played last time, I don't like the fact that the Warriors just played this team, and John Morant had 36 points, and you had to kind of squeak by in that game. You had to have Steph Curry, scoring 52 in that game to win that. I think the only games that John Morant has faced off against the Warriors this year, they played 4 times total. The game where they scored, I think they won by 50 points. I think John Morant only scored like 9 points in that game. So the key tonight is stopping that guy. And, yeah, I mean, they just got to play better than they did on Sunday.
Yeah.
And give me some more confidence.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tonight. I'm not as down on them right now as you are. I'm also too hard to bring me down right now with my 12-4 Giants. Giants are looking good, and I said at the very least this year they'd be fun. So far, they're an entertaining.
You know who was 12-4 too?
Fun team. Who's that?
The Warriors when they started the season.
Yeah. No, okay. Well, all right. Why don't you eat me? Okay. What's the problem? What's the problem?
I'm just saying.
Why are you so negative?
I'm not being negative. I'm just saying 12-4. They started the NFL season to their long MLB season.
Might be my last Jackie Robinson day, and you're coming out all negative on me.
Whoa, no, don't don't throw that at me.
We still allowed to celebrate? Is that okay?
Of course we can.
I don't know, man. This might be the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to DEI it out of baseball, dude. They're like, no, sorry, we can't celebrate it. Got to treat. Next year we're doing Ben Chapman Day. Ty Cobb Day.
Ty Cobb Day.
Talking Lil Rastus, just telling the whole history of baseball, you know what I mean? You know about that guy?
Ty Cobb?
No, Lil Rastus.
Yes.
Ty Cobb was like a dude. There used to be like these like homeless like black guys who were like young, but they'd be like just homeless guys around different cities, and they'd become mascots for baseball teams. And so like guys would like rub their head and crap, and like Ty Cobb ended up like apparently taking this guy in, but he like on the road had to have him like sleep under his bed and stuff.
Yeah,
and,
told this. I think you told the story before.
Yeah, dude, Lil Rastus, dude. Like, there's like he's like mentioned in newspaper articles where the Chicago White Sox decided they were going to cut Lil Rastus after an 0-3 run. They like blame him for their like slump in the playoffs or whatever. I remember he got dumped by one team, then the Cubs like picked him up for their playoff run.
Why not?
I was like, this is out of control. Anyway, happy Jackie Robinson Day to those who celebrate still. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with the Giants baseball pregame coming up at 2:45 for Game 2 against the Phillies. Giants won last night. They are 12-4 after they hammered the Phillies. Former Jesus Luzardo, a lefty, takes the ball tonight for Philadelphia. Verlander gets another start for the Giants. A 6.92 ERA. Still does not have a record, but they bailed him out of that game. Actually, I thought he was pretty gritty in that game, where they came back on Wednesday last week. Anyway, we'll talk more about the Warriors and the Giants a little bit later. When we come on back, Giants win Game 1 in Philly. They get back-to-back home runs. How about Fitzgerald getting his first homer of the year? Dude, he was a single shy of the cycle, wasn't he?
He was.
Double, triple, and a home run. And then also you get the home run from Willie Adames yesterday.
And had some comments about, not necessarily about Farhan, but stuff about last year.
Dude, see, everybody's still pissed, man. Giants 12-4, people are still pissed, even within the organization.
I'm just saying.
I did wonder that. I mean, I've wondered frequently, like, Kyle Harrison's development. I think Kyle Harrison, I mean, everybody in baseball would have drafted him as high as the Giants did. And COVID year was an odd year, and he comes out of high school. But the way they developed him under Farhan just felt odd to me. And so excited to see how the development works in a way that maybe we weren't seeing in the last regime under Buster Posey. But right now, Giants are 12-4. More RBIs from Wilmer Flores. I mean, Giants just continue to hit. We'll talk more about it next. Dirty Work. It's a Tuesday. Mark Spears joins us at 2:30. Derek is a negative Nancy on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants slap the Phillies 10-4. That's right, good buddy. By the way of the long ball, getting homers from Tyler Fitzgerald, Willie Adames, and Mike Yastrzemski. Winners of 4 of 5. Justin Verlander looks to keep the momentum going. Pre-game 2:45 right here on KNBR. Harold Crowley will take your calls immediately following postgame, so keep it locked to KNBR, the This Team is Pretty Damn Fun leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me again. It's Copes here for my friends at Taco Bell. I've been telling you guys for about a week or so now, you got to download the Taco Bell app, because when you do, you'll unlock exclusive rewards and access. You can earn points on every order in the app, at a kiosk, or if you're in your car, just hit the drive-thru. And by the way, when you join Taco Bell Rewards, you can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco, all for free just by signing up. What's better than getting rewarded by eating some of your Taco Bell favorites? Plus, you get exclusive insider access and limited time offers and drops. You can be the first to hear about new menu launches and special members-only events. And is there a better place than to redeem your points at the Taco Bell Cantina downtown. It's just off 3rd and Townsend. It's a block from the ballpark. It's the perfect spot when you're on your way to the stadium. Stop in, get yourself something to drink, have yourself a taco or a burrito, and then get on over to the ball game. Plus, on your way home, you can keep the good times rolling, walking right up 3rd Street, stopping off for a Baja Blast, or maybe get yourself something else to eat and keep the good times rolling. Stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And don't forget to live Moss.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Wondering how your taxes might be impacted under the new Trump administration? Will you be paying more or will you be paying less? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Now a swing. There's a shot. High and deep to left field. Way back there. Goodbye. A A 3-run homer into the bleachers in straightaway left field. And that's the first home run of the year for Tyler Fitzgerald. And the Giants have scored 5 times in this inning. Now he swings to the E. It's a high drive. Deep right center field. Way back there. Still going. Adios! Pelota! And there is his first home run as a Giant.
Attaboy, Fitz. Attaboy, Willie.
Oh, sick.
They finally get on the board. Their first home runs of the season as the Giants come back down 3-0 2 days in a row to beat the Philadelphia Phillies 10-4 to have their 12-4 start. And they'll be back on today on KNBR against the Phillies.
3:45 first pitch.
Yes, as Justin Verlander takes on Jesus Luzardo. But let's talk about last night's game real quick. What do you think about what do you think about Tyler Fitzgerald and Willie Adames finally getting their first home runs of the season?
I'll tell you what, ever since KNBR posted that video about a week ago, Barry Bonds behind the cage talking to Tyler Fitzgerald, his bat has picked up. Like, we talked about the defense, and I said, I know he's learning the position, but the hope for them, I think, is that his bat would play. They had him playing multiple positions last year. Remember, he was playing like some center. He played some left, a lot of shortstop when they needed him to, and I think ultimately he probably is at best a second baseman. Maybe could play some center still at some point, but he's still learning the position over there, and we talked about the footwork on that Wednesday when Verlander last pitched. Made a mistake that really cost them an opportunity to get out of an inning where Cincinnati scored again and got another run out of that. Anyway, I mean, since then, the bat has picked up. And I said this last week, in that comeback against Cincinnati, when they scored all those runs, it was all like 6, 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup.
Yeah.
And Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, that's kind of the way it's gone. So great to see the guys still at the bottom of the lineup hitting. Patrick Bailey still having a tough time right now, but they're capable of exploding for 5- and 6-run innings because they're putting together good at-bats up and down the lineup. They still strike out a good amount. Their walk percentage, though, is 11th in baseball right now in all of Major League Baseball. They're 4th in the league in runs per game. They're getting guys over and they're getting guys in, and they're putting on insurance runs, which is an encouraging thing to see. So still, what I said going into the road trip, you asked me what I wanted to see, like what good expectations
5-5.
were. I said 5-5 is what you settle for. 500 ball on the road, win series at home. And I told you early in the season, they start that 5-1 road trip where they beat Cincinnati 2 out of 3 and sweep Houston and come home. You give yourself a better than 500 cushion. So far, they've yet to lose a road series. You take a split against Philadelphia in a 4-game series, and the Angels are in first place in the AL West, but they've got a negative run differential. Giants are top 5 run differential team in baseball right now in positive scoring. So right now, continue to play the brand of baseball. I said 5-5 is what you take, but you want to see them continue to pile on to what they'd already done, which was prove that they can play this brand of baseball day to day. Don't love the outing from Landon Root, but he bounced back after the tough, what was it, the first inning? Where
he gave 6.
And a couple
of 3.
And the problem, I think, what he would tell you is finishing hitters off. A couple of at-bats there where he was ahead of the guy. 2 strike hits in the inning is what led to it. A couple of walks, but they pound out 12 hits to get 10 runs. I mean, what's not to love? A 6-run second, 2 more in the 7th, 2 more in the 9th. They hit for power. They're hitting it in the gap. You're seeing guys who haven't been hitting start to come through. I mean, this is all positive. Something else they can build on. Get Verlander a good start today.
Yeah, I mean, Landon Root pitched 5 innings, 8 Ks, 4 runs allowed. He allowed a Castellanos home run in the 5th. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they're doing this on the road against the Phillies, a team that many thought would be, the NL East division champions, and the fact that they haven't had a division game yet. I mean, we'll see what happens when they have to play the likes of the Padres, the Dodgers, but pretty impressive to go on the road. I mean, and the Yankees don't have strong pitching this year, but for them to win 2 out of 3 there, and we'll see how they finish the rest of the series. But Tyler Fitzgerald did have some interesting comments after the game, saying last year I probably would have been gone. It was just a shorter leash at times. I did enough last year to where they are able to stick with me. It was a confidence boost for sure.
I totally know what he's saying. Yeah. I mean, the Giants were a team that has yet to make a roster move to send anybody up or down. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is a point of emphasis, like mentally for Buster and Zach Manassian and how they want to build chemistry within this team to give guys the opportunity to develop. And this is exactly what I was talking about at the start of the year when everybody said it's the same team. I said you have to believe in the philosophy being different. And you have to give guys an opportunity in baseball to find comfort. It was my only pushback on when people said, and I'm not upset about it, but when people said, why don't you want to shake up the lineup or move guys in and out? I'm saying, well, they're winning ball games, and you want to give guys a chance to get comfortable in the spots they're playing. It's why I didn't want to. It's why you don't tear down Camilo Doval right then and there. Give him a chance to build back up, because if he's capable of still helping you even if it's in a different role, don't you want that to be a part of this team? And you're finding guys figure other roles. I mean, Randy Rodriguez, I may be more confident in him than almost anybody in the bullpen, as much as Ryan Walker, or I personally am good with Tyler Rogers. He's a guy I have great confidence in. Eric Miller got a gift yesterday and got out of that inning, but the bullpen's been nailed. So you're giving guys opportunities to find roles. When Fitzgerald says, if 2 weeks into the season he was hitting $125 or whatever, like he was, there wasn't going to be a whole lot of leash for him, or he would have been on the bench or out of the role that he was in. So I totally get what he's saying. I think every fan feels it, and I don't know that they're specifically like, we're not making a roster move, but they've had the fortune of health to this point with what they have on the roster, knock on wood.
Yep.
And then you've gotten opportunities for guys to find a groove, and some of them have.
Well, and it also probably, hopefully, bodes well for Lamont Wade, because you see he's going through. He's having a real tough stretch. Now, he got 2 walks yesterday. But if he sees the team sticking with Tyler Fitzgerald, and Fitzgerald kind of coming out of it and go, hey, I can do that. I led this team in on-base percentage the last couple of years. I can do that as well. So if that's the feeling that's going on in the clubhouse, that's what you want.
Baseball's just such a long season, and in the last regime, it just felt like if this guy didn't hit today, he's gone. If he doesn't fit the matchup for what they want, he's gone. You have guys who are here for a day, literally for a day or two within the organization, because you run out of positions and you're gone. They just use the 40-man in a way that we were, I think it was overblown in the way. I think Farhan went so far up the spectrum in using the 40-man in that way that it just was not the same as the way the rest of the league was doing it, and they didn't have the talent within the 40-man roster at the time to pull that off. Now it feels like, again, I just keep saying it, they're a baseball team, and they're playing quality ball, and they got another game today at 3:45. We got pregame in less than 25 minutes.
Okay, real quick.
20 minutes, I should say.
What'd you think of the strike 3 call on Eric Miller in the 7th with JT Real Muto?
I would say bummer, dude. As soon as it happened, I popped up from my couch.
Even Dave Fleming was like, I don't know about that.
I know, he said, and then they replayed it, and I was like, yeah, not a strike. He got help on a guy who steals more strikes than any catcher in all of baseball. I just went, you know what? Bummer. Bad call's part of baseball. You know what I mean?
It was definitely a Steve Mariucci bummer.
Ask me, sorry. I'm sorry it happened, but you know what? All the guys had to play with that strike zone, and I thought that guy was missing other pitches on the outside part of the plate to left-handed hitters. I thought it was a very tight strike zone in terms of up and down in general.
They already had a big lead. It wasn't like that was going to dictate the outcome of the game.
Yeah, it was at that point, it was a
two guys are.
It was a 4-run game at that point, I believe. That would have been a 3-run. I mean, he almost had a 3-run homer a couple of pitches before that. So, bummer. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Tuesday. Warriors do play tonight in the play-in game, in which they've been 0-3 since its existence began in the NBA. We'll talk more about it with Mark Spears, the ESPN and from ESPN and Anscape.com. Andy's the Hall of Famer. We'll do it with him next. He's live from Orlando.
And we'll talk movies with him, too.
Okay.
Just wait.
It's all coming up. It's Dirty Work. Mark Spears next on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. It's a good thing. It's tax day, April 15th. Steve, people have gotten their tax bills. What do they do if they can't pay their taxes?
Call us. Don't panic. And don't make the mistake of not filing the return because you can't pay it. File it. Talk to us. We have a free consultation. There's so many good solutions. If we can qualify you, you can just pay part and the government forgives the rest. If we can qualify you for a penalty abatement, the penalties go away, and sometimes the penalties and the interest are more than the taxes. Or getting you a monthly payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. The bottom line is we're here for you. We're very familiar with these laws. We've worked in them for years and years. The only thing you have to do is call us up and say, tell me about it. We'll explain everything to you, what we can do for you. And if you give us the word, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. Just give us a call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, fix this for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Warriors with a huge one tonight, getting ready to take on the Memphis Grizzlies at Chase Center in a play-in game. And if they win, they get to hold on to the 7, take on the Houston Rockets. Here to talk about it, Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. The Hall of Famer joins us on the Uma guest line. Mark, sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Mark, what's up, bro? How are you?
What up, Mark?
How's Orlando?
Oh, man, just got here. Big tilt tonight, between the Orlando Magic and the Atlanta Hawks for one of the seeds. But obviously, I wish I was at Chase Center. Been doing a diary on Paolo Banchero this season, so it's kind of important for me to be at this game and kind of see what the result is. But I'm in an odd way, guys, man. I'm starting to feel like this could be a blessing in disguise. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing well, man. I'm fired up for tonight. I have confidence in the Warriors tonight. I'm excited about this game. They win this, they still get 5 days off. I'll take the Memphis or the matchup with Houston.
But let me ask you this. And you just said it. Is Houston a better matchup for them than if they would have got the 6th seed?
Mark, I agree with you on that, but don't you think that them having to quickly turn around and play a game once they were in overtime and Jimmy Butler's banged up, Steph's banged up, Draymond's banged up, they're an older team. Do you think this is really beneficial for them tonight?
I think Tuesday is still fine enough because, they'll still have Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Losing tonight puts you in a really bad space.
Yes.
Losing tonight basically tells me the season's over with. Because then you'll have one day off before you play on Sunday, and they would play on Sunday at OKC. I don't see a snowball chance, and in that one, just OKC is just that good. But if you win tonight,
you can say hell, bro. It's already. You can say hell.
Yeah, you're right, especially in today's world.
Yeah.
But if they win tonight, I still think that 3 days in between games is a significant amount for a team. And I just like that matchup better. One of the assistant coaches from one of the two teams playing in Orlando tonight, I'll just say that, he was mentioning about how I was telling him about how Orlando's just a poor 3-point shooting team. And he mentioned that being the case for Houston and how he didn't think that they would go too far because of that poor 3-point shooting. Now, if you look at the last contest in which the Warriors played, obviously that athleticism, Thompson, the length, Smith, and all that is an issue can the Warriors counter that? But I think if they win tonight with 3 days to prepare, and I'm sure their scouts already have a bunch of stuff about the Rockets, I'm them. I'd take their chance with a young team that has a lack of experience in the postseason, other than like Fred VanVleet and Jeff Green. I'd certainly take my chances against them, because if they as much as punch the Rockets in the mouth that first game, where are they going to be at mentally? How do they handle adversity? Do they start doubting themselves? That Warriors on that uniform still carries weight. Steph in that uniform still carries weight. So I kind of feel like that could be, I think that's a series they could win.
I agree.
Past tonight.
No, I definitely agree, Mark. But do you think we're sleeping on the Memphis Grizzlies a little bit? I know that they fired Taylor Jenkins, and they definitely slipped down to the 8th seed. They also didn't play their starters on Sunday.
Yeah.
I just think that Memphis plays up for the Warriors. I know that the last time these two teams played, Ja Morant scored 36. It was closer than people, thought at the very end there. I think we're just kind of sleeping on Memphis just a little bit.
No, I didn't. I know you did this the sleep, the mattress thing before. I ain't say nothing about sleeping down there. Right. About the Grizzlies. I said if they could win tonight, Ja Morant lives for these kind of games. And they've beaten, you remember, the Warriors in a playing game, similar situation before, although I think that was for the 8th seed.
Yeah.
That last time. And JJJ, Jaren Jackson Jr., he's a problem. Bane is playing well. So, no, it's certainly not an easy task. Definitely not. It's extremely challenging game, and Memphis is certainly capable of beating them. Perhaps their weakness or thing that I'm questioning for them is from a coaching standpoint, like their coach has never, coached a playoff game before. Everything is new for them with their interim coach. I don't even know the dude's name. Maybe I'd need to if they win.
Yeah, probably.
But I no, Memphis is a formidable opponent. But I do think that under the circumstances, if the Warriors can win tonight, get 3 days off, Houston's like a three-hour flight or so with a private jet, and who knows, maybe they move that game to Sunday, which is certainly possible. I mean, I'm guessing Saturday, but maybe they get an extra day. I still think that winning tonight gives them enough time. Certainly, you would have loved that extra 2 days, right? But hey, 3 days in today's NBA is a significant amount of time, and they definitely have to get by tonight first.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer, with us on the UMA guest line. What'd you make of Kuminga not playing at all in the game on Sunday?
Confusing. To me, I felt like that's the beginning of the end. You got to keep him engaged. You got to take care of him, and just not for now, but for the future. I mean, I wonder if he's lost now. The fact that he went and took shots after the game, I think that's a good sign. And I also think if the Warriors do win tonight, against an athletic team like Houston, he would actually do very, very well. If you go look at his numbers against the Houston Rockets, he's had very, very quality games. I think one of them he even scored in the 30s. So they would definitely need him in that series. And because of the Warriors' lack of rebounding last game, lack of size, kind of was confused as why he didn't play. But, I guess Steve sees something. But, will they lose him? Will he play tonight? Maybe if he plays tonight and does well, you kind of salvage it and go forward. Because, in order to win that Rocket series, I definitely think they need to win tonight.
Mark Spears,
I'm sorry. They definitely need Kuminga to be
a part of it.
Have a strong role in it.
Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. Mark's live from Orlando. Mark, we have to get out of here to a Giants pregame in a minute, but Tim said you went to see the Ryan Coogler screening last night of the movie Sinners with Michael B. Jordan. It's got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
It should get 200%. It was excellent. It's his best movie, which is saying a lot with some of the movies that he's had.
Damn, his best one.
I would certainly advise that you go see it. Go see it at the best screen possible.
Okay.
Which could be the IMAX in San Francisco where I saw it. Ryan Coogler actually said that the screen in Oakland is of the highest quality in terms of film that they use. So if you could see it at the Grand, there's only 5 theaters the world that has that level of film. But the storyline, the way it looked, Michael B. Jordan playing 2 different roles, cinematography, it was just incredible from beginning to end. And it's a 2.5-hour movie, and I couldn't tell it was 2.5 hours.
All right, nice. I'm down. Nice plug for Ryan Coogler, Bay Area zone. Richmond zone. Oakland zone. There you go. I thought he lived over in Richmond for a minute, but maybe he's Oakland.
He's from the Bay.
He's from the Bay. Rep it. All right, Mark, we got to get running, dude. Nice talking to you. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, peace.
All right, great stuff there from Mark Spears. Missed any of that, ESPN and Anscape.com. You can check it all out on KNBR.com. We got to bounce the Giants pregame in just under 3 minutes here.
Yeah, and by the way, not to correct Mark or anything, but the Warriors, regardless, will play Sunday if they advance in the play-in. So regardless, if they win tonight or if they lose tonight and have to play on Friday, they'll play Sunday against the Rockets or the Thunder.
All right, Tim, we want to when we want to get out of here before Giants baseball with a note to self. We got
note to self.
Yeah, note to self. 45-minute shows are fun, but really cramping my takes.
Yeah, we're cramping Tim's takes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tim.
We got to get a trivia question in tomorrow or something.
We'll get something. I got it.
We got to get a trivia in tomorrow. You got a note to self?
Note to self. Or note to Copes. Copes thought Mark was saying what's up to him. He actually was saying what's up to a coach he was passing.
Blessing in disguise. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing well, man. I'm fine. Look, man, I'm just trying to do a show, dude.
Yeah, I know.
It's not my
45
fault.
minutes, I know.
Was that what happened, dude?
Yeah, that's what happened.
You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny with your jokes.
Oh, come on.
Note to self.
Note to self.
Eat me. No, I'm kidding. Note to self. Enjoy the final Jackie Robinson day out there, everybody. You know what I mean? Because it's probably going away. That's it. They're getting rid of it. Taking it out.
I have a feeling it'll stay.
Ripping it out. You have a feeling it'll stay.
I have a strong feeling it'll
The
stay.
hashtag's basically gone. You don't even get a little 42 logo when you hashtag it now. You know that?
Yeah.
Elon said, no more Jackie Day.
Well, if Elon said
Elon said, no, we're not doing it. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, that's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. We do have Giants baseball coming up. We'll get you your award-winning Dominoes right around the corner. Justin Verlander takes the ball against Jesus Luzardo. Giants got the win last night. 12-4 is the record against the Phillies, 9-7. We'll get you over momentarily to who are we going to talk to today? Do we know?
I think it's Rizzo.
We got Rizzo today. We talked to John Miller yesterday. Rizzo today.
Yep.
FP tomorrow, yeah?
I believe so.
Dave Fleming's back with the crew, too.
Yes, on TV with Javi.
Yeah, I heard him on the broadcast. I think they're doing a bunch of the rest of these games. So Giants baseball right around the corner. 3:45 first pitch, Verlander against Luzardo. Dirty Work, that's going to do it on a Tuesday. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. Giants baseball next on the Sports Leader.
I'm a fool to do.